Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2009 appropriations hearings in what has been an interesting year. We thank you for your attention and for your interest in being here. This is a year that I think we'll probably all remember. Let me ask my friend and co-chair, Representative Ben Harbin, Chairman Harbin, to say a word.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. I too want to thank y'all for getting over here. We've got a tough year ahead of us, as you know, and we've got some difficult decisions to make. So I just appreciate all of you and all your work, and look forward to working with you throughout this upcoming session. I don't see him in the audience, but please make sure when you see Bob Smith today, you do wish him a happy birthday, because it actually is his birthday today.
Somebody needs to carry him out to dinner. We're waiting on our guest. Okay. We'll stand at ease till he gets here at 1:05. It is actually 1:05 right now. I don't know. I ain't touching any of this stuff. I'm already in enough trouble with this. Hey, the truth, I didn't feel like I need to make any comments. I can't do it justice. You know, things you couldn't imagine happening in June, you saw happening in July, and things you couldn't imagine happening in July, you saw happening in August, and it's done nothing but get worse. Remember the first time I heard somebody say 10%? Yeah. You know, December was so bad, I honestly expect January to be about where December is. Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Chairman, His Excellency, the Governor of the great state of Georgia, the Honorable Sonny Perdue.
Please admit the governor. Welcome, Governor.
It's all downhill from the introduction.
Of all the introductions you ever had, that was the most recent. Right?
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and other members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity for addressing this group once again over the challenges that we have before us, and what your job is to allocate and appropriate the money of the citizens of Georgia to the appropriate place. We all, as you know, have our individual responsibilities, and the Constitution calls upon the executive branch to try to determine, to the best of its ability, how much money there will be to spend, and then to make a proposal to you all about what the best allocation of that is. And I hear a term about this time of year often, and it's as if we were playing a big game of hide and seek, about being boxed in. And I just want to tell you today, there's no box, and it is what it is. And I think the fact is that the economy or the revenue has boxed us in. That is the reality of where we deal, in which the reality in which we operate. And that's the challenge before us going through this legislative session. But as citizens of Georgia, as legislators of the executive branch, I view us as all on the same team, trying to make the most value-laden decisions for the citizens of Georgia with what we're given, and to make those decisions on the short term and on the long term for the long-term best interest of our state that we all of us love. And I'm hoping that we will be able to do that. It's not, I think sometimes we get a little paranoid in this business, thinking it's some big Easter egg hunt or a big game of hide and seek, or where did the governor hide the money, or, when's he going to show it to us, and this kind of thing. And we've been there kind of before, and there are no easy answers in environments and economies like this. And what we try to do all fall is to get the leadership that we have in our different agencies to go through with a fine-tooth comb as best they can and to identify the best value, those core competencies that we believe citizens need and that they should expect from their government, things they cannot do for themselves, and that to have the least impact on these kind of operations. And then the things that we can do better, more efficiently, or others can do or do without, then we've tried to do, make those recommendations. So I've done that in the very best spirit in which I could, offering you all a framework to begin the tough challenges of making those final decisions about budgeting and about budget allocations, and the real work of government, and that is getting the best value for citizens' dollars back to those citizens in terms of a positive return on investment. And I hope we'll do that. I believe Georgia's done that. And I think you all have done that, and we've done that. And I think we'll continue to do that. Even when there's less to do it with, we can still get a very positive return on that investment. We've talked a little bit about across-the-board cuts, and I've offered to you all a spreadsheet showing the different departments and the different levels of cutting, and you can see it's anything but across the board. We tried to do it with surgical precision, and is a surgeon ever precise? We don't like to think about that, but probably not. But it's the best surgical precision we could have in this budget, looking at those issues there, and you'll see the varying degrees of percentages in different agencies, some higher, some lower. And we've tried to do that with the best thoughts that we could about those things that meant the most to citizens. And I think you will agree, as I do, that one of those things that makes the most for citizens that they can't do for themselves individually, for the most part, is that responsibility of educating. An educated citizenry is the best hope that we have for the future for growing our state, continuing to grow it, and to continue to thrive and to prosper throughout the next generation and generations to follow. And so with that in mind, we've asked our educational partners, local and state agencies, to take less of a percentage reduction in the educational budget. 2% this year, about 3% next year, in order to make it through the 2009 and 2010. Now, some will talk about, and we've heard over the period of time, cuts to education. And if anyone has a magic bullet how you can take $2.2 billion out of our proposed budget and not affect that, then you need to help us in this spirit of working together on how we do that. And we'll all have the opportunity to make suggestions. But I do want to point out something when we talk about cuts and when we use it as political mantras there, that the 2010 budget that I proposed to you will still have more than $160 million than the 2008 budget had. And frankly, if you go back to the 2003 budget, it's more than the 2010 budget will have more than $2 billion devoted to education than the 2003 budget. So for those who want to use that tired political mantra, I would ask you to examine the numbers and think about how we can do things better, how can we get more value, how can we do more with what we have to work with in that area. Obviously, I've tried to lay out some policy options in Medicaid for you in the State of the State address. And when you get into these kind of financial situations, these fiscal situations, whether it's personal, business, institutional, or government, then sometimes the choices are tough and tougher. And that's what we found ourselves in that. And I kind of laid out a litany of the things that we had to set up against the choices that we made. And the cuts that it looked like that we would have to make, still leaving large holes to fill, were not very palatable, and I didn't think served your citizens and Georgia citizens the best way that we could. So therefore, I concluded that the fairest way to go about this was to ask some of the beneficiaries of the Medicaid system, the providers, those who treat Medicaid patients, and we're thankful that they do, but those who really are the recipients ultimately of that Medicaid dollar for health care, the deliverers of health care, particularly hospitals, to share along with insurance companies in a funding mechanism to of a 1.6% fee on those hospitals and on the insurance companies. Now, I think that's a broad-based approach to this. When you look and you've had an opportunity to look at the budget and you see the choices that lay before us, then I think it's reasonable to ask. If you recall, back in the last downturn, the nursing home groups, the long-term care constituents came and asked if they could do that. And the reason they asked if they could do that is that leverages dollars. And rather than take the cuts in the state budget, which we didn't have the money, and then reduce the drawdown of the leverage that we get from the federal dollars, it was like you were losing $3 instead of $1. And so for every dollar that we can maximize there, we draw down another $1.65 at the federal level. So it made sense to me to use that same strategy we've used in nursing homes through that period of time in our Medicaid delivery system as well. If you recall, I explained to you what prompted this was that the federal government, CMS, came out with a rule that what we were doing on the care management organizations that we had of the 4.5% fee that we were levying on those providers in our CMO group could no longer just be levied on them alone. And if we had the choice, if we chose to do away with that, that was $96 million hit to the budget along with the reduced revenue. And so that, in light of what we were short in revenue for Medicaid as well, was a $208 million hole is what it turned out to be. So we chose to do that. In providing also, if we're going to ask them to help fund that, we thought that we ought to elevate the reimbursement rates to something that was more in keeping with what we would hope to reimburse our Medicaid providers. I believe one of the strategies I used in the earlier downturn in our administration was to cut provider rates. I think we've gotten about all we can get out of that, and most providers will tell you that. But I believe that we will enhance the reimbursement rates for Medicaid providers, as well as providing an opportunity along with legislation I hope you will pass this year of fines on excessive speeding and reckless driving, what's known as the super speeder legislation, to provide for a trauma network, $60 million for a trauma network. And I believe all of us agree that is needed in the state, a network for care that makes a difference for those that have traumatic accidents. So I hope you will look at that. I want to call attention to something I mentioned briefly in the State of the State as well. You all have helped in us changing the slope and the curve of our health inflation through this state. Literally, it's just hard to believe 5 or 6 years ago, but we were looking at some year-over-year increases of as much as 17%. And double digits was the norm, if you recall, of health inflation in various areas of the Medicaid budget. In that period of time, in this last 6 years, you have helped us develop strategies along with our commissioner and our DCH and our providers all coming together, and we've moved that year-over-year inflation for the last 4 years to 3.4%. Now, that is a percentage that would be the envy of most businesses. If you're in business and you know what your health insurance premiums have gone up, you would envy that number. I envy it as a small business person, that knowing that my policy and mine have gone up a lot more than that. But when you think about 3.4% versus what we were, the trajectory we were on, we've already taken out $4.7 billion out of that. If we had done none of those things, we would be looking for not what we're looking for today, but what we're looking for today plus $4.7 billion additionally in health care cost. So I want to thank you all for that's what I define as value. And I want to thank you all for making some of those decisions that would have led us to get to a system that I think is delivering value for the patients that we serve, the neediest Georgians, as well as those funders and the payers, the citizens of Georgia who pay the bill. Now, I know one of the things that troubles you the most about this budget is that there's no provision for the HTRG. And that concerns me as well. I told your legislative leaders back in the fall that I was going to do everything I could to fund that. And that was when we were looking at $1.6 billion down. When we went from $1.6 billion to $2.2 billion, ladies and gentlemen, I literally could not find it. Now, if you can look under a rock we haven't looked under and find it, then let's go open it up together, and I'll rejoice with you. But it became virtually physically impossible to that I saw to fund the $428 million in the homeowner tax relief grant. I know many of you feel very committed on that issue, and I know that sometimes our rhetoric gets ahead of our capacity, and I believe this is a situation where we've demonstrated that we had it in the budget, we wanted to fund it, but there literally is not the money that I know of or where to get it to fund the homeowner tax relief grant that we have been used to doing. You noticed in the budget over $1.2 billion in bond funding. And again, I think this is a wise use of Georgia's excellent credit reputation, our excellent way of handling business, a disciplined debt management plan that we've put in place over the last 5 years that gives us some guideposts of how to use debt wisely and how to use it smartly in planning for those things that have a life longer than an annual budget and will make a difference for Georgia citizens in our schools, in our universities, in our technical colleges, in our libraries, and the other types of needs that we have around. This $1.22 billion is going to be spread all over the state. You've looked at where it is, and it's meant for those projects that can move quickly. It's also, you'll see that one difference is that sometimes we have funded design money and then the next year come back and fund construction money. This year we have fast-tracked some of those funding, both the design and the construction, to move along as quickly as we possibly can. We do believe this will help to put people to work, but we also think it's a long-term investment in the future of our state. This state's going to be here around a long time after we're gone, and we think it, again, sets them up for long-term investments that will give even better return on investments in the future. One of the other things I want to address with you today is the thinking behind the use of our reserves. I want to thank you again for making those decisions as a legislature that allowed us to rebuild the reserves along with a strong economy to the level that it was. We had approximately $1.5 billion in the rainy day fund, and that, along with some very disciplined spending, even before last June 30th, among our agencies who took it very seriously, returning $200 million in lapsed funds, gave us a good cushion to begin with. And I think a rainy day fund is there to be used when it rains. But if the forecast is for showers today and hard thunderstorms tomorrow, I'd rather hold on to the hard thunderstorms and the potential flash flooding that may come. And so you've looked in my budget and you've seen that while I use over the 2009 and the 2010 budget, every dollar that we can appropriate and put into the revenue estimate, every one that's legally appropriatable, and that leaves a 4% reserve according to the bill that I think you all have wisely passed, leaving us that for unintended consequences, because a rainy day fund ought to be there in case it rains harder in the future. And so what I've done is take $50 million in this year's budget and over $400 million next year budget in the 2010 budget, along with the mid-year educational budget, $187 million. And that consumes every bit of our rainy day fund besides that 4% statutory that's left there in case the revenue does not meet even the estimates that we have today. So that's the thinking behind that. Once again, I want to thank you for your wisdom in helping us to rebuild this fund. We're grateful for a great economy that allowed us to put away some things over these period of years, and I wanted to give you the thinking behind that. Things will get better. We don't know when. That's the challenge, and they will get better, and that's the reason behind. There were some one-time pools of money that you can see in the budget that we pulled together in the revenue reserve estimates. We're taking our health benefit plan down to what I think is a bare minimum of reserves there for paying the bills. And we've scooped up every type of extraneous dollar that have been kind of tucked away in various funds over the period of time. And we've put that into the 09 immediate funding to balance the budget through the end of this year, through June 30th. Then when you do that, use those one-time funding, then there's not that to go back to the next year, and that's why we use the reserves in next year. So I hope you'll look at that. If you have any questions about it, I trust that you will ask me about it. In fact, about all the budget. Again, this is not hide and seek. This is not trying to keep some special thing away from you. I think the sooner we all recognize, both on the House and the Senate, the executive branch, Democrats and Republicans, that we're here to do the public's business in a way that makes sense with the best value, we'll all get to the best decisions in the best way possible by the end of the session. And I hope that we'll do that. You heard me say during the State of the State address that the timing of when I go through the budget process, the discovery phase, by the time we wait till our November revenue estimates or revenue numbers are in, and we make predictions through the next 7 months over what our revenue will be, and we determine how much we have to really balance to, then that's about the middle of December. And we have to kind of put the final stages on the budget so it can be ready to be printed and presented to you by the first week in January. By the time we did that, there was a lot of conversation in Washington about stimulus packages and bailouts and all those kind of things. And I chose not to utilize the prospective dollars from Washington in the budget at all. First of all, I thought it was my responsibility to balance the budget initially with Georgia dollars, and I believe that, because it forced us and our agency head leaders to make those tough calls in demonstrating you, with no help, what the things that we would have to do. Now, as you know or may not know, I was in Washington at the inauguration yesterday, and when governors get together, the thing they talk about these days are budget. What's your budget like? And we all were talking about budgets and budget strategies. And several of my colleagues there, I found it rather curious, had put in a federal stimulus placeholder in their budget to present to the General Assembly, so they didn't have to make some of those tough choices. They presumed federal money coming into the budget. And I chose not to do that. I didn't think it was the right thing to do, and I thought it would be the appropriate thing for the executive branch to lay bare, based on the revenue that we think we will get, regardless, or not counting on federal money, to show you what we would do if we got none, because we've been in this situation before when we've waited on SCHIP money and waited, and sometimes it appeared and sometimes it didn't. So I chose not to put any in there. Hopefully, they're marking up the House bill today. We'll have a better idea of what may be available, and you all can take those numbers. We'll gladly, again, this is public information, but we'll share with you what we know and what we've been told. Our staffs have been meeting in Washington with the Obama administration and the policymakers there and congressional leaders, ours and others, about what the possibilities of that will be. There are a lot of rumors out there now, but nobody's cutting any checks. And so it may depend on how long you want to stay here, on whether you want to wait on the federal money or not. We can't wait past June 30th, I can tell you that. And the longer we wait to make those kind of decisions, the tougher it gets to find the money to balance through the rest of 2009. And that's why even before the year began, as we saw the May and June numbers come in last year, we began sending signals to the people who operate our agencies is that they needed to have a discipline plan of 6, 8, and 10% contingency plans, and they frankly have executed them very well. They've planned and they have operated and executed to the budget levels that I've got presented to you, and I'm confident that those budget levels that we have in the document that I submitted to you can be accomplished. Now, if you, I just need to tell you, we've taken sieves and we've taken fine-tooth combs and we've taken everything else. And I'm not saying we got it all, but I just don't know where you go and get more. And you need to know, if you call our departments in there and say, show me 5% more, they're not going to be able to do that for you. They can show you what the impact will be if you choose to cut 5% more and what the human impact will be from a service standpoint and from an employee standpoint, from a jobs loss perspective. They will show you those kind of things, but they're not going to be able to show you. There's no low-hanging fruit of any more cuts in there. So I'm hopeful that we can be very open and transparent, honest with one another about this area of the budget. It's all of our jobs, and I want to tell you I look forward to working with each one of you. If you have any questions about any basis upon which we made any recommendation or decision, please just ask. And we'll give you the answer that is just the way we talked about it in the budget discussions. This is not something you're entitled to know how and why we made those decisions, and we'll do every opportunity to tell you the reasons. You may or choose may not to agree with those, but that's why we come together, and that's why I make a proposal, and that's why you make the final determination about how we budget and allocate, and I'm happy to engage in that conversation. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously, and I take very seriously your responsibility to hold me accountable and hold us accountable for the value that we get to Georgia citizens, and I look forward to doing that. I wish that we all had better revenue numbers to share and money that we could do all the things that we want to do with. But that's not the case, and in a balanced budget state, we've got to deal in the reality of the moment. We've tried to deal proactively, anticipating this day, and I believe that the citizens of Georgia are going to come out of this budget session, again, with a great value. And you've demonstrated before, time and time again, that that's what we've delivered to them, and I think we'll do it again as we look on the primary principles of doing for those citizens what they can't do for themselves, meeting those core needs of our Georgia citizens. And I look forward to working with you all hand in hand to make that happen. So, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Governor. Okay, we'll get started. Thank you very much. Our first presenter today is, y'all give us attention, please. Ken Hagney, who's our state economist, is going to tell us what he forgot to tell us last year. So, Ken, That was under the belt. That was below the belt, I'm sure.
Chairman Hill, I think, thanks for the invitation. Chairman Harbin, members of the committee, thanks for the opportunity to be here. What I plan to do today is talk about three main topics: our revenue performance year to date, the current economic situation and outlook, and then the revenue estimate that's built into the budget documents that you have seen. So in terms of revenue growth year to date, as reported by the Department of Revenue, we're at minus 2.7%. The blue bars are last fiscal year, 2008. The red are this year. And one note here is that the second half of the fiscal year was extremely weak. Virtually every month showed negative growth year over year compared to fiscal year 2007. So the one note of some positivity is that the benchmarks we're comparing to as we move through the rest of the fiscal year will be much easier than during the first half of the fiscal year. At the same time, we believe the economic situation has deteriorated significantly in the last month or two. The other thing to note there is that the 3 months before December were relatively positive revenue performance, and then December was extremely negative. I think that reflects the kind of the impact showing up in our revenues of the financial freeze in late September and October. And we see that trend a little more clearly here. This shows the 3-month moving average growth rate of DOR revenues. And as we came into the fiscal year, we were performing extremely weakly and then gradually improved through November. And we're actually on a 3-month basis showing positive growth over fiscal year 2008. And then in December, we had that very large drop in December revenues, and that shows up here in that downturn in the overall growth rate. Just to provide a little more detail, we see a similar pattern on individual income tax, our single biggest revenue source. Very weak coming out at the last quarter of fiscal year 2008, still weak into 2009, and then improving through November. But then again in December, we saw that sharp downturn in revenue growth compared to December 2008. In terms of sales tax, a somewhat similar pattern. The blue line shows gross revenue, both state revenue and local sales tax revenue. And then the red line is net revenues to the state. And again, we see that pattern of very weak early in the year, gradually improving through November in terms of gross revenue, or through October really here, and then a sharp downturn in gross revenue in November, December. And again, that to me is showing the impact of that spike in financial markets in late September, early October. November revenues largely reflect October sales activity, and December revenues largely reflect November sales activity. And then the one sale or revenue source that really doesn't conform to that is the corporate income tax, which has been fairly uniformly weak throughout the year, although it shows signs of deteriorating further. And that's just consistent with the weak corporate profits of all U.S. corporations across the nation. So I think the takeaways here are several. One, weaker benchmarks as we move into the second half of the fiscal year to compare our growth to. We saw actually improving performance through November, but then December showed much weaker growth. If December trends were to continue, or that same level of negative growth were to continue through the end of the year, we would the revenue estimate would not be achieved. Okay, in terms of the economy, the U.S. and Georgia are both mired in a fairly deep recession. The average length of a recession in the post-World War II period has been about 10 months. We're in month 13 already, December 2007 through January of 2009. So it's longer than the typical one. And this really all started in late August 2007 when the subprime financial market froze up. We saw markets improve, but they continue to experience periodic crises. And gradually, that all culminated in late September when Lehman Brothers went bankrupt. The federal government essentially took over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, essentially nationalized the mortgage market. And since that time, we've seen the financial market problems spill over into the real economy. And that's led to a situation in which labor markets have weakened, consumer spending has weakened. We've seen the problems not just be confined to the U.S. or into Georgia, but spread across the globe. Most of Europe is in recession. The high-growth economies of East Asia are still growing, but at much lower rates than they have historically. And that's all turned into a very severe economic downturn. Now, there are countervailing forces that we'll talk about a little bit more. First, the governor mentioned the fiscal stimulus plan that the new president has talked about, but not really detailed to our knowledge. Second thing is the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Treasury have taken unprecedented and massive steps to unfreeze financial markets, injecting tremendous amounts of liquidity to stimulate borrowing and get the economy moving again. And then the final countervailing force is the dropping commodity prices. Think back to midsummer, gasoline prices were well above $4. Now we're paying in the $1.50 to $1.90 range, depending on what you buy and where. And that's been true of most commodity prices. So that's taken some of the pressure off of household budgets and would allow them over time to spend more money on other items. So not a good economic scenario currently. In terms of housing, the national housing market continues to deteriorate. The Case-Shiller Home Price Index shows that for 20 large metro areas, the median price of a home has declined from its peak by about 23%. So over a fifth of the home value has disappeared, essentially. Not as severe in Georgia. We're down about 11% from the peak and about a little over 10% year over year. The other thing to notice is that in mid and late summer, prices in Georgia actually stabilized. We're beginning to see a little tiny bit of growth, but then with the fallout of the financial markets, that has gone away and prices have begun to deteriorate again. Despite all the actions of the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, financial markets are still stressed. This chart shows the difference between the 90-day LIBOR rate, the rate banks charge each other to borrow money, and then the 90-day Treasury rate, essentially a risk-free measure of credit. And what you see is that there's these periodic spikes that reflect international financial crises. The highest one that would be early 1990 at the left end. It's peaked at about 150 basis points, 1.5%. In September of 2008, that spread increased to 3.5%, averaged over a month, and the peak difference was well over 400 basis points. So the financial crisis of this late fall was more than twice as severe as any earlier crisis showed here. So that's just a sense of the order of magnitude of the problem facing the financial industry and federal policymakers. Now that differential has come down quite a bit, but it's still well above traditional levels. So that shows that markets are improving, but still have a ways to go to return to whatever we'd want to call as normal. That's showing up in the real economy. The labor markets have plunged. In the U.S., as a whole, we're averaging about 500,000 net job losses per month over the last 3 months. In Georgia, we're averaging a net loss of about 17,000 jobs per month. So labor markets are very weak. Unemployment has skyrocketed at the same time. In Georgia, we're at about 7.5% unemployment. The U.S. is now at about 7.2%. So the labor market situation has deteriorated significantly. And especially in terms of this shows year-over-year job growth. You can see in the last few months, growth has really fallen off sharply. We had been performing weakly, but in the last few months it's just really fallen precipitously. And that's showing up in consumer spending patterns. Think about the consumer. He's worried about his job. He or she is worried about their job. Income is falling. They've lost large quantities of wealth. The value of their house has fallen. To the extent they have stock holdings, those have fallen precipitously. And so the result is that their confidence is extremely low currently. And that's shown up in total consumer expenditures. Still growing slightly, approximately 2% year over year. And if you back out food and energy, it's a little bit weaker. So kind of the core sales activity has fallen a little more steeply. And if you look at just retail sales, commodities, goods, those are actually declining on a year-over-year basis. So the consumer is in a very poor spending mood. And really where that's showing up the most is in the durable goods market. Durables, which are the blue bar there, are running over 10% down year over year. Durables are automobiles, furniture, consumer electronics. So all the big ticket items that can contribute more to our sales tax revenue are showing the most significant decline on a year over year basis. And then the other aspect is this is a global phenomena. As I mentioned, most of the world is suffering lower growth rates or in outright recession, and that's showing up in our export performance. Exports have dropped significantly since peaking in early 2008, first quarter of 2008. So is there any good news or hope? There, you know, as the governor mentioned, it's tough times, but economies do recover. And there are some forces that are pushing the economy or supporting the economy to help us get restarted. You know, this shows some of the monetary policy actions that have been taken. And the first one shows that the Federal Reserve has lowered the target Fed funds rate to a range of between 0 and 25 basis points. And historically, that has been their policy action. Manipulate interest rates to influence the market. In this situation, they've taken much more dramatic action and much more expansive action. They've created emergency lending facilities to support sound financial institutions, so injecting liquidity directly into banks and other financial institutions, and doing that on an international basis, not just with domestic banks. They've gone beyond that to providing credit directly to borrowers and lenders, buying commercial paper in the market. And they're also getting into purchasing longer-term securities to support other aspects of the financial market. And this doesn't include the Treasury actions, the TARP money that we hear so much about in the press, the $700 billion that will be spent on shoring up banking balance sheets. So the implication here is that the Fed is acting, or the policymakers more broadly are acting very aggressively in new and dramatic ways to support financial markets and help restart the economy. Second countervailing force is the fiscal stimulus. As the governor mentioned, we don't know what the ultimate plan, we don't know what the exact plan is today, and we don't know what will eventually come out of Congress. But press reports suggest something on the order of $750 billion in fiscal stimulus activities spread over 2 years. And if that money were to be allocated to the states on a per capita basis, Georgia would get a little bit over 3% of it, which translates into about $11.9 billion per year, or about 3% of our GDP. So a significant fiscal stimulus impact on the state. And then the final countervailing force is falling oil prices or falling commodity prices. This just shows oil and gasoline prices. And crude oil peaked at over $145 a barrel, now trading under $40 a barrel, so a decrease of well over $100 per barrel. And if you take the peak to the trough and multiply that by the annual gasoline sales in Georgia, that translates into about $10.7 billion in annual spending that's freed up by that drop in gasoline prices at the pump. So a significant decrease in pressures on household budgets and business budgets who also buy fuels. So in terms of the scenario that underlies the budget, first, we think the recession will continue through the end of this fiscal year. Job losses will continue, but will begin to moderate. Manufacturing will continue to deteriorate, but we should see recovery in the second half of calendar year fiscal 2009, probably in late third quarter. We expect that recovery to be weak. I think the pressures on consumers from the dramatic fall in wealth suggest that consumer spending will not grow very quickly. That's the biggest share of the economy. And it's important to note that, Chairman Hill mentioned what we talked about last year. The risks to this outlook are pretty large. Policymakers are still struggling to stabilize financial markets. We're a long way from being back to normal. And that turmoil, think of credit as kind of the lubricant for the engine of the economy. And until that lubricant's flowing freely, it's hard to really get the economy stimulated again. The size, timing, and duration of any fiscal stimulus plan is unknown. The longer Congress takes to reach a decision, the longer it takes for any stimulus to affect the economy. And then we're benefiting from this low oil price cycle, but prices could easily spike on geopolitical concerns or any kind of oil supply disruption that would send crude and gasoline prices spiking back up. So I think it's important to recognize that we're forecasting a turning point that's inherently uncertain, and the conditions of this economy make it more uncertain than it would normally be. So let's talk about the estimate. This chart shows first the reported 2008 revenues, the current budget, the amended budget, and then the growth versus the 2008 reported numbers, and then the growth versus the 2009 original budget estimate. And what you can see is that total taxes are now projected to decline about 4.4% over 2008 actuals. Regulatory fees are projected to be down about 4.7%, and total general funds down about 4.4%. Total funds available down about 3.0%. The other funds available include the RSR, not the RSR, I'm sorry, the mid-year adjustment and the $50 million that the governor has recommended for appropriation from the RSR. The other thing to note is that over the January through June time frame, revenue growth of about 5.3% and total general fund revenue will get us to the revenue estimate. So that's kind of our benchmark for the last 6 months. And we're at about 2.7% down so far, and we're projecting to get to minus 4.4% by the end of June. Fiscal year 2010, we're projecting a mild recovery, revenue growth of in taxes of about 2.2%, a large increase in regulatory fees of about 21.3%, and general fund revenues growing about 3.2%. Other fund sources available up substantially, so that total funds available are up by 5.2%. And here we're including about the revenue estimate in the other funds available includes $408 million from the RSR, a mild economic recovery that provides about $368 million in what I would call organic growth in revenue, existing tax streams that will grow by $368 million. And then the healthcare provider strategy and super speeder find will add about $240 million in revenue. That number is the net. That $240 million reflects the net change in all the healthcare provider fees and the super speeder fine from fiscal year 2009. So it's not the sum of the new healthcare provider fees. So that's it. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Senator Hooks has a question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Haggerty, this is my 26th year on this committee, and I have always been amazed at the way people, you and your predecessor, can come up with a revenue estimate and revenue figures. But we appreciate your work and what you're able to do. Now go back, if you would, just a little bit on the revenue estimate for the 10 budget. And the way I look at it is the way I analyzed it, and correct me if I'm wrong, you basically got sales tax flat.
Yes.
You've got corporate income taxes at a decrease of 15 to 20%. And then you've got, but yet you've got individual income taxes increasing by about 6% at around $500 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When unemployment is the highest it's been since the economic depression, and in some areas of this state, much worse than it is nationally and statewide, I don't understand, and maybe you can enlighten us, how you could have flat sales tax, a decrease in corporate sales tax, 15 to 20%, but yet increase individual income taxes by $500 million. I mean, by $500 million.
Let's take it a piece at a time. First, the unemployment rates are extremely high and projected to continue to go up. But keep in mind that unemployment's a lagging indicator, so the economy should recover before unemployment starts to decrease. Second, sales tax stays low because we see very low growth in durable spending, autos and the such, and the housing market. Corporate tax continues to decline because of the net, essentially their ability to carry losses forward and continue to offset losses against tax obligations. And then the individual income tax begins to grow again because employment begins to grow, and the forecast we're using assumes recovery in asset market values. And it's those two things combined that begin to show up in revenue growth. The other thing is we'll be comparing to very weak results in the second half of this year. We're projecting revenue growth year over year in the individual income tax side to decline, continue to decline through the end of the year. So we'll be comparing to much lower growth benchmarks on that category.
Thank you very much. One other little follow-up. Now, according to your figures up here, number 3 would account for about $240 million. If we couple that, and I assume this would be safe to say when, the economic recovery package passes in Washington, those are going to be the major two factors that this General Assembly will have to consider in the future budget.
That's not my. I think Trey Childress or some of the OPB staff would have to work with you on that.
I'll say that for Trey. Thank you.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got a question under number 3, carried just a step further. Do you have the numbers on the breakdown of the health care provider tax, what it's estimated, and the super speeder? You got those breakdowns?
I don't have them with me. Those numbers are produced by the agencies responsible for those activities, the revenue estimates associated with those fees. The super speeder fine is about $23 million.
You think it'd probably be best if I just held my questions to OPB till they come up on
Correct.
The questions I have about the provider tax?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Senator Henson, you have a question?
Thank you. Doctor, just on your part on the riskiness, you said there's risk that the stimulus package may be late, that we may not develop. You know, I've heard different people, some of them lay people that may not know anything, but often predict this is going to be much more severe. Do you think the fundamentals of the economy are such that we're just looking at a deeper, normal, longer recession, or has our infrastructure of manufacturing and our trade deficits and other things led to a weaker state of the economy that could make this much worse and longer term than, we're much worse in longer term than what you've talked about?
I think the main factor that would push the recession deeper and longer than the scenario we've outlined here would be two factors, really. One would be continued inability of policymakers to right financial markets. So until the financial markets improve a little more, it's going to be hard to get to a point where the economy grows consistently. And the second would be the absence of a fiscal stimulus plan. Fiscal stimulus can't be the savior of everything, but when you have a large gap between output and potential output, you sometimes need something to push that production level closer to the potential capability. I think this is probably a time where we really need that.
Representative Lucas.
Let me ask you something. If we did something else, for instance, we have a surplus of $1.2 billion, and say if this General Assembly say let's take $1 billion of the 1.2 and let's plug the gap in amended 09 and 10. And then we come up with new ways of revenue, because personal income has been gone down. It's down to about 5.2% if you look at the overall growth. And we have a growing state. I think we're the third largest growing state in the Southeast. So we're bringing in people. And if we come up with new revenues and plug the holes up in amended 09 and in 10, we do some cutting, but plug it up with $1 billion. And if your projection is correct that toward the end of the fiscal year we will start seeing a jump or a spike, wouldn't it be better to do that than to wait to come to 2011 and then turn around and have to cut another $2 billion?
That's a hard question to answer, because a lot of it depends on perspectives about what can be done on the expenditure side. But from my perspective, the key issue or the key statement you said was if your projections are right. And as Senator Hill noted, last year they were not. And there is that risk that, as he just brought up, that the economy doesn't really recover, that the economy or the recession is longer, deeper than we've anticipated here, and that by spending reserves early, you're really putting yourself in that box the governor talked about earlier, that you get in a situation where you have run out of options. By deferring using the reserve until 2010, you give yourself more flexibility and more time to maneuver depending on how the economy evolves over time.
You wouldn't say we're already in a box right now?
Well, it depends on how big a box. Box sizes are different. So it may be a box, but I think it could be even tighter still.
Senator Smith, you have a question?
Chairman, Doctor, if the state receives additional federal funding through Medicaid or some other federal stimulus money, would you have and the executive branch have a revised revenue estimate that would be adjusted upwardly to give some room in our budget, or would the money be treated as surplus to the current revenue estimate rolling into the revenue shortfall reserve fund?
Ultimately the governor would make that decision. I thought he had said at one point that he would be amenable to including some of that money, at least directly in the revenue estimate, but that is a decision he would ultimately make. Presumably at the same time we would be checking to see, we've got this injection of funds from the federal government. We'd also be looking at the other revenue sources to see how they're performing against the revenue estimate and to see where that would leave us on net.
But even if we receive additional funding, unless and until that revenue estimate is revised, we have to balance the number he's given us regardless of whether we receive additional funding from the feds.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Ken, looks like that's the last question. We thank you very much.
Thank you
for coming today. And I hope you're right. Thank you.
I do too.
I wouldn't let him have a copy of that.
Have a lovely time.
She looks familiar. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to make it if we have this every time we change speakers. So please hold it down. Let's get on with our next speaker.
Come on.
Okay, Mark Graham with the Department of Revenue. Mark, welcome.
Thank you for having the department today, and thank you for allowing me to present before you. We're passing out a copy of the presentation so we can have questions now, tonight, tomorrow, whenever you'd like. First, I want to quickly go through a number of processing improvements and efficiencies we've engaged in the last 4 years. If you ever wonder what over 1 million tax returns looks like at tax day, this first picture on the left, if you wonder why we can't find your return, that's what it used to look like in the processing center. If you tour the processing center today, you'll see this is the way it's organized and the way things move through there. Page 4, you'll see the picture on the left. As little as 4 years ago, that's what the processing mail open and sort people had to operate off of. Desks that were over 50 years old and didn't have enough sorting bins to properly sort mail, so we'd have to do multiple sorts on the same documents. Today, you can see they operate with modern sorting technology you'll find at the IRS or any bank lockbox operation. You'll also see the deployment of mail extraction scanners that allow us to do optical character recognition. It improves the efficiencies it nearly triples the efficiency of each tax examiner as we go through processing and scanning of documents and scanning checks. The next picture is what the processing center used to look like in the data entry section. If anybody's ever done any hand motion studies, you'll see that this is not an efficient way to operate. They now have workspaces nearly twice to 3 times that large, and more often than not, they're dealing, at least in the individual world, with electronic returns that eliminate the need to be parsing through all this paper that you see before you. Another item just for cultural purposes and the change we've done culturally, the employees used not to have a break room at the processing center where they could even go and see daylight during the course of a day. The rest of the building doesn't have windows in it, so we took the former division director's office and converted it into a break room for the employees. Anybody who's ever visited the tag and title operation, you'd see there are drastic changes down there. In the past, on the picture on the left, if you came to the department for a new tag or title and you were missing a document, you needed a fax, you needed a dealer number, we would send the taxpayer away to the local library to get any of those or to go back to the dealer. Today, with the customer service front, you'll see fax machines, computers where they can go online, get email, get documents. We'll contact dealers for them. And the idea is to reduce the number of transactions going through the department and reduce the number of visitors so that we resolve it on the first interaction, not send them away unsatisfied. One of the biggest things we've done in the last year has outsourced the processing of tax payments. Where on estimated payments and withholding tax payments, where there's no specific taxpayer data attached to that, we've outsourced that to commercial bank, which now does over 500,000 items a year for us, and that has sped collections greatly. The governor called me 4 weeks ago after he made his quarterly estimated payment, and he wasn't sure if it mailed Saturday night or Monday morning, but it cleared Tuesday night. And I think he was somewhat pleased about that, but you can confirm that with him when you see him. Another thing we're trying to do is make things more efficient and effective for taxpayers and their consultants and advisors. From 2000 to 2003, only 87 regulations in the department were updated. Most of those were legislatively driven that came to the department. Since that time, we've updated and improved 423 regulations to try to make it easier for people to operate with the department or within the industry that they operate. One initiative that the legislature has funded in previous years is the deployment of wireless computer tablets that allow tax agents and alcohol agents to interact real-time with the department's computer systems when they're in the field. That increases their productivity 4 and 5 times in some cases, especially for alcohol agents who can interact with a licensee. If there's a reason to cite them for something, they can actually print the citation on the spot. If we're dealing with the revenue agent and a taxpayer, they actually go real-time online and see what documents the department has rather than have the taxpayer have to produce something once we get on site, making them more productive too. This has been a very effective program for us. In the state of affairs, tax delinquencies are growing substantially. In the period from January of 2008 to July of 2008, they've increased over $200 million. It's back now to $1.6 billion in delinquencies. On the next slide, you can see that a lot of this growth has come in delinquencies has come in corporate income tax, individual income, and withholding. And the estimated number of taxpayers, most of the growth has come in withholding, where employers are misappropriating withholding tax collected from their employees. At the same time, you can see from our growth in liens issued that we've not backed off in our efforts to collect. All the activity we've done to try to reduce our budget expenses and our actual expenses, we've not let that stand in the way of collections. In fiscal 2008, liens issued increased 64% over 2007. If you go to our website today, you'll see over 2,000 pages of tax liens issued against taxpayers in the state. And that's an excessive number, I think, in anybody's book. I've talked to you often about the collection initiatives that we instituted over the course of the last 4 years. This is just an update that those initiatives have now yielded over $455 million in past due collections. As to another look at our efficiencies, if you look at state budgeted dollars for the department in tax collection, in 2004 it cost us slightly less than 6/10 of a penny to collect each dollar. Today it costs us under 0.5 cents, half of 1 cent to collect for each dollar we collect. That's a 19% increase in efficiencies. And as far as the revenue collected, in 2004, for every dollar spent, we collected 169. Today, we collect over $210 per dollar spent. Some of the challenges that the department faces today and aren't dissimilar from the IRS. The IRS recently reported they've had a 4.5% drop in collections, or $56 billion. Collections from audits and other areas are down. And the instances of fraudulent refunds, they've encountered over $1.2 billion, and those are actual numbers that they can validate, not projections or estimates. To combat that, they've increased their tax preparer penalties to combat the increase in fraud. We do not have any fraudulent preparer penalties that we will again seek in legislation this year. And what we're after here is not people who make mistakes and returns. We're after people who get school system lists with parents and children's Social Security number, with people going to an instant refund place, getting the refund, walking out the door and having the tax preparation service add extra exemptions and deductions to the return and claim a bigger refund. And our only recourse today is against the taxpayer. It's not against the person who prepared it. We're working on a case right now with the Secret Service out of Alabama where a group of people have gotten prisoner lists from the prison where the prisoner's name, ID, and Social Security number listed in the prison. They take that and they start sending non-resident partial year refund requests to the state. We know we lost $1 million to that, and that's on top of our efforts to block refund fraud, which have blocked over 32,000 refunds in the last 2 years and saved over $25 million in the computer checks and scans that we do to avoid that through our litigation and investigation division. We've also increased our activity in trying to prosecute people for criminal tax evasion. We've had 10 people under indictment. We've had 5 guilty pleas, and 6 more cases are pending before grand juries. And again, these aren't people that are making mistakes on returns. These are people that are multi-year non-filers that we continue to face. Another activity that's a continuous challenge that keeps us from getting as efficient as we'd like to be and could be are frivolous tax positions. During the last election cycle, a county employee from DeKalb County contacted my office and wanted us to remove a lien. And we just don't do that until the lien's satisfied. So we looked further into it, and it turns out that that employee had taken the position that they didn't owe any withholding tax, and the county had allowed them to do that. So we wrote this county CEO, and the county CEO actually answered the question. He came back with 30 employees that the county had endorsed not withholding any income tax from them. And these are full-time employees. So we took the next step and wrote 20 jurisdictions and asked them, how many full-time employees you have not, or allowing them to claim no withholding. And you can see the results here. These are just a sampling of 20 jurisdictions. 291 people are taking a pass on income tax. And you can look on the right side, you can see those non-responders that won't even answer the question, like City of Atlanta and City of Savannah. That's what's wrong with withholding tax collection today, things like that. Another frivolous position that we've encountered in the last year, pending litigation. We've got a Georgia resident with $100 million of taxable income, forms an S corp with his brother living in Florida, who's a 1% holder. The brother refuses to sign a consent to Georgia taxation, so they take the position no tax in Georgia is owed. The Chattooga County Court, state court, sided with the taxpayer. We lost $9 million because the judge didn't even open the documents, and we were lucky to get the Court of Appeals to accept the case. That's what we're doing, that's what we're having to combat. In the motor vehicle world, we have challenges as well. You'll see that our annual budget for tag production is $2 million. We sell over $5 million worth of tags a year than what it costs to manufacture them. The tag program itself generates over $200 million a year. The problem that we're having is the model is broken. We're responsible for paying for the production without being able to control the production cost or what we're charged. And we can't replenish the inventory at the current rate. We'll run out of tags later this spring. GCI, Georgia Correctional Industries, was given instruction in the last budget cycle to produce $2.9 million worth of tags, so we would not run out this year. They have failed to do any of that. Commissioners Donald and Owens have been very cooperative and very helpful. That's not the problem. The problem is with the model. And because of the state code requires us to buy tags from GCI, we're in the process of issuing an RFP nationwide to any state or private company that thinks they can do it more effectively and more cheaply than we're currently paying today. The budget reduction impacts, you can see the 6, 10, and 8%, 6, 8, and 10% plans we've submitted to the governor, roughly $6.5 million, $8.5 million, $11 million. The impact of that's going to be as follows. In tax processing, it's a 36% reduction in temp labor of 155 people. We already cut out the second and third shift back in September in order to make it through the budget number for 2009. What that's going to do as we get into busy season is slow processing down 3 months. And you can see the derivation of that number there. In the tax compliance area, you can see that we have 44 unfilled positions today. Each revenue agent produces, on average, $800,000 in collection. And this is after somebody's filed or not filed a return. When we have to engage people one-on-one to collect a delinquency, each of those agents collect over $800,000 a year. Each auditor collects over $1 million a year. Under the current 8% instruction that we're willingly participating in because it's our job and it's our obligation, at the current run rate, it will require us to do in a department-wide 8 furlough days. Each 8 furlough days saves the department $2 million. On an average collection of $17.8 million a day, those 8 furlough days are going to cost us $142 million in lost revenue, most of which will push into fiscal 2010 before this year ends. And you can see in the subsequent pages the derivation of how we get to that number and the productivity that was related to it. So at the end of the day, at the current 8% reduction rate, the processing is going to slow 3 months. It's going to slow refunds by 3 months, at least for paper returns. Electronic refunds will go through smoothly as always, but the paper-based ones will take substantially longer. The average refund in Georgia is a little over $650. I think most constituents and most of our customers would rather have that sooner than later. And you can see again that the 8 furlough days will save us $2 million in the department's budget, but will end up costing us $142 million in collections. Additional revenue impacts would just exacerbate some of the issues I just mentioned to you if we were to go further than the 8% that we're operating under today. Now, in lieu of this, some of the revenue opportunities that are out there, again, sometimes involve frivolous transactions. One of them would be the current loophole for captive real estate investment trusts. And it's a fairly technical transaction, but the simplification of it is, it's the essence of allowing anybody in Georgia to declare themselves a non-resident and not be subject to tax in Georgia. What happens there are companies form their own company in Delaware in a non-corporate tax state, transfer all the intellectual property, all of their assets to that jurisdiction, and then the home-based company pays that company royalty payments in exchange for use of the property and the intellectual property. And all it does is shift income, taxable Georgia income, to a non-taxable jurisdiction. And so it's just a matter of policy. Many states have moved to close these loopholes. Georgia's not. Now, this is only captive within the same organization or control group. These aren't legitimate investor-owned real estate investment trusts that own apartment complexes and in some cases hotel chains. Another area that has some room for consideration is the vendor compensation that we pay retailers to collect sales tax for us. Currently, the rate Georgia pays vendors in sales tax is in the 95th to 98th percentile nationwide as to being the highest paid. You could reduce that to the 70th percentile, still be one of the leading ones in the country, and cutting it to 70th percentile would generate a little over $22 million a year in savings to the state. More telephonic and computer electronic filing would save the department substantial money that we then could take out of the processing universe and put into tax compliance and customer service. We are not interested in making somebody go get a computer that doesn't have one. That's why we have a telephonic service for them to use it if they don't. But it is an area where there's great opportunities to save time, money, and service to everybody. And when people get used to using these electronic services or telephonic services, the math is done for them. The likelihood of transposition errors goes away greatly, and because the return isn't accepted until it's accurately calculated. Much like if you order something online or through a catalog, unless the math is right, the service won't accept your order. And then the other thing that's been in the department budget for years is the department's and state's funding of local tax officials. It's over $5.1 million a year. And in many of these cases, these same tax officials are participating in the local county plan as well as the state plan. And the state is paying the full retirement benefits, employer portion for these folks at $5.1 million a year. And some of them are receiving over $13,000 a month through this option. And again, the derivation is in subsequent pages. Again, with the last points I just made, some of the detail and background behind that is in the subsequent pages, and there are some addendum pages in the presentation. We're happy to take questions now or throughout the committee hearings, and thank you for having us today.
Thank you very much. Representative Shaw, just let me get you on here. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Graham, explain to me again what you were talking about, that we're paying local tax officials for their retirement plan?
That's correct. In their role as agents of the state in administering the property tax system and in administering motor vehicle tag issuances, they're deemed agents of the state, and that's my understanding of where that came from.
So they also involve like a county that's got their own retirement system. They have a county retirement system, and we're paying in. Is that the tax commissioner or all those that's in the tax office?
It's the tax commissioner and a number of their employees. I can't say that it's every one of them because of temp labor and things like that.
Do you have a breakdown on that you could share with us, please?
We're in the process of putting it together. It's a complicated process. We can't just go to the employee retirement system and extract the specific employees. They're engaging with the Department of Audits to find out which counties have their own plans and which counties are in the ERS plan, and then we'll be able to triangulate and identify the exact number of employees.
Well, I think it would be interesting for us to see that too. Thank
If you look at the withholding world as well, they're both very interesting. Thanks.
Senator Williams.
Commissioner, up here.
Oh, sorry.
Appreciate the hard work you do. And you were going through this pretty fast, and when you went over the page 23 where the local government employees the counties were not withholding state income tax on them, and you were asking for more information, and the counties would not give you that. Is that what you were saying?
No response. But I had some help with the City of Atlanta just the other day. One of the councilmen contacted me Friday to ask for some sales tax derivation number on historical sales tax, and so I told that councilman I'd be happy to answer his question, which we'll do early this week, and maybe he could help us out and get the city to respond to our request. That's often the response we get.
Are they obligated to withhold?
Yes, if they're a full-time employee, the only way you'd not be obligated or subject to withholding is if you made below the minimum threshold subject to taxation. Okay. And it's hard to believe any full-time employee of any of these jurisdictions are making below that.
Now would be a good time of the year to re-ask that question since we're.
Well, this has all been done in the last 2 months, okay. And the follow-on requests are in process.
Commissioner, I don't know. I mean, I know you're going after all the tax money that's out there, and each of us have, I'm sure, individual stories. But I had a constituent that's a business owner that had a revenue agent show up at their business at closing on Friday a few weeks back to collect $2.21, and he finally proved to her that he didn't owe it. But is there any level? And Senator Goggins just had an equal story. Is there any way you can?
I can promise you, looking at the $1.6 billion in delinquencies, that should be on nobody's priority screen to show up at somebody's house or their business to collect that. Ed Maney, who's our compliance director and deputy commissioner, is in the audience, and I'm sure he will be all over that for me by tomorrow morning, because we got plenty to do than to mess with things like that. Unfortunately, we terminate a number of employees every year for inappropriate activity. Trying to collect is not inappropriate, but if there was another reason why they may have contacted that person that's outside the scope of their job, that can lead to immediate termination. So,
well, I mean, I don't. It just appears to me if it's below a certain amount of money, if it's below the cost of a stamp, you don't mail it, and if it's below the cost to go out there and get it, you don't go get it.
It's a big deal to me how people get treated and what the expectation is. On the flip side of it is, if it's below a threshold, we'll wait till it gets to another threshold. We won't give them a pass, because if we gave 4.5 million taxpayers a $2 haircut, it starts to add up. Yeah. So we can't leave the expectation that they can take a pass on it. Right. But we should not be going to their business on that kind of case.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, notice that y'all are talking about privatizing the salvage inspection division. Could you tell us a little bit about that? Since it is the only thing I see that's correct in here, it is a state-sponsored monopoly.
Sure. If you pull the addendum page up, there's a slide or two in the addendums, which is at the back of the presentation, that explains that. What the question is privatizing salvage inspections activity in the state. And going through our budget process with the governor, I came to a conclusion looking at that. What we have salvage inspectors that travel the state. They principally go to 6 salvage inspection stations that are state-sponsored monopolies. If you have a car to be salvaged, you take it to the station. We show up, we inspect it. The vehicle owner pays $100. They pay the guy that owns the lot a fee too. We also go to other businesses. But my point to the governor was, we don't inspect houses, which are everybody's single biggest capital expenditure. And this is certainly something that can be done by the private sector at the end of the day. What we want to do is to preserve the principles that we try to keep safe cars on the road and keep auto theft down. But right now, a car being salvaged or repaired has to pass an emission inspection before it's sold to the next party. And they already collect the VIN numbers for all the parts that are used in that. We can create an electronic file, an electronic application where we still are the clearinghouse for those transactions, but we're not doing the work. That somebody else could do that better for us. Someone told me that these things first got set up in the 80s, and they were supposed to be for customer service convenience. Well, my mother's from southeast Georgia, and I have no problem with any of southeast. I love southeast Georgia, but one of them's in Hazelhurst. That's 30 miles from the nearest interstate. I mean, they're not necessarily there for people's convenience. And it's just something that can be done better in the private sector. Does that partially address it?
Further question. Currently, under state law, originally the salvage inspectors, the reason it went to that system of different locations at some of these shops was that under state law, under the salvage laws, was that the inspectors went to the individual shops or the residences to inspect those vehicles. And just interested in how this change of policy is going to affect all of that.
Well, that activity still goes on. Our same inspectors also have a book of business where they travel elsewhere in the state. I mean, they're driving hundreds of thousands of miles a year to do inspections that last less than 5 minutes a car. And again, I would just submit to you that that's something that could best be done by the private sector to still ensure safety. I mean, I was in a conversation with the inspectors the other day to discuss this issue with them. And one of them noted that they spent 2.5 hours the other day trying to explain to somebody who put a Volkswagen and a motorcycle together what they had made. Well, a mechanic needs to be doing that in the private sector. We don't need to be telling somebody what they built. I think they have an obligation to make sure people are safe on the road.
Commissioner, and I guess bottom line, are y'all talking about getting rid of the inspectors in their entirety, or just getting rid of these stations that are being rented out?
We're talking about getting out of responsibility for doing the inspections, but having a private sector solution, and we have a model of how it could be deployed in the private sector. Now, it would not, in my vision, it would not be like auto emissions where we do an RFP and then we control who does the inspection. It's that if people want to be inspectors, if they want to provide that service to buyers and sellers of vehicles, that they would have a certain list of regulations that they would have to follow to be in the business. And if they broke that, there'd be a local law enforcement jurisdiction issue, not a state jurisdiction issue, to chase all these transactions around. But my view of it is it's a great capitalistic opportunity for people who already know the business to do it under their own guise and their own service delivery model rather than meeting our statutory requirements, because I can promise you in a 5-minute inspection or less, nobody's really getting a good test on whether it was rebuilt properly and is safe to be on the road, because they're not test driving these cars. And I guess the final point is that each one of these inspections is $100. I think somebody told me that the math was over the years they've collected $7 million. Well, every auditor we hire is going to collect $1 million 1 year alone. Every tax agent is going to collect $800,000. So if it's an order of magnitude of what you can collect and what the priorities are of what you go after, something that can be done by the private sector, I just think doesn't make sense for us to be in that business. Plus having the liability of people on the road, it's a terrible lifestyle.
Senator Lucas.
Commissioner, on salvage vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Now, according to the law and what was changed, you used to go to the inspection station. They had one down in Perry, and you had a trooper down there, and you had somebody that knew something about the automobile. You had to take a picture while it was damaged, and then you take it down there and they inspect it based on the pictures you had and what was put together. And then we came back and changed the law and said, now you got to have a salvage license in order to do it. Outside of, if you were the individual owner and you were fixing it for yourself, then you didn't have to have a salvage license to do it, but you had to be fixing the car for yourself. You couldn't be fixing it to resale. Now, are you saying that now the private sector needs to handle that? They've already changed the law and made it where they can make all the money. Now you're saying the private sector needs to handle that and take little people who trying to put something together so they can ride back and forth to work and not have a car. No, you're saying they need to take it over rather than you have it?
No, I'm saying that person, if he fixes his own car, he ought to be able to just fix his own car, get a title for it, and drive down the road.
Yeah, but right now it has to be inspected. I have no problem with a salvage vehicle because once the car is wrecked, on the insurance company, prior to we changing the law, the insurance company, you used to just buy your car back from the insurance company, and you had the title. Now they issue a salvage title, which means then you have to take it and have it inspected prior to putting it back on the road.
Yeah, excuse me, would you like to wish Mr. Smith happy birthday? Since he just
Now might be a good time.
yeah, I'm gonna come back to you. No, I'm still a supporter of that person being able to get his vehicle inspected so he can get it back on the road, and that there would be inspectors that work for private inspection companies that could come to his location and certify his vehicle. And I'm happy to spend time with you afterwards.
Well, we'll talk about it because now you want it to cost us an arm and a leg to do it rather than the state making sure that it's safe to put the vehicle back on the road.
Well, right now what's happening is that person's paying the state $100, and he's paying a salvage station, if he takes it there, a fee that's not controlled by statute. And when we first started talking about problems with this state-sponsored monopoly, if you will, some people double their fees right away. And this has never gone out for an RFP as to who should be entitled to operate these stations. And so you could put in the legislation that could control how much could be charged for these inspections. And that would be the simplest way to make sure people are treated fairly for what they're getting. And we have guidance on that that we've already drafted. It's not a bill. It's just an outline of a business model that we think would work and preserve those other things in the marketplace that would also keep us in compliance with other federal highway safety standards that we need to be concerned about.
Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I on? I've got a comment, I guess, and a question. And I guess I'll do the comment first, and I want to make sure I understand your data. But when you use the term in here, collections, I'm assuming that you mean legitimately owed taxes that are just yet to be collected, that
yes,
they are determined to be owed, and that total right now is almost $1.6 billion to the state of Georgia.
That's correct. Unlike what you see coming out of the IRS, where they're obligated to look at not only past dues, but also the undiscovered market, if you will, waiter, waitress's income, other things. These are known liabilities where a proposed an official assessment or a lien have been issued.
And I guess my comment is this, and I don't know that anybody has ever made a logical argument to me of the policy to furlough or to cut the budget of those people in state government that are vested with a responsibility of collecting. Can you imagine how many of these budget challenges we wouldn't have to be dealing with if we just had half of that $1.6 billion? And yet, by your data, by complying with the furloughs, we're losing something like 70 to 1, and we're saving 1 to losing 70, and I just don't get how anybody anywhere, anytime, thinks that makes sense. That's, if I'm in a business going bankrupt, it's like, since I don't have too many people there that day, I'll ask my customers not to come buy from me. I mean, that to me is absurd. That's my comment. I'll let you sit on that for a minute. I just don't understand why we're doing that. It goes against every logical inference that I know. But beyond that, integrated tax system. We've got estimates for what additional auditors can do for us in collections. We've got estimates of what our loss of collection is going to be from furloughs. Do you have any data or any experience from other states that have gone to an integrated tax system, which I know you're working on diligently as we speak, as to what efficiencies or additional collection enhancements we can expect when that's complete?
If you look in the addendum pages, let's see, it's page 45. Oh, no, where's the chart? excuse me, it's page, well, I'm sorry, we don't have it in here. It's on page 47, what you'll see there is a 5-year return on investment for the data warehouse project. We have a similar one for the integrated tax, and we will get that redistributed to you. The ask that we have in this year's budget is consistent with what we said the 5-year plan would be when we started it two sessions ago. What's in the process of doing is tying together 23 different systems where you have if the taxpayer calls the department and say they're a corporate taxpayer, they have a withholding tax question, income tax question, a sales tax question. The examiner or the agent has to log into 3 different systems in and out to see if everything's clear. I'm sure you've all heard stories before. Well, the agent told me everything was taken care of, and the next week we got a notice from a different tax type. It's because they can't do what I call relationship banking that all the banks provide you now. This is what the system's doing. The first rollout goes live later this fall, later this spring or early summer. That's going to be sales tax and withholding tax, and next is corporate tax to tie those together. And then we'll move to integrating the individual income tax, which will address better service for S-corps, LLPs, LLCs, and individuals like that. What that does is it reduces the length of time on the phone for agents. It makes sure agents are available to talk to somebody the first time they call. We've moved to first call resolution, working with Joe Doyle's group in the last 2 years. We've deployed new call system software and hardware in both taxpayer services and in the motor vehicle unit to improve productivity. That will ultimately free people up and resource up to move them into the tax compliance world. So again, the whole effort, and at the first page of the addendums, it speaks to what the overall strategies are and what we're trying to do. And that is, you can keep doing things the way you've always been doing them, just ask for more time, money, and people, which isn't a winning strategy in this administration or in this legislative body. Or you can look for better ways to do what you're doing. And we also look for ways to make work go away. And part of the earlier comment about cutting where you're collecting money, it does force us to go back and try to rethink why we're doing things, and is there a better way to do it? Can we make errors go away in processing, which reduces the number of phone calls? A furlough day will be 2,000 unanswered phone calls in their taxpayer services call centers in a given day. At the same time, if we don't make an error during April 15th of a certain type that includes a batch process, we could eliminate 20, 30,000 phone calls before it's over with. That makes us better and makes us available to answer somebody's call on the first try. We've also shifted all of our work hours. We had, over time, we'd migrated, over 20 years, where some people were working more or less at their leisure as opposed to when the customers. We've now analyzed when the customers are calling and that we have the appropriate staff, and we measure the time allocation and utilization where they're actually on the phone systems to talk to taxpayers when they call. Historically, you could see a lot of employees leaving the department after a full work day at 3:30 and 4 in the afternoon. Well, from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, somewhere between 20 and 25% of all of our calls come in. Now, last year, Taxpayer Services received over 1.5 million phone calls. Our first task is to eliminate the unnecessary, which we believe is probably in the 200,000 to 300,000 were hang-ups because nobody answered the phone fast enough or they couldn't get it resolved. And then the next is to make it simpler on people. And these electronic systems, computer systems, and interactive voice response telephonic systems allow you to put the information in correctly the first time so there's not a transposition error that gets rejected later in processing. That may take 6, 7, or 8 people by the time it's mail open and sorted and data entered than if it's just transmitted to us and it's processed.
Representative Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I wanted to ask a question off of your page 27 concerning the Georgia correctional industry's ability, or appears to ability to produce them for tax. Can you tell us what's going on there, and is this just happening now, has it been going on for some time, and you're just bringing it to our attention?
I don't know if it's an inability other than not doing it. I do know that 3 to 4 years ago there was a $25 to $26 million surplus there. Last year there was still a $7 to $8 million surplus there. At the same time, we were having to receive whatever price they gave us for a price of a tag. I don't think it's the Department of Revenue's responsibility to employ prisoners stamping metal. We'd like to go to a digital flat plate design where they can, those that are involved in it actually engage in some computer activity so they have a transferable skill when they leave the system. It's just not happening. I mean, when motor vehicle came back to the Department of Revenue in July 1, 2005, I pulled off the interstate one day on the way to Augusta with 6 or 7 staff members, and we walked through the motor vehicle warehouse. In that warehouse, we found over 400 personal computers sitting there, brand new, never been deployed, that were part of a failed RFP. We had people in motor vehicle at Tradeport working off old IBM 283 computers that wouldn't open Excel spreadsheet while those computers sat there. There were over 2.5 million pre-manufactured tags sitting in that warehouse. It took us 2.5 years to issue all those tags. There's still in the thousands of specialty tags that were pre-manufactured that will never sell because of the stale dated design that's on them that we're having to eat. At the same time, people were saying they didn't have enough money to pay staff to give good customer service back to them. Now, this is totally separate from the driver's license. Greg Dozier's obviously done a phenomenal job. It's been recognized internationally. This is just in the tag world, that the model doesn't put responsibility where it should. If we're responsible for marketing them and issuing them along with the county officials, we ought to be responsible for the manufacturing and let people competitively bid for them in order to provide a good service and make sure we're getting the most effectiveness for the money spent on it.
So are you saying that there's a management problem with GCIC to produce those tags efficiently?
I'm not going to come to that conclusion because I'm not involved in the management. I'm just saying the model is broken. Mm-hmm. The model is broken that they can bill their customer, and there's a law that says I have to buy it from them.
Yeah, it's amazing to me that a private company would be able to compete with what would appear to be free labor from the Department of Corrections. So it'll be interesting to see what the RP does.
Well, labor might be free, but other products that go into it and the ultimate delivery of it is another thing. And the tag design time is well, too. If you design a tag now, even since we've acquired software at our expense, and we do it out of the department now rather than relying on them, the tag design to where you can actually get a tag approved and for a special interest group can take 6 to 7 months. With the right digital platforms, you could do it in a number of days to get it out there. And then we could move more to direct delivery to people. I'm not going to allow a prisoner to do a direct delivery, shipping a specialty tag to someone individual's home and have that information out there. But I would offer the department should be able to do that in order to get better service and sell more specialty tags where they're paying an extra $25 a year to have that tag.
Thank you much.
Representative Maxwell? No? Okay. Representative Martin. Let me get you going here.
I'm sure your microphone's on.
Thank you. Commissioner, you mentioned, going back to the case on the pending litigation, just to draw your attention to that side, the question is, how many cases do we have pending? I mean, how many cases do we litigate a year, and what's our batting average? What percentage of those do we win on first, Superior Court, as opposed to ones that go all the way to a Court of Appeals or Supreme Court? I mean, how do we decide on a cost basis of what we litigate, what we don't? It goes back to your question of we're not going to, chase somebody for $2, as the President of the Senate said that somebody came to those folks' house for $2 in the afternoon. How many cases do we litigate? What's the cost involved, and what's our win-loss record?
Well, the slides you're referring to are criminal tax evasion cases. And those are the worst of the worst as far as the activity going on. They're not necessarily dollar-based. And I can assure you, if there was a standard for the dollar base of that word would get out of the department in no time, and people would know as long as they keep their case under that level, we'd never prosecute it. We are batting 100% on the criminal cases that we've made. And because we don't take them to the law department unless there are so many, we could never take them all, given the size of the department today. And so the ones we take to the law department are made cases that we know we are going to win. Now, if you're talking about just other general court or corporate tax cases that ultimately get litigated where people file suit against us on a tax position, there's dozens of those every year.
Yeah, what I was trying to get at, kind of going from the side of when the Department of Law comes in, we have the SAG, the Special Attorneys General, that we hired additional ones. Do you use them, or do you use attorneys from Revenue? And to follow this, is this case that you mentioned, is this filed by a DA? Is this a criminal case?
What slide are you on?
The pending litigation you mentioned about the $100 million taxation.
No, that's a general tax case that the law department's representing the department on.
So that's not a criminal case. That's a civil case.
No.
Okay. That's what I was getting at. Is how many of these do we have? I'm trying to get, I guess, on your budget and the Attorney General's budget about the SAG, the Special Attorneys General, and that we added more of those in the budget last year. The idea being that we would provide departments such as yours in-house representation rather than having to go outside. And the question is, how many of those are we litigating? Are you getting attorneys from the Attorneys General, or are you getting having to get outside counsel?
It's rare that we use a special attorney general on cases like that. There are individual tax cases where there are disputes that special attorney generals are used, and they're hired by the law department, generally working in concert with us. But that's rare, and that's not a large item. The larger cases where we use special attorney generals, they're rare. I mean, there's only a couple a year at most. The last one that we did, I have a current recommendation in front of Attorney General Baker to do one now. The last one we did was on our work with MCI WorldCom a few years ago. I was first encouraged to settle that on $1.5 million settlement claim. I said no because the precedent, what they took and the position they took and the precedent that would send to the marketplace is unacceptable. We hired a SAG working with the Attorney General. We weren't getting effectiveness from that, and they had a senior partner who wouldn't solve a tax delinquency, and I told the managing partner if he didn't solve his tax problem, I was going to fire them as our SAG. He didn't solve his problem. We fired them as our SAG, and then a revenue lawyer and 2 Department of Law lawyers ultimately collected $39.5 million on that one case.
For the most part, you're using attorneys from the Department of Revenue.
That's great. In concert with once it goes into the court system, we work in concert with the law department. They represent us, and it's a very good relationship.
Representative Bob Smith. I think Chairman Harbin may want to do something else with it.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Smith, if you would, just for a moment, I want everybody to get an opportunity to wish you a happy birthday, since today is actually your birthday.
Mr. Commissioner, thank you for being here. I had 2 questions. One, in the past we talked about checks that have been sent to revenue from CPAs and bookkeeping services relating to taxes that are owed, and sometimes it may take 2, 3, 4 months before the check's clear, and that causes a problem with clients of the CPAs and the bookkeeping services. That's question number 1. Number 2 is if you would answer to me, what are the, and I got here a little late, so I apologize, and maybe you've already discussed this, but what are the outstanding balances of taxes owed to the state of Georgia? And let me follow up when you get to answering this.
The outstanding known delinquencies, proposed assessments, official assessment, and liens is $1.6 billion, and that's grown over $200 million in the last 6 months that we've measured it. With respect to checks being held or not cleared, we've done a few things. One is we've outsourced to a commercial bank the processing and collection of payments with estimated returns, withholding tax returns, and we're moving now to include sales tax where it's with a coupon, not payments with full returns that has all the taxpayer confidential data on it, that we're still being protective of. This same bank does work for the IRS, and where they get full exposure to everybody's tax information. They're now processing over 500,000 payments a year for us in the model the way it stands today. A comment I made earlier was in the governor's experience, and his 4th quarter payment cleared within 48 hours that I think he was happy about when he called and told me about it. It's not to say it can't happen now. To the separate payments coming with a return under settlement or working with the CPA, those that historically have gotten held up so that we can make sure we applied the payment to the right period. If they didn't write the right period or the right tax type on the check, it gets back to this non-integrated tax system that we're trying to integrate. If that check got processed and got put in the wrong tax type, it'd be a mistake. So now with integrated tax, we won't have to worry about that. We'll be able to see it. But also, we're installing Check 21 software, which the federal government went to a few years ago. Most of the banks have been to in the last few years. It's a $500,000 item to install it and get it working right. We didn't ask for extra budget money in the last 2 years to do this. We've cannibalized it from our own internal process. And what that does is when we receive a check, we can scan it and image it because we now have enough scanners to do these scanners that we use aren't like in your office. If anybody's toured the processing center, they can do hundreds of thousands of documents an hour. We can scan the check immediately, create an ACH out of it, and it never gets presented to the clearing bank. It's an electronic file that sends to the clearing bank, and the money's collected like that, as opposed to taking a 2-day, 4-day, 5-day, 7-day trip to the other bank to be presented and paid. So it's another area of efficiency that we've installed. The Check 21 software inside the house doesn't go live till sometime in March, though.
Okay.
Follow up to the amount of outstanding taxes. What are we going to do about that? If you're not collecting it, and we're in the budget constraints like we are, we're not collecting it at the Revenue Department. Would you be opposed to having the private sector collect it like many other states do, where the monies are collected and within 24 hours the money is turned over to the counties through wire transfers?
Well, I think you're talking about two different things. On the tax delinquencies, we're very aggressive. We can get more aggressive. But if you want me to get real aggressive or you want me to go home, I'll retire after 6 months if you let me collect for profit, because there'll be no penalty waiver, there'll be no nothing. The issue I have with private collectors is, and you then have private arbiters of the tax law, and who's fair, who's not fair, who are they accountable to once you've turned that over. As far as local collection of sales tax, and there's some slides in the addendum to address some of the policy issues behind that. Some of the folks that I've talked to on the issue, they want to be able to go to county commission meetings and talk about how much business somebody's had and have they collected and paid the right amount of sales tax. Well, I don't think anybody at the end of the day really wants that to happen, because that'd be tantamount to me being able to come in here and talk to y'all about, gee, I haven't seen a return from Chairman O'Neill in 3 years. You want to get him to send his check on in? I don't think that's good policy. You would increase collection. I can get real efficient. But individual rights and due process will go right out the window if you go that route.
Representative Black. I'm sorry, Chairman Harmon had a question. You're next, Representative Black.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Just kind of an update, I guess. HTRG, which we did not, the governor has held back in his recommendations on amended. We are looking at ways to try to fund that. If we were successful, how quickly would we be able to get that money back to the school boards and the counties?
Well, for those counties who file their HTRG applications timely, it'd be within days.
Most of them have filed it by now, haven't they?
Well,
because they were expecting this back last year.
Most of it is a relative term, but there's usually always 30, 40, or 50 who don't get it in for over a year after it's due. But by and large, the majority, it would just take a matter of days. Because we don't issue checks on it anymore. As soon as we get the release from OPB, we do an electronic payment, and it's gone.
So it could be in their hands within a week or so once it's been gone through the process and been approved.
Sure. If you don't mind, if I would address something Representative Smith asked, it's sort of on the same lines on getting money back to the counties. In our legislative request, you'll see requests for more, and you see in this presentation, requests for more mandated electronic filing. That's both telephonic, if in case you're not computer active, and computer filing. If we had more mandated electronic filing, we could let people remit sales tax, retailers remit sales tax, and submit the return the last day of the month. And within 3 days or less, we could have the distributions to the counties on a full basis. But we got to get it electronically. If it comes in a paper return, which is currently a 13-page return, it's got tremendous amounts of waste in it. The electronic return that we've built, it only populates for that which is subject to the retailer subject to. So if you're operating in Early County and you only do business in Early County, you only have about 1 page on your return, not the 13 we send you today. So it's to everyone's benefit to do that. But again, we're not interested in mandating that on somebody who's not computer active. That will get money to the counties faster. And we can also give the counties, and which I've given in writing to ACCG, we can begin breaking down further. It's going to take a technology project and a little bit of implementation time where they see the gross collection, the distribution to the county, the refunds that came out of that distribution, as well as any audit collections during that period that affected that number, and that seems to be what a lot of people are after. Then that way you can avoid getting into the public policy debate of, do I want everybody to know my business? If I'm a small proprietor and I'm competing against big box retailers, and that big box retailer happens to sit on county commission, and I know 3 months in a row I'm sucking wind, all I got to do is run a sale for 2 months and I'm out of business. And I really would encourage you to look long and hard at that policy before you open that up. I'm sorry.
One last, this is a different subject. Any ideas what January revenues look like?
I honestly don't. We just got to sales tax day yesterday, and I've been preparing for this and having looked at what today's collections were, which are going to show most of what came in electronic sales tax. And as you know, every $10 million can impact each month's results by 1%.
Right.
And so the last afternoon of the last day of the month, and we issue a refund. And as large as some corporations are in Georgia, and some of the refunds that we end up issuing from time to time, or settlements that or cases we close, it can be a refund swing or payment swing, $20 or $30 million from one individual taxpayer. So we're blessed with a great economy that's 3 times the size of Alabama's. It's 3 times the size of Alabama's retail sales tax collectors. It's a far bigger beast, but some of these companies are so large that they can really swing what the results are for any given month.
Thank you.
Representative Black.
Commissioner, would you comment on your opinion of the amount of fraud and errors that's involved in the collection of sales tax?
In the collection of sales tax?
Yes.
The greatest fraud, in my mind, what I see that you can do systemically is in individual income tax. That's where the worst is. But generally the worst delinquencies in sales tax come from people misappropriating the money. From the second they collect it from their customer, it's state property. So when they use it as working capital and then can't pay it back the next month, they've de facto engaged in criminal activity. And thanks to Representative Houston's legislation a couple years ago, we've actually made some criminal cases where people have knowingly misappropriated and used it to their own benefit, not just to try to keep people employed, but to support their own lifestyle. I could come back to you with an estimate out of the sales tax, out of that $1.6 billion, roughly $300 to $400 million of that is sales tax. I could come back to an estimate for you about that portion, which I think is probably fraudulent, but I'd be guessing at the moment. But it'd be in the tens of millions.
Thank you. Representative Williams, we're slipping behind here. We've got about 3 more questions after this.
I thought my 15 minutes was up a long time ago.
We're going to cut it off here.
I appreciate y'all being willing to talk to us.
We'll honor all the ones we've got, but please don't turn your light on. If you got a question after these, please see Bart afterwards. Representative Williams, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the delay in issuing checks and what you have to do to get them, I continue to get complaints from my cities and counties and the delay of sometimes of 3 months to get the sales tax back to them that they've submitted. Is there any effort to speed up and getting those checks back to them?
I don't know what they're referring to. The process works today. If it's a paper return, a retailer collects it this month, they remit it to us on the 20th of the month, and it goes in the next month's distribution, which is on the 24th of the month. If more electronic filing, if it comes electronically during this month, if it's here before the 24th of the month, it's going to go in this month's distribution to the counties. Where they're getting 3 or 4 months, I'd need them to show me or have them, and we'll give them a breakdown. We just can't tell them which taxpayers paid what money. The confidentiality law doesn't allow us to do that. But we're not holding anybody's money. I can promise you on that issue and an issue that came up a couple years ago about whether or not we were intentionally slowing collections reporting, the department in any government agency is full of people with different philosophical beliefs. And if we were engaged in any intentional activity like that, there are employees there that would gladly want to be the first person to call our friends on the wall over here and report them. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we had a hit and run in our parking lot that hit 8 cars. Turned out it was a DUI blowing .33. It was not a department employee and it wasn't a dissatisfied customer. Fox 5 News was in the parking lot within 5 minutes. They were there before I was even notified and I was in the building. People would call in a second if somebody was holding money. And I would fire anybody in a second that was holding money. And not, what happened in the past, before this administration is the old sales tax division no longer exists. They would actually smooth distributions to the jurisdictions so that there wasn't volatility. And when I found out about the practice, I stopped it. I said, this isn't an allowance. We're not sending an allowance. It's a true economic indicator. Whatever we collect, as soon as we process, we get it back to them. If you give us more electronic mandated filing, we'll get the money back to them within a couple days.
I'll check with them and see.
And I'm happy to meet with them individually to see where they're getting. You know, some people have questioned, how can a loss be different? It's the same penny. Well, the difference is one starts at a different time than the other, and an audit may cover 3 periods. And an audit that ends up with a $20 million settlement, it could cross over both periods, so you don't have the same calculation for the same period of time. So that can make the numbers change, too.
Senator Pearson, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, thank you for being here. Quick question. Are we, when we're looking at the revenue estimates going forward, taking into account the 2-year look back for refunds in particularly industries which have had tremendous job losses and downsizing here in anticipation of how those refunds are going to affect our bottom line going forward for the next year or two?
Refunds from them claiming tax loss carry forwards and things like that. I'm not engaged in the estimate process. You would need to ask Dr. Hegney if he's made an accommodation for that and what impact that might have had.
Okay. Representative Houston.
We can make sure the question gets back to him. Chris, if y'all would record that. Well,
one quick question. On page 23, these towns that did not do withholding, how much money would we collect if they reported and did this correct withholding? How much money are we talking about?
Yeah,
244 employees.
Well, we're just in the initial process. Again, it started during the election cycle. We got the responses in December, and so we're just now in the collection process. But if you figure an average county or municipal employee makes $25,000 or $30,000, maybe some of them are 40 or 50. I mean, and some of the person that brought that this ultimately came out of was a senior county official, so they would have been higher paid in the $70,000 or $80,000 range. So if you extrapolate this statewide, it's not a de minimis amount of money. This is just one sampling of 20 jurisdictions we wrote.
Okay. The next thing, I'm trying to add up if we put the Department of Revenue in full force, how much we could really collect. And by furloughing for 8 days, you would lose $142 million roughly.
Well, we wouldn't lose it forever, but it's like a day at an amusement park. You can't get bad weather day back. It pushes it out.
So that would be $142 million. And then the 44 vacancies that currently vacant for inspectors and compliance people, we're losing $35 million.
That's easy an opportunity cost.
That's $177 million if we put you back in full operation.
Yeah, I can't represent that we would collect it.
Why would we cut you when we're losing $177 million is what I don't understand.
Well, I think part of that gets back to the governor's comments. I mean, every one of my peers around the country and former IRS commissioner I got to know would tell you the same thing. We can all make the same case, but when it comes time to prioritize health care, education, and other things, everybody's got to try to find better ways to do it. If the governor wasn't challenging us to find better ways to do stuff, I could get complacent. So, we continue to try to find ways. We're doing our best to avoid this furlough thing, but the track that we're on, we still got to come up with $6.5 million between now and June 30th, and I can't wait till the second, just shut down the last 2 weeks of June. So that's why that is, on how we spend money, the only material way there is through the furloughs.
Okay. The next thing, when you talk about outsourcing through a bank, is it a Georgia bank that you're outsourcing the check clearing through?
It's not a Georgia bank, but I required that they have Georgia operations and the work be done here. They do federal work all over the country, and they do state work all over the country. Their first proposal, they got into some project creep and suggested they do the processing in New York, and I just said that was not acceptable because if it didn't go well, if it didn't go successfully, I wasn't going to have any of you or the governor saying, what did y'all let those people do? It's been a progressive, prove you can do it, prove you can do it right, prove you can be effective, and then we'll expand the offering. But all the work is done here in Metro Atlanta.
right. Could you tell me which bank it is?
No, it's First Bank of America.
Thank you.
Representative Willard, last question. I think.
That's good news.
Expect it to be pretty short, too.
It will be. Commissioner, on your addendum, page 51, you have funding your department auditors and collectors to avoid outsourcing to for-profit auditors, which creates greater litigation expenses. Are these auditors outside working on, what, a contingency basis?
No, this would be if you went to a local collection of sales tax, what you're going to have is for-profit companies trying to interpret sales tax law. And this is going to be the impact on the customer, on the retailers of Georgia. And if I'm motivated for profit, I'm not going to cut you any slack. I'm going to collect as much money as I can collect because it's a direct return. What the retailers impact then is not only do they have to fill out the state sales tax return, now they got to fill out a new local sales tax return. They also, if they're going to do the job right, they've got to do audits of those retailers on a regular basis. Now, the guy down the street, that's fine. But do you think a rural Georgia county is going to get on Walmart's audit schedule anytime soon with the 50 states and whatever number of countries are trying to audit Walmart? It's not likely to happen. So then you're going to have, it's tantamount to breaking up central assessment of utilities. We do central assessment of the power companies, the airlines, the railroads, so that they don't have to be assessed in 159 counties 159 different ways. You know, you would create the inverse of that by allowing local collection. Okay.
Okay. Well, Bart, you wore them out. This was the last question. We thank you very much for coming, and
thank you for having us. We appreciate
your hard work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Susan Rigney.
That's right. I know. Where's the
Just in the side over there on top of the little board. There you go.
This one here particularly. Thank you. I appreciate you taking time to. Turn on the next speaker while one speaking, turn on the microphone to the next guy on the list. That way when you call his name, he's already on. You don't have to circle around. So I keep two on at all times, the one speaking and the next one live.
Okay, so you can put both of them on at the same time?
Yeah, you can do that. I think two is about the limit. You do it one time. That way when you call his name, he's on already. You know, you stay a little ahead. Okay, if y'all hold it down, we'll get started. We're only about 45 minutes behind, so plus one speaker, so let's get rolling. Yeah, sure have.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Wrigley,
Chairman.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, Vice Chairman Rogers.
Lady with a lot of history around Capitol Hill.
Members of the committee, thank you for having me here today. I'm here representing the Financing and Investment Commission. I think it's a little unusual, at least in recent years, for the commission to come before this body, so I wanted to make sure you knew who we were. This is the board of the commission. The commission's a little unusual in that we have two directors, myself and Steve Stansel. Steve runs the construction division, and I run the Financing and Investment division. We have 5 essential functions per the Constitution and our statute, which you see here. I'm not going to read them to you. The first 4 of these are under the purview of the Financing Investment Commission. In the brief time we have here today, I'm going to talk to you about the state's general obligation debt, which you authorize in the appropriations bill, and a little bit about market conditions. You've heard the governor and others mention the state's AAA bond rating. It is the highest rating a government issuer can receive, and here are a few reasons that Georgia has it. Our ratio of debt to total revenues is in the low to moderate range compared to other states. We are not overly dependent on one revenue stream, and our budget is balanced to annual revenues. Believe it or not, there are some states that don't do that. The state boasts a diverse economy with strong economic growth over the last 2 decades, particularly in the metro Atlanta region. We've experienced steady population growth, which has brought along with it wage and income growth. Through your stewardship and that of the governor, our revenue shortfall reserve stands at $1.2 billion currently, which is an enviable position from other states' perspectives. And another thing that's important to the rating agencies is our Constitution and our statute requires the General Assembly to authorize any debt before it can be issued, and it requires that highest annual debt service be appropriated each year in the budget, as well as strong structural protections for the sinking fund. We have actuarially sound pensions, and recently it's also been very important to the rating agencies that Georgia has not engaged in some of the risky practices that other states and local governments have engaged in. And by risky practices, I mean derivatives, swaps, guaranteed investment contracts, bond anticipation notes, tax anticipation notes. We do not undertake any of those types of transactions, and we also have very limited exposure to variable rate debt in our portfolio. While each of these factors that I just listed can be easily quantified, our history of strong leadership in dealing with budget crises over the last several decades has also bolstered our rating in the eyes of the rating agency. So I included some quotes from them here. The hard work that we've put into earning our AAA rating has paid off. We are one of only 7 states that's rated AAA by all 3 rating agencies. That's Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. The other 6 states that are rated triple is what we call ourselves, are there listed on the screen. What this chart shows you is the interest rate that the state has received over the last 15 years. I think you'll see that in this chart, as opposed to some of the charts Ken has showed you, that downward trend is a good thing. So that shows our interest rate has steadily gone down over the last 15 years. Now, so how does that compare to other issuers? When you compare our cost of borrowing to other issues, you can begin to see what a big difference AAA truly makes. This chart shows you, since December of '98, the average annual difference between interest rates charged between a AAA issuer and a AA issuer in the blue bar, between a AAA issuer and a single A issuer, the yellow bar, and between a AAA issuer and a triple B issuer. And as you can see, particularly currently in the last 2 years, a AAA rating has been an increasingly valuable thing from an interest rate perspective. In January of this year, the average triple B issuer will pay 250 basis points more than Georgia will pay on 20-year bond notes. Now, I understand you wanted to hear a little bit about the market and how it's impacted municipal bonds and our ability to sell bonds. And it's impossible for me to do that in 5 minutes. So what I wanted to do is just show you a couple of charts that illustrate some of what's happened. And again, these are just little snapshots of different components of the market. And I'm going to explain this chart, what it means in a minute. But as you all know, oil prices spiked this summer. The housing crisis hit the credit markets, and major financial institutions started to unravel. A turning point for many government issuers was September 15th. That was the day that Lehman Brothers failed. When the Lehman Brothers failure occurred, there was a subsequent collapse of many components of the secondary market where a lot of municipal bonds are traded. And this included impacts on issuers that were involved in things like derivatives, variable rate debt, and guaranteed investment contracts. That collapse along with other things happening in the market, contributed to a sense of panic. And both the institutional investors as well as mutual funds and money market funds began to withdraw their cash from investments. What this chart shows you is the culmination of those activities in October to November, the spike that you see here. This shows that when interest rate, the SIFMA swap index, the Securities Industry and Financial Markets Association index, shows you the short-term weekly variable reset rates that are charged to variable rate borrowers. So the short-term rate on variable rate issuances, including Georgia, spiked to 8% in the October to November timeframe. Now, as you can see, the short-term market has recovered somewhat and is now less than 1% charges on short-term debt. This next chart, and you can't, it's hard to see what's happening over here on the corner, but I think you can, this shows how extreme the last several months have been. And from what this chart would show, what happened in the bond market really equated to a heart attack in the market. Things have been fairly constant, or were fairly constant, from May of 2000 up until late 2007. And what these blue and green lines show is the historical relationship of interest rates on bonds, on high-grade tax-exempt debt, like Georgia's debt, to two key benchmarks that the industry uses. The blue line being treasuries, and the green line being the London Interbank Offering Rate, often referred to as LIBOR. What LIBOR is the rate that banks charge each other when they loan each other money. Normally, we are 97% of Treasury, the interest rate on municipal bonds, and 88% of LIBOR. What happened when this credit crisis and the liquidity crisis happened, that became inverted. And municipal bonds became much more, interest rates spiked. There were very few investors willing to purchase municipal bonds, and very fortunately for Georgia, again, because of your stewardship and conservative practices, we were not in a position where we had to issue in this market environment. Other states, New York, California, Illinois, you may have read about, had to issue bonds in this environment, and in turn got very high interest rates. Now I'm going to tell you a little bit about the upcoming bond sales, and this may be where most of your questions are. We started out in FY 2009, beginning of the fiscal year, with just over $1.6 billion in authorized general obligation debt. We sold a little over $522 million. That closed in July. We got pretty competitive interest rates on those. We are scheduled to price $613,850 million on February 2nd and 3rd of this year via negotiated sale. You may have heard the governor talk about this. It is true in normal market environments that high-grade credits like Georgia typically receive the best interest rate in a competitive sale. However, as you saw in those last two slides, this is not a normal market environment. What a negotiated sale allows Georgia to do is to access the retail investor, to let the retail investor directly purchase Georgia's bond, which should help us drive down the interest rate and enable us to sell the full amount. We have, following that sale in February, little over $478 million of current authorizations to be sold. That sale is not currently scheduled, although we are expected to sell it sometime this fiscal year. The FY10 bond package could be sold as soon as July 1 or any time after that. And finally, this is my last slide. This is the state's debt management plan. This is in thousands, and this is without accounting for the Garvey debt issuances for the Department of Transportation. This shows you our debt outstanding at the beginning of the year, the new general obligation debt authorizations, any prior year authorizations that remain, the scheduled retirements. This is the normal retirement of debt as the 20 and 5-year bonds cycle through the system, the debt outstanding at the end of the year, the annual Treasury receipts, and then this bottom line is what is key here. For a AAA state, the normal maximum of debt to prior year Treasury receipts is 7%. The Constitution allows us to go up to 10%. However, for a AAA state, 7% is a good planning tool to limit our debt service against our annual Treasury receipts. You'll see the governor's recommended bond package in the FY10 number, 1.216685. You'll see that does have an impact in 2011. Based on Ken Haganey's out-year projections, this will bring us a little closer to that 7% soft cap, but we still are below it. And I apologize, that's not all on the screen. I do have some handouts that I can provide if you all would like those. But that's all I have. Unless there are any questions.
Any questions?
I got away easy.
No questions.
All right.
Well, here's one. Too late. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you very much. Sure. I appreciate how complicated this is, but what I'm concerned about.
What I know you tried to answer is with $500 million to be sold in the next month and $1.2 billion to be sold if we pass this budget, and every other state being in the same bonding borrowing package, even with our favorable rating, are we going to be able to sell these bonds?
The indications at this point are yes. We had hoped to sell the 613 that's currently scheduled for February back in the fall. We determined based on market conditions that the timing was not right, that we would end up with too high an interest rate for what we're accustomed to. So you're absolutely right. There is a lot of supply coming into the market, supply meaning other issuers like us issuing debt now that the markets have recovered slightly. However, as I showed you on the credit spread slide, what that shows from the investor standpoint, there is a lot of appetite for high-grade credits. Investors are very risk-averse. They are not, that's why the interest rates are so high on the AA's and the single A's and the triple B's. Investors are not buying those. It's a flight to quality, and AAA is as good as Treasuries or better.
Even with our favorable posture, is it fair to say that it's very hard to predict the economic impact of all these competing stimulus packages for Georgia when we don't know when we'll be able to sell the bonds and we don't know how that's going to relate to employment figures?
It is difficult to estimate, and the market has been very volatile. So all we can do is schedule a sale. When we get up close to the sale, evaluate the market conditions and determine whether the timing is right for us to enter the market.
Director.
Yes, sir.
On the previous slide, the one next to the last, showing retail investment bonds, is that income, is it tax-free or is it?
Yes. Yes, it is tax-free. It is tax-exempt on your federal and your state, which is why the retail investor is really driving the market now for municipal bonds. Because the interest rates have gone up a little bit, folks are realizing now what a great deal it is, a fantastic deal, to have the interest being tax exempt on both your state and your federal income tax.
What type of interest rate does the state pay on that?
In June, we paid 4.26 on our 20 years and 3.02 on the 5 years. Now that's the net interest cost to us. The yields are slightly higher than that to the investor.
One other question. You showed a lot of scales of 30-year bonds.
Yes.
I've never seen a 30-year bond here.
You're correct. We issued 20-year and 5-year bonds, and on occasion 10-year bonds when you all authorized some buses. 30-year is the benchmark for comparing LIBOR, treasuries, and municipals. Other states do issue out to 30 years. So that's just the standard benchmark.
Director, let me ask you a question. What increments are you going to be selling these bonds? Just curious.
What increments?
Yes.
We are hopeful that we will be able to sell the full 614 that has been authorized by the Commission. It was authorized in December. And depending on what the market looks like February 2nd and 3rd, the underwriters may advise us to start small, to start at 200 or at 250. Another advantage for a negotiated sale is it allows you to upsize if there's demand. If we have very strong retail interest and we are oversubscribed on the orders for our bonds, we can up the sale to 300, 400, 500 to the full amount that the Commission has authorized. Good question.
Representative Black.
Director, the figures you showed that this proposed bond package would carry us to 6.99% of the previous year's estimate, and $7 billion the limit for AAA bonds. What's the limit on AA bonds?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. We're planning to keep our AAA, so the 7% was our target.
Okay, thank you.
Director,
Anything
that's
else?
all. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We appreciate it.
Sure.
Next up, we have Ms. Kathy Cox with Education. Yes. No, I'm fine. All right, there you go. Let me know when you're ready.
There you go. These been put out. Courtney's doing it now. Are you ready? Wait, I said that. Scott, are you ready? Ready? We're ready.
Let's go ahead and get started. Superintendent,
Uh-oh.
you'll proceed, please.
Okay, can I get some technology help before I touch that? Do you want to restart? Probably not. Well, is this our computer or theirs?
You gonna get it restarted? You gonna get it restarted?
Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, all right, here we go. Thank you, everyone. It's good to be here with you this afternoon. Before I get started, I just have one very quick question for anyone in the room, just to see if you've been paying attention lately. Who was England's longest reigning monarch? Queen Victoria. And I say that because that was the million-dollar question, and I appreciate many of my former colleagues as well as my new colleagues here in the House and Senate who worked with me over the last 6 years, being so kind and gracious to me as that has unfolded across America. And they must have just replayed the show because I got another wave of emails and letters from folks around the country saying that that Georgia looked really good. So appreciate everybody and all the congratulations I've had over the course of the last several months. Now, I may be smarter than a fifth grader, and I may know who the queen that reigned the longest in England was, But I'll tell you what, I don't envy you in your position to have to figure out this state budget. We began work on this budget back in July, and at that time we were directed to make recommendations of cuts of 6%, 8%, and 10% and make them strategic, not make them across the board, and that's exactly what we did. I want to start there with our strategic plan. You've received a handout. Our strategic plan is 6 goals. Those 6 goals line up with the work of the Alliance of Education Agency Heads, which we formed, the governor formed several years ago. It's all of us working in P20 education. 5 of these 6 goals that the State Board of Education have are aligned exactly to the work of the Alliance for Education. So again, the things we're trying to do in the K-12 budget are all in line with the things we're trying to do in education across Georgia, and that's the good news. Of course, the bad news is when you start trying to do all of these things in this kind of a budget environment, there's nothing but difficult choices ahead. So while we had to put a scenario together back in August to submit to the state board, who then we sent it to the governor, we know that that revenue picture and the economic picture of Georgia got even worse over the course of those next several months. So the governor, again, had to make some very difficult decisions in putting this budget together and do some things that weren't necessarily even really on the table to discuss in terms of cuts or realignments, because we really didn't know how bad things were going to get with the revenue back in August. So I say all that to you today to try to, again, focus us on the things we're trying to accomplish with student achievement, with education in Georgia. I believe we can keep moving forward. We can keep seeing gains in student achievement. We can keep seeing that graduation rate go up if we work together through this very difficult time. And working together means not just House, Senate, Governor's Office, Lieutenant Governor, and executive branch, but also all of our local boards of educations that are also dealing very much with a difficult budget situation in the same scenario you have, which is they must have a balanced budget. So I'm here today to share with you the plan, again, and it's a bleak picture. And of course, I wouldn't be doing any of this if the picture were different, but this is the kind of reality we're facing. So let's talk about the F9 supplemental, and I've summed this up pretty quickly. Bottom line to the fiscal year 09 supplemental budget, there's almost a $500 million reduction to the bottom line for K-12 education. But 78% of that is going to be handled by the change that's being made to the state health benefit employer contribution. And what that change is it shouldn't affect anybody's pocketbook, shouldn't affect the employee. What it's going to affect is the reserve fund that the state health benefit plan has set aside, and this change is going to force that reserve fund to come into action to help pay for health care and help us meet this budget reduction of $491 million. Now, the rest of most of that $491 million, that other little over 20%, is going to be handled mostly through hiring freezes. We have vacant positions throughout programs. We're not filling those positions. And we're taking reductions in contracts that are also associated with programs. Now, there are a few program eliminations in the 09 budget that then carry through to the fiscal year 10 budget. One is the mentor-teacher program that is in the academic coach program. Another is the teacher liability insurance that is in our central office line. And also a JROTC program that really, the first two, the mentor teacher and the JROTC program, were state money trying to start up a new program, and it never really got started. So we're taking it out and not going to start the program and save that money. Also, the foreign language for virtual elementary school. And I know that you're going to be concerned about this. I believe at the end of last year's budget negotiation, there had been a $50 million addition to that QBE austerity reduction that the House and Senate found, and that's now been removed out of QBE. So there's a few enhancements, not many, and most of these enhancements are due to growth or lack of growth in terms of the tax digest. So we do see a slight increase in equalization at the midterm adjustment. We see an increase in the Georgia Virtual School to handle 1,500 additional slots for students. We also see a slight increase in the local 5 mil share. And we had very little growth in Georgia overall of our student population, a less than 1%, less than 0.5%, a 0.23% enrollment growth, which accounts for a $77.87 million enhancement. Also, remember, we have, I know many of you are aware, we changed how we're coding dual enrollment, and there's funds in this supplemental budget to cover that change in how we coded so that the school districts get the money for dual enrollment, the $160 per segment. So that's in there as well. The rest of 09, no changes. All the other programs listed had no changes for the 09 supplemental budget. As I said, most of the reduction, 78% of the reduction is going to be handled by this change in state health benefits and health insurance. All right, let's move in to the 10 budget. And I'm going to start with the biggest piece of the 10 budget, and that is the QBE section and all the money that flows from the state coffers into local systems. Overall, at the end of all the additions, there still is an overall subtraction to QBE, a $197 million reduction to the bottom line of QBE. That accounts for that continued enrollment growth, dual enrollment coming over, and the additions and things that have been transferred out of separate programs into QBE to flow directly to the systems to give them discretion over how they spend that money. So the 4 major areas that have been moved into the QBE program to give local systems discretion are the money for the Educational Technology Training Centers, that's what that acronym is, ETTC, the RESAs, which are our Regional Education Service Agencies, the very large commitment that the state has made to putting graduation coaches in our middle and high schools is now, in this proposed budget, being moved over into QBE. And also those classroom cards for teacher supplies at the tune of $11.47 million. So what's happening is these programs, which were separate programs, which were outside of QBE, which if you wanted the money, you had to spend it exactly on these things, and then you would draw down the money. What the governor's done with those 4 things is take that and roll it into QBE. Now, it doesn't mean they're all going to disappear. What it means is the local school system is going to decide, is that where we spend this money? Do we spend it on the grad coaches? Do we spend it on the RESA? Do we spend it for classroom supplies? But they will have the discretion over that money in their QBE allotment. Now, we also know that for 10, you're also looking at a reduction of equalization and a reduction of your local 5 mil share. So, again, 10 is not looking from, and I'll talk from the perspective of the local school system, it's pretty bleak. You're getting hit to QBE, to equalization, and to 5 mil share. So bottom line, that burden of educating our students is we're trying to share that burden, but I will tell you local systems are feeling this too. And they're feeling the lack of money coming in as well. Now, let's talk about a little good news in the budget. I think that you just saw a presentation on Georgia's bond rating and that our bond rating is good. So we're utilizing that fully. The capital outlay request and the capital outlay program is being funded at 100% of the requests. The key is systems have to be in the pipeline exercising their plans and drawing down those requests. And it's funding at all kinds of different levels, the regular program level, the exceptional growth level, regular advance, and I really like this one, the low wealth systems. It's a nice bump here. We used this last year called a sparsity grant to really help those itty-bitty little systems that as hard as they try and as much as they tax themselves, they cannot raise enough money to build a new facility. So this money is especially targeted to those systems. We also see money in the budget for vocational equipment and facilities improvements at our state schools. Remember, we have 3 state schools, Academy for the Blind in Macon, Georgia School for the Deaf in Cave Spring, and the Atlanta Area School for the Deaf. So that's good news in the budget. Then again, I've just kind of categorized things other than the ones I mentioned in 09, which carry over. But these things are also now eliminated in the 10 budget. These are not shifted. These are program eliminations. Academic coach, which, by the way, we recommended that to the governor. Doesn't mean we don't support academic coaches in our schools and in our districts. The problem was our state-run program was not working as it was intended. So get it off the books, let the money go to the systems, and let them hire their own academic coaches and do what they do best and get the state out of the business. The Georgia Youth Science and Technology, National Board Certification for teachers, that 10% pay hike for our teachers that receive that, the National Science Center and Foundation, and of course one that I'm sure you've been hearing about, school nurses for $30 million. There's just a few enhancements, and one's not really an enhancement. Again, what's happening with some of the money from the educational technology training centers, instead of putting the money into places to train teachers, we're shifting that money into our Georgia Virtual School to create more slots for students to take classes virtually. And then the other is not, again, really an enhancement. It is a shift, but it'll look like a line item enhancement to school improvement for us. But what's happening is the Math and Science Mentor Program, which is working, which had been under the academic program line, we're getting rid of that whole program, but we're going to shift that money and those services into our school improvement line item, along with our teacher success and class keys. This is our new teacher evaluation system that we are rolling out across the state that we've been working about 5 years on, and we're in the last stages of getting that perfected. Again, we know how tough this environment is. I want to say at the onset that I appreciate the efforts of the governor working to try to minimize the overall cuts to K-12 education. I believe that those cuts are in the range, at least to the QBE program, of around 3% versus many areas of state government that are looking at 10% cuts or more. Now, we'll also say that we realize that what we do at the department is not nearly as important as what's happening at the local level, and that putting as much money into direct classroom instruction at this stage in the game is what we want to do. So know that our budget for the central office of the DOE is being cut upwards of 12%. So we recognize that the real work that has to continue is the work in a classroom outside of our department. So we're going to be streamlining, and already have, by the way, to say the least. But we believe we can, again, working together, continue to push our goals and our agenda and meet our objectives. I think that's the most important part. We're not going to give up meeting our objectives. All right, with that, I would love to entertain some questions. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent. Representative Martin.
Yes.
Page 102, I think when you were going through the cuts, perhaps I missed it, but did you mention the reduced QBE funding by the $135 million? I don't recall that being on a slide.
It's actually a total of 100. It's 185, yes. But the 2% in terms of the 09 Is that what you're looking at?
Right. I thought you just mentioned the 50 million of the QB enhancements. I don't recall addressing the.
No, I did not have that on the slide in terms of new, because we were actually prepared for this. So yes, it's a cut, but we got instructions from the governor and OPB at the beginning of this fiscal year to actually hold back 2% of QBE. So I guess what I put up on the slide is that 50 million that's the part that was new and is also new to the local systems. But they've been prepared, and we have been reducing their allotment by 2% since the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, that was my question. So that 135 million was taken into account as they were doing their budgets. They were able
to they do their budgets in March.
I understand, but they were able to take that into account and spread that over the year starting in September, October.
Yes, we're not going to try to find, great point, Representative, we're not going to try to find 136 million with only half the year left. Right, good point.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Where are you, Representative Powell? There you are. Hello, Alan.
Good to see you. Got a couple of questions. Easy. In the 2010 budget, was there any recommended cuts toward ag education?
Oh, the only cut there is a reduction with regard to the salary issue, that the salary getting annualized, and that's pretty much down. Anytime you have employees, that's happening across the board.
Second question, and something sort of helped me with this, since the death is in the details of a lot of this stuff. Somewhere on one of your slides there, you said that the ETCs and the RESA and the graduation coaches, you said they had been rolled over into QB funding?
Yes.
And I'm not sure, I couldn't remember if that was in the supplemental or the 10 budget.
10
budget?
They haven't, none of those programs except, none of those programs were impacted in 2009.
And I guess the question I've got, and sort of helped me with this, since for many years I've railed about every time the QB funding cut happens, that's been a transfer to the local school boards, which is transferred to property owners to pick up the difference. If this amount of money is transferred over into the QB, then actually where that's a $197 million proposed cut, if that's being added to that, is that a plus or a minus, or is that actually that much more that's being ladled onto the local property owners? Or did I ask you the wrong question?
No, you did. It's a matter of, there is a cut to QBE. But how deep is that cut is the real question. And what the governor chose to do with the budget was, instead of take a really deep cut, it's a deep cut, but it's even deeper cut to QBE, and then have these other programs that were being funded. He said, I'm going to take this money and put it into QBE, lessen how deep that cut is to QBE, and then the school systems can decide if that's where they want to spend that money. Now, they're still taking a cut. Let me be clear. They're still taking a cut, but it's not as deep as it would have been because he filled up, like digging a hole. The hole's not as deep because we filled it up with some of the other stuff.
Further question then. I guess what I'm saying is, since his recommendations are a $197 million cut to QBE, then we're adding this back into the QBE, which would in fact be taking it out of another subject category. So in fact, that's another several millions of dollars. I wish I had that slide up because I didn't get the figures down, but.
The program eliminations or the shifts?
The shifts.
Okay.
So we're talking about so we're talking about actually another 75 million there roughly. There's actually another, in reality is another cut to QB and or state programs to education.
Right. It's a transfer from an individual program into QBE to allow the local system's discretion. So if, for instance, I don't expect graduation coaches to disappear. But if the local system decides, look, we need second grade parapro more than we need the middle school grad coach, this gives the local system the ability to do that rather than hire the middle grades grad coach. Does that make sense?
So I guess the bottom line is what I'm saying, and this is what will help me with it. These are being eliminated as subject classes, and it's being dumped over into the QB funding with $197 million. Actually, what we have got is a reflection of a $260-something million shift to local school boards.
The cut to QBE would have been greater. That is correct, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over here, Madam Super, on the right.
There you are. Hello, Senator.
First of all, thank you for the good job that you're doing over at DOE and your staff, and especially since your deputy's sitting next to me. Y'all are just doing a great job. Two questions for you. First of all, the school nurse program is stirring a lot of emails and contacts at the moment. I believe I saw that was a $30 million savings. Is that going to wipe out, as far as the state's concerned, the school nurses in all 180 districts?
What it does is wipe out any state dollars that have been used to hire those nurses. Now, again, it could be that the local system picks that up.
Is there a set percentage that the state pays on that by regulation, or have we, in some cases, paid all of it, in some cases paid half of it, or what?
We just pay out the $30 million based on who. I think there's a topping out of it. Okay, Scott's trying to explain. There's a formula. So, for instance, some systems may hire all RNs. They don't get more state money because they have all RNs, and some systems have a mixture. But there's a formula that's been treats people pretty equally with regard to a nurse per school or per students.
But the state doesn't pay 100% of any one particular nurse?
Probably not 100%. In some areas, depending upon what they end up paying that individual and the level of education of that individual and the level of credential of that individual, that state money for that nurse could be as much as 80 or 90%.
But we don't mandate any system have nurses. That's not a state mandate that they have a nurse on the staff?
No.
What I'm looking at is I don't want to have an unfunded mandate, so
no,
we're not requiring them.
If I could, I want to talk about this issue because I've actually been kind of on both sides of this, because I was in the legislature. I was elected in 1998, took office in 99, and when the A+ Education Reform Act came, this was a big part of that, putting school nurses back in the state budget. Now, I will tell you, as a teacher who started in the 80s in Georgia and it had both scenarios, no nurse and nurse, as a teacher, it was very comforting to know you had a nurse, especially after Columbine. And I think that is the Columbine issue and the school safety issue, I think, pushed the state to use very wisely that tobacco settlement money to say, we need a healthcare professional in the building. I supported that. I didn't support a lot of House Bill 1187, but that provision I supported greatly, both as a teacher and as a parent. And I will tell you that of all the things that are being shifted and eliminated, this particular line item concerns me the most. Both now also as the state superintendent, a teacher, and still a parent. Medically fragile children, non-medically fragile children, but who just have ongoing medical issues, whether it's diabetes or asthma. I think that school nurses play a critical role.
It's $30 million is a lot of money. Obviously,
yes, it is.
It's a lot more than any of the others that you've got up there on program eliminations. Was there no other place where we could come up with maybe $15 million to cut this in half, or besides just eliminating it completely?
Well, I know that there's a lot of things that are going to be looked at, and there's a lot of negotiations that are going to go on. But in the budget that I submitted to the governor, again, now, granted, he had a worse revenue picture than when I put the budget together. So he did have to think about deeper cuts than I did in August. But I didn't cut school nurses in the budget that the state board and I sent over. But again, he's had to take deeper cuts because the revenue picture's gotten worse since August. And I understand what the governor did with all of this. He looked at things that weren't essential to classroom instruction.
Let me ask one follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Are any of the cuts across your budget going to cost us any federal dollars?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not education dollars. I know there's talk about Medicaid and things like that about some things, but not education dollars.
Representative Miller.
Superintendent?
Yes. Thank you.
In watching this, and you're right, we've had emails, a lot on the school nurses, some also on the National Board Certification. I think there's a big difference between raises and people not having jobs. My question on the school nurses, I would assume that these people have been contracted for the year we're in.
Yes. So in 2009, they're not touched.
So they're not touched. It's just going forward is what you're saying.
Right.
I guess the question I have for you is I sit here and watch this. I watch programs. I watch things that are probably important to various interests in the room. And yet I hear no mention of if we furloughed people for 1 day a month, 2 days a month, okay, how much revenue will we have to maybe have programs if we furlough people? And I put it in the context of the private sector. When Circuit City lays off 34,000 people the other day, and somebody else is doing 4,000 and 3,000, and yet we sit here as government and we hear eliminate programs, this, that, and the other, and I understand we don't want to try to do layoffs, but if we looked at furloughs, how much of this could be reinstituted? Has anybody looked at this?
I think there has been at the local superintendent level a discussion of that. Of course, from our perspective, to be quite frank, 180 days of instruction to try to do what we're trying to do for students to be globally competitive, we're already up against a time clock that works against us. As you know, in America, our students go to school a lot less than students in other countries. And so from my perspective, talking about furloughs means that you're talking about diminishing the days of instruction. And my fear for that is what then happens to student achievement.
Well, let me follow with that then. I'm not talking necessarily about furloughs. I'm not talking about furloughs of teachers, but we've got people in the system that are not teachers. Okay, they're not in the classroom. Okay, and if we look at furloughing some of these people, how much revenue can we derive so we don't have to eliminate programs and we still keep people employed, but everybody's buying into this program? It's no different from the private sector. That's why I asked you the question. Everybody else is having to do this in the real world. So that's why I throw it out to you.
Well, and just so you know, too, at the Department of Education, all of our employees have taken or will take before March 1st a furlough day to help us manage the cuts to our central office. So again, I think too, the reality of how bad the budget situation is really hitting local systems they knew the 2% was coming, but a lot of this other stuff that's just happened in the last several months, the growth of unemployment, the large companies laying off workers, the lack of local revenue because people aren't spending, SPLOST money, everything else. I don't think anything's off the table, Representative. And I think that local systems, as well as we at the department, are willing to look at many solutions. So if that's something, but I guess the caution, I'm glad you clarified it, I would worry about across the board reducing days of instruction and trying to keep our kids educated. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Representative Houston.
Back to the school nurses. you probably remember when the school nurses were first funded.
I do.
They were funded with tobacco settlement
Yes.
money. And several years ago, y'all asked to move this over out of the tobacco money into the State Board of Education.
What happened, it always came to us. The tobacco settlement money came to the Board of Education and we just funneled it out. But then, if you remember, there was an attempt to draw down more federal dollars if this money went into the Department of Community Health's budget. And then it did that for a year, and we drew down as much extra federal money for health care that we could using that $30 million. And then our opportunity to do that was over. So basically what Community Health then said was, put the money, let DOE manage this money again. So it came back into our budget. It was no longer tobacco settlement dollars, it was state dollars.
But the $30 million came back to your budget?
Yes.
Okay, now, how much Medicaid are we drawing down from school nurses?
Well, that is a question I think we're going to have to do some research on because, again, it doesn't come to us.
Are the schools receiving Medicaid drawdown?
Again, we're going to have to research. Again, I think it varies if they're doing it that way or if, I know for some of our medically fragile students who are special ed, they're drawing down Medicaid money to help pay for some of their medical costs while they're in school.
If a school nurse sees a child on Medicaid, can you draw down Medicaid funds?
I don't think they can get it to pay for the nurse. Wouldn't go through our budget. We'll get some more information about the link.
Would you let us know that? That's a
Yes.
good question.
Yes, you've got that question, Scott?
Representative Oliver.
DeKalb County is no longer the largest school district in the state, but it still does have 105,000 children.
Yes.
Based on the formula and the pipeline analysis you're using, DeKalb County is getting only $1 million of construction money, whereas Cobb and Gwinnett are getting 30 and 40 million. Given the fact that there's also going to be some allocation from President Obama's school construction stimulus package, may I assume that you're going to be fixing this flawed formula that is disproportionately injuring my school district?
Let me clarify something. The formula wasn't the issue. I think that there was a misunderstanding of the information that was disseminated. None of that money for school construction was new money. It's unlike what you're talking about that may come from the feds. That's literally going to be new money. This is all money that was planned for. And the issue, quite frankly, DeKalb's number doesn't look as big because DeKalb didn't request the capital outlay. And Mayor, I promise you, we've been on the phone with DeKalb County Schools for the last 2 days going through all this. The issue is the plan or the lack of the plan to draw down the money this year for DeKalb County. Again, that doesn't mean they don't have a plan for school construction. It just might have meant that this was not the year they were going to draw down large bucks. So again, I think what I'd like to do is, we talked to another member of the DeKalb delegation this morning. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about this, and we would be happy to come and explain to the DeKalb delegation DeKalb County's facilities plan, what's in the pipeline, what needs to still get in the pipeline if it hasn't been put in for requests, and really give everyone in DeKalb County who represents those schools a good understanding of their capital outlay program. We'd be happy to do that.
Very brief follow-up. Back to my question. When we get all this information out, and we all make our case, when we all got a case, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do some solutions in this apparently on the surface really flawed distribution of money.
Again, I would just say I don't believe it's the flawed distribution. I believe that the distribution of capital outlay is very fair and has been very proactive. The issue is how do we work together to ensure that the plan for DeKalb County, which, by the way, they have old buildings, but you also have declining enrollment. I know, but it's declining. So it's still declining enrollment. So again, we have to work through all of those things to make sure the plan for DeKalb County schools is fully in the pipeline and we can get the request and get the capital outlay money. No, there was no one left out who requested anything.
Let's move on. Representative Black.
Over this way. In the middle. To your left.
There you are. Because all the voices are coming from one corner. Sorry about that.
A couple of questions. First off, in reference to Representative Millar's question about furloughs, got 10 days of contract. That's not instructional. But,
teachers are on contract for 190 days. That's correct.
But I want to talk with you about RISA. And being an old board member, I like the idea of giving local boards options. But is not RISA only partially funded by the state?
Yes. RISAs operate basically from 3 revenue sources. They operate from this state allocation. They operate from a local board of control dues, where they charge local systems to be a member of the RISA. And then they sometimes will get contracts to do other work. So for instance, right now we have a contract with RISAs to help us in some of our federal endeavors. So they're helping us with special education and things. So we will contract with a RISA and they will receive that money. I think the 2 guaranteed piles of money that they've had was this state allotment and then their dues structure. Getting the contracts was always a little more fluid.
The dues structure is based on local enrollment, and the thought occurred to me that you may be putting the smaller system at a disadvantage because a larger system might decide that we can take care of what we need ourselves, but then that local system would not have that ability.
Yes, I think the rationale and the thinking was, again, anything that wasn't really directly tied to students and so forth was looked at. And again, the thought was that this isn't going to have RISAs disappear. What it will mean is the school systems will have more flexibility over how they use money for school improvement, how they use money to help train teachers. And if the RISA is offering a service that they want to take advantage of, they certainly can spend their money and contract with the RISA.
I think that in our local area,
I can't hear because of the noise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Representative.
I just have some concerns about the local systems, on the smaller local systems.
Yes. And I think you're right that the whole notion of a RISA, which started out really as a group that could help with buying power, that's really not what they do anymore, because we have Staples and Office Depot and all that. So we don't need them for that. But what we do need RISAs for is that work around small central offices where you don't have someone that's trained in how to help a teacher with collaborative teaching of special ed. You don't have someone on your staff that's a math specialist. You don't have somebody. So the RISAs have been the linchpin outside Metro Atlanta for school improvement efforts. We've partnered with them extensively to build our capacity to help schools raise student achievement. So again, I have concerns about this, but I also understand the governor's logic behind it. And again, I don't think it's going to mean that all RISAs disappear. I think it's going to mean the ones that the school systems really need are still going to be around providing that service.
But thinking about some of the smaller systems certainly couldn't provide the services that they're getting now through RISA, whereas some of your larger systems could possibly.
Absolutely. And again, it could be a different ball game where if a local school system has money, they might call up another school system and say, hey, I hear you've got people that are really good at such and such. So we might just see an opening up, if you will, of the market of the school improvement efforts.
Representative Chokes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Superintendent, my concern is, do you anticipate any increase in class size, either temporary or permanent, to make these budget cuts?
Well, actually, we already dealt with that and kind of took that off of your plate.
Okay.
The State Board of Education in January passed, for the fiscal year 10 school year, a one-time blanket waiver to class size rule, allowing systems to increase by 2 students, K through 8 classes, to increase by 2 students, early intervention program classes, to increase by 2 students, remedial education classes 6 through 12, and to increase by 2 students, gifted education classes K through 12. What we did after knowing how the budget situation had gotten worse from August to December, local systems really began, even trying to deal with that 3% cut that they were forewarned about. They really came forward and talked to me, talked to the governor, talked to the lieutenant governor, the House Speaker, and said, we need some relief on class size, and we need to know now. We can't wait until April, because we do our budget and planning and contracts in February and March. So the State Board of Education acted on a letter from the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the speaker that said, grant any reasonable class size request. So using that as the backdrop, we began the discussion about what's reasonable. And after a lot of analysis and study, we believe that 2, what I just proposed to you, that 2 over is a reasonable class size increase. So we just granted a blanket waiver. So this will help, definitely help our local systems manage that, you know, $197 million cut to QBE, because they've gotten some relief on class size, and you all don't have to deal with it.
Thank you. Could I get a...
Yeah, you can thank me later for that.
Thank you. Is there any statistics on how that may affect either positively or adversely to our test scores and graduation?
Well, that's what we looked at. And, you know, there is no definitive data on the impact of class size. We do know that it impacts, lower class sizes do help our most struggling students and our students who don't speak English as their main language. But beyond that, there's not a whole lot of research either. So again, what we did was look at our data, look at what the class size limits already are, think about our goals. And again, the reason you don't see that 2 up in high school is because when you look at the AYP data, schools that are making adequate yearly progress, meaning they're moving kids to grade level, we've got almost 90% of our high school or elementary doing it. We've got about 80% now of our middle schools making it, but we've only got 49% of our high schools making adequate yearly progress. So to continue to add kids into those high school classes, where, by the way, the limit is already 32. That would have put the limit of a high school class at 34. So that's why we made the decision we made. So yes, we've looked at the data, we believe this is reasonable, and it's for 1 year.
Gotcha. May I have one last follow-up?
One last one.
One last one. Thank you. Could you tell me if y'all have set forth a best practices that y'all could show the local school systems on either budgetary matters, on curriculum, on graduation?
That's the work we do all the time. And in fact, we have many things that we have done to gather best practices and then disseminate those best practices through our various programs and our training. But that really is our role. And we do it around high school redesign. We do it around how to best utilize grad coaches. We are doing it constantly about what you need to do to have your students more successful on the high school graduation test. We also have really worked with local systems as they start to have budget trouble. We'll send a team, go work with that local system to help them get their arms around the budget so they don't get into trouble. So that is the work we do every single day, is help with those, disseminate those best practices.
Representative Davis and Superintendent, there'll be two more after that, and we'll cut it off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Hello.
My question involves the National Board certification in the $12 million. My understanding is there's approximately 2,000 teachers involved in that program. And as a whole, as a state, we're saying no raises across the board. But for these 2,000 teachers that have been receiving these funds for the last 5 or 6 years, they're actually getting a 10% pay cut. And I'm just wondering about the fairness of that, and if there's another way that, much like some of the other questions, that other programs, that could be addressed or more evenly distributed rather than placing that all on one. And I do have one other topic I'd like to ask for.
National Board Certified, let me clarify something you said. There is no across-the-board pay increase, but again, you have to remember that because of the state salary scale and teachers gaining steps, most teachers will get a pay raise because they will move up a step on the salary scale. So even though we're not giving a cost of living or across the board 2 or 3%, most teachers will move up from a step 3 to a step 4 or a step 10 to a step 11, and that will give them a pay increase for next year. So bear that in mind. What this National Board Certified program, it came into existence in our state budget at the same time we started funding school nurses. It was all part of 1187. And at that point, it was an incentive. It was believed that this new program, National Board Certified, was going to produce a better quality teacher who could get better student achievement results. And there was an incentive to do it, to get teachers in Georgia by putting a very hefty, nice pay hike, 10%, if you do that. Again, I believe the governor's rationale is twofold. Number one, there's been enough time since this program was started across the country, and there's been research done, and the research indicates that these teachers are getting no better student achievement results than anybody else. So we don't have the data to support this increase in pay. And secondly, the governor's rationale is, if we're going to differentiate pay for teachers, let's base it on student achievement results. And remember, he is going to have in his legislative package a proposal to move Georgia to a merit pay system, so teachers who have better results will get more money. So I think that's the thinking behind the governor's elimination of the program.
Thank you. And the follow-up is actually a much larger dollar issue.
Okay.
Representing a high-growth area, I was pleased to see the capital outlay program. However, on the other side of it, with the reductions that are coming from all angles, you mentioned that maybe the locals would pick up the school nurses. Well, a school system that's at their cap in millage rate.
Right.
My school system's facing approximately $40 million less funding. My school system alone for FY10.
Yep.
And I'm just wondering how we're going to address that issue and how you think the locals can make up for that if they already got a SPLOST and the SPLOST is already bonded, they're already at their millage cap, and you know, obviously the class size was a big thing that helped, but
yes,
you know, tell me what I've got my school system here asking me, you know, what they're to do, and I'm asking you, what are we going to do for them?
Well, again, I think that we have to be willing, like Representative Miller suggested, we have to look at all options. And especially because the local systems, even right now, don't fully understand the impact of this downturn in the economy to their local revenue. They're really not going to fully understand that, I believe, for the next couple of months, as that lack of property tax comes in or that lack of SPLOST. So again, I think we have to be looking at all options. But there are some flexibility things. For instance, a local school system it can delay or defer textbook adoption. They already have that ability. I know that we talked to several superintendents who said just make it statewide, and we said, well, we don't really have to do that because you already can do that locally. We can look at other flexibility with regard to Title 20 if there's rules or regulations that are increasing cost, and we're happy to work with that school system on any other interim flexibility. And it may be that a local system might have to look at other cost-saving measures like what Fran talked about in terms of furloughs and other things. So, you know, it's going to be tough, Representative, and again, I hope that we can all work together through this and be open to a lot of different thoughts and ideas.
Representative Amerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A number of states and school systems throughout the nation have gone to 4-day weeks, and they've changed their laws to go from so many days per year to so many hours per year. Would you be amenable to that? It would save on transportation, utilities, and hourly workers, especially out in the rural communities.
Well, the talk about that, I think, started back in September with the fuel crisis, and we began looking at those districts across the country that did that. Two concerns I have. Now, again, I'm not going to necessarily take anything totally off the table, depending how bad this budget could get, but at this juncture, my concern is about student achievement and continuing to push it forward. And unfortunately, of those 17 districts that have done this, there's no evidence that they improve student achievement. And there's no evidence to indicate that this really helps students. It helped the school system save some money, but there's no evidence of improving student achievement. And we're not at a point yet in Georgia. We've made gains, and we've done some pretty amazing things, but we can't stop. We've still got far too many of our students not at grade level. We still have far too many of our students at low levels of math and science. We still have far too many of our students who are leaving elementary school and they're not good readers. So I hesitate to say that that's the answer because there's no impact positively on student achievement. And the results of saving money are mixed. Many districts found it wasn't that cost saving because it was a burden on families, and they ended up having to open up the school and run programs so that the parents had a place to put the kids. So again, I'm not at this juncture thinking that things are that dire that we would have to go to something that extreme. And I really believe that that would be extreme hardship on families.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Superintendent Cox. My question goes back more to county operations, and a quick question, if you will, and a request of your organization. Would it be possible for you to put together of us a spreadsheet of all of the reserves that the local systems have? I mean, as we get into dipping into our reserves to distribute money to them, I would like to know just how much in reserves the local systems have, and it would be helpful if we could see that, if we could see it maybe 06, 07, 08,
okay,
if that's the last year that's filed, right, so that, you know, as they've gone to the press and the parents and the teachers about all these dire cuts, that we make sure that they're not using our reserves to uplift theirs, and the money's actually being spent on education.
A longitudinal look, and then I think also would be helpful, Representative, for it to kind of be put in the context of maybe a percentage per QBE student or something, or per FTE, so that you could get a feel for not just a solid dollar amount, but what does that represent for the size of that school system.
Right, and whether or not they took the cuts from direct classroom instruction, or they actually made adjustments to the bureaucracy and the administrative budget.
Okay, we will be happy to get that for you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Superintendent, I've heard from many parents, as have others, about the importance of school nurses and how they've begun to rely on school nurses, and as the number of children who are uninsured goes up, it seems even more important. What I really am asking about, though, is on the 10 budget on page 166, there is an analysis of the SED to severely emotionally disturbed children. I'm concerned about early intervention with children with specific problems, and it looks like it's going up and down. And I wondered if you'd do an analysis for me, maybe not today, but to show me what your plans are in terms of serving those children. We know we need to get them identified early and get them the services they need.
Absolutely. And again, this is an area that most of any kind of reduction is largely due to that shifting of state health benefit and things. The plan is not to stop serving students or to cut back on the service to students that we have or that we know are going to be identified. I think the good news is that because our growth as a state, we're not seeing a great increase in this because our population hasn't grown this past year.
I think that there certainly are a number of children who need these services.
That are what? I'm sorry?
There are a number of children who need these services, so I'm
Yes,
concerned.
yes, and I think there's a commitment from the part of our department as well as the governor's budget, both for 09 and 10, to make sure that we continue to serve. That's a line item that really didn't take a cut.
Superintendent, last one, Representative Rogers.
Where's Carl?
Thank you.
Oh. In the front.
I've got several questions, and the first one, I know we have fast-growing school areas. Can you tell me where the fast-growing school areas are at this time, other than Gwinnett, DeKalb?
Well, Henry. But really there was not a whole lot of, quote, fast growth this past year as compared to the year before, Over 50% of the overall growth on that QBE number, that 0.23% state growth, was actually growth in the Georgia Virtual Academy, which indicates that what is happening with that charter school, we're bringing in homeschool students into the public school arena that weren't there before. Over 50% of the overall growth to our student population is accounted for by this one school. It is now the single largest school in Georgia with 6,000 students.
And that's all internet based, is that
yes.
correct? Okay. Next question.
Yes.
Chairman Mills and I in Hall County have a school superintendent that's real concerned about the No Child Left Behind law that's been in place, and I know we have new administration in Washington.
Yes.
Have you gotten any feedback on what could happen or what would take place to loosen it up to make it better for our school districts, or do you have any information on that?
Well, we have, as chief state school officers, we've been trying for the last 2 years to keep education on the national agenda and to try to get No Child Left Behind reauthorized with some very common sense changes. Most of those changes are the same things that your superintendent talks to you about. It's about what are we going to do about special education students that we know will never be at grade level. And then why do we have one law in special ed called IDEA that tells us to treat a student as an individual and come up with an individual plan, but we have another federal law called NCLB that says that's fine until test day. And then you have to treat everybody exactly the same on test day. So the goal of the chiefs was to really try to, in the reauthorization process, to make IDEA and NCLB work more together. Because right now, for this 2 to 3% of our special ed kids, these two laws are at dire opposite ends. So we know that that's got to be done. We know that the law right now that says after 1 year of English in a school, you're going to have to test a student in English. That makes no sense. The research is clear. It takes a minimum of 3 years for a student to gain enough proficiency to be able to perform on a test in a non-native language. So again, as chiefs, we all agreed, all 50, actually there's about 54 of us because it includes the territories, that we were going to try to change that and get more time for students to learn the English language before we tested them and made them have to pass the test in English. There were other laws about highly qualified teachers that didn't make sense for rural areas. Now, we think we're rural in Georgia, but think about a one-room schoolhouse literally in Montana. And you were going to make that school have to have a history teacher and a separate geography teacher. And, it was crazy. So, again, we were going to work on the rules and regulations regarding highly qualified to make sure you could still have a teacher that could teach multiple subjects. We also know that with regard to the testing and how the law was very specific about annual measures, that there was a push for growth models as well. And what we were trying to do in the reauthorization effort was make it so that the growth models weren't a pilot situation that you had to apply for and only a few states could do it, but it became something that any state could develop a growth model to show student growth and achievement and then be able to meet adequate yearly progress. So all these things, there was literally unanimous agreement on the part of the chiefs, and we went to Capitol Hill and tried, but this all happened before the economy tanked, and we were trying to get everyone's attention right before the presidential election, and presidential candidates weren't paying much attention either. So our time to get it reauthorized came and went, and now we have a new administration, new Congress. We're hopeful education's on the radar, but again, all indicators to us is that still it's the economy and the war, and they'll get around to education eventually. So again, we are still working very hard as state education entities to have a common sense approach to reauthorization, to maintain accountability standards, to still say disaggregation of data is important because we still have to close the achievement gap, but to also then make common sense changes that after 6 years of implementation, everyone agrees there's problems. So, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to get Congress's attention. We're hopeful that the new secretary will utilize some of his discretionary waiver powers that the previous administration was not willing to exercise. And we're hopeful that we're going to be able to move forward with some common sense changes that we all recognize need to be done.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. We appreciate your
Thank
time
you.
today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your attention, and good luck.
Director Holly Robinson up next.
Forsyth is the biggest growing.
You're not but an hour or so behind.
Was that his question about growth? Whose question was that? Was it Carl's question? Let me just tell him real quick.
Yeah, she's getting ready. Tell me when you're ready. Hey, Jack, you ready to get going? Okay, I'm ready. We're about an hour behind.
Mine's much shorter. I'll be succinct.
Okay. Do I?
Absolutely.
I'll let y'all change up.
I'm not even going to do slides. I'll just do my
Okay. All right, very good. Let me let him get out and we'll get you going.
It's me. Is that ours or theirs?
That's ours. Thank you.
Come on, these house members asking questions. Oh, good God. We got 2 more, right? Oh, we got plenty. We got Holly Robinson next. We got a ton for it.
Holly Robinson, after this here, we'll be here a while. Yeah, we're going to go.
Let's give her attention, please. Director Robinson,
thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long afternoon, but I do have some important information to share with you. I'm Holly Robinson. I'm the Commissioner of Bright from the start, and I'd like to begin by giving you a little short update on a couple of the things that we have been able to get done in this past year in our agency, and then I'll go through the budget pages with you. We have gone through a series of fairly significant initiatives and realignments, all in the way to better serve children across the state of Georgia, and to always keep in mind that these are very young children, and we have to consider health, we have to consider safety, and we have to consider quality in everything that we do. And the outcome, the good news is that a lot of these changes have certainly made us more efficient and more effective in the things that we do. Starting this summer, we knew that we were going to be making 6%, 8%, and 10% cuts in our budget. So we began looking first at some very, very strict, stringent rules as far as travel, registrations, training, and supplies. And we have moved very heavily because the majority of my employees in my agency are spread out across the state because they are consultants for the daycare homes, for the family group homes, for the family centers, and for the pre-K program. And we are using GoToMeeting very, very extensively, which has cut back on travel, which has made our meetings more efficient, has kept the few people that we have in our I guess we call it our central office. I keep calling it our home office. But they are able to contact and work with, even this morning we had a meeting with the R&R directors across the entire state. Nobody had to drive anywhere. It was all on a call-in. The other thing that we have done that has been one of the things that really has helped us in realignment, and that is with the child care services. We have moved to blended programs into 6 regions in our child care services. So now we do not have a consultant that just does family group or just does child care centers, but we have done extensive hard training, and we are now in a region of the 6 regions of the state, and in that region each one of those consultants has a very particular territory. They do not drive by something to go to somewhere else, and they really get to know and are able to very, very closely focus on those centers and those group homes that they are serving. That way they are able to really concentrate on a smaller territory and hopefully do a much better job. That just started January 1st, and we're very hopeful. We've also gone through a series of rules changes with our board. We've done 2 sets of rules changes already, and we're going into the 3rd one with our board meeting in February, and we will go to another one with our next board meeting. These changes in the rules for the child care service area are with health, they're with safety, they're with enforcement, they're for quicker action, so that something doesn't happen and we're held back for so many days before we can take action, for example, to close down a center or to reprimand or to send someone in for help or professional development. We really are trying very, very hard. I mean, I keep talking about quality, quality, quality. We have also, with our resource and referral agencies across the state, we have met with them. We've done a long series of focus groups. We've done study. We've looked at best practices across the country. And we will be realigning from 14 regions with our resource and referral agencies to 6. That will help us focus the services on the services that we have in the agency that, again, focus on quality, health, safety. We will have a new the family calling for all of the centers will move into the agency. We are working with the state on that, and they are the consumer, not the consumer, the customer service. Thank you, Leslie. The customer service people are working with us, and we are bringing everything into the agency so that there'll be more even and correct and full answers for all of those questions that come in. In pre-K, we have made just giant steps. I'm very, very excited about what we've done in pre-K, and you should all be excited because it impacts every one of you across the entire state of Georgia. Our waiting list is still much, much too big. It is still over 8,000. But what I can tell you now is if I say that waiting list is 8,230, we are within probably 20 of that number. We have a whole new data system that we have worked into in the agency, so we don't have duplications to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We are down to the last roster that we had in. By the time we had cleaned that whole roster, we had 6 duplicates statewide. So we feel so very strongly that our data, particularly with our pre-K rosters, we've moved from 3 rosters to 6 rosters now. So we have more data and more updated data. We also have a search engine now on the front page of our Bright from the Start website, so people can search for pre-K, they can search for nutrition programs, they can search for child care, they can search for family group homes. They can also find out when they look at the child care and they look at the family group homes if there have been any problems with all of their what are they called? The monitoring programs are all that the criteria and the sheets from the monitoring programs are published there now. Now I'd like to go into the budget, and I will begin by looking at page 87 of the FY 2009 amended governor's budget document, page 87. And we have done, as all of the other agencies have done, we have very carefully, very strategically, and very thoughtfully gone through the 6, 8, and 10 budget reductions. The one thing that I always do, and everyone that works with me knows this, is I always look very carefully that any budget cuts that I am taking do not impact the quality of the care for the child. Everything else gets cut, but not the quality for that little child. Page 87, numbers 1 through 3 are common to all of the agencies. Number 4 is the hiring freeze on all child care positions. We froze them. We submitted suggestions, and we have actually enacted all of those already. Our operating reductions on number 5, we eliminated 3 contracts. We have dramatically reduced supplies. You notice I didn't have any handouts. I don't have anything printed. Travel has been dramatically reduced, and that travel has been, one of the ways we have reduced that is using the GoToMeeting. We are finding that to be very impactful. Telecommunications we have cut back in. Our phone, because all of our consultants out in the field use the air cards, they have computers with them, and they have cell phones, and we have monitored that for months now, and we are very carefully and very strategically cutting back on that, as well as equipment. Number 6, we closed the last regional office that was left from when we became a full agency in 2004. That regional office has been closed down. No jobs were lost. The manager there from that office was retiring anyhow, so that position left. But what we did is we took the other people in that agency and in that regional office, and they are working from home like the rest of our field consultants are. Number 7, reduce in personnel. Those were the 2 child care positions in-house in the office, and we have been holding them vacant, and we will continue to hold them vacant. The next budget document I will be looking at is FY 2010, and that is page 141 of the governor's budget document. Again, that is page 141 of the governor's budget document. And we are under child care services is the area I'm going to address. Again, this is the 10% reduction. Number 1 to 3 are common to all the agencies. Number 4, again, those are those 3 contracts that we are carrying over that we have completely eliminated, and the continued reduction in supplies, travel, communications, and equipment. Number 5 is the reduction in the personal services. And number 6, and this is the year 2010, that we will get the full impact of closing of the Martinez office because we closed it at the end of the year. And we will get the full impact of the position and the closing of that last field office. The final budget document that I'm going to address is the FY 2010 budget workload adjustment. And that is looking at page 142 of the governor's budget document under pre-K. Number one, common to all agencies. Number two is the 3,000 additional pre-K slots. We have 8,200 on our waiting list, give or take very few. The last number of years, we've had a much lower number of slots allotted to us. Last year, we had 1,000. If you're looking at a wait list that's over 8,000 and you're only attacking it or helping to fill it by 1,000, you're not bringing that down very much. We also do have growth in 4-year-olds across the state. So the wait list has been over 8,000 for a while now. But now, this year, with the opportunity to jump up 3,000 across the state, we're really going to be able to make an impact. I'm very excited about that. The consultants across the state are excited. We've had phone calls from school systems. Private providers are calling us. Everyone across the state is very happily anxious about this 3,000 slot ability that the governor put in his budget. So we look forward to working with all you, and we can give you any kind of data you want about our pre-K program so that you will feel comfortable about those 3,000 slots, that we do have the quality facilities to put those children in those slots. We have school systems. We've had 2 school systems, right, Mary? 2 school systems in the last week that don't have any pre-K that have already called us. So that's encouraging, very encouraging. And we also, in our last 2 rosters, our 2 fall rosters from pre-K, our fill rate on last year's slots was over 99%. We had 2 rosters in a row that the fill rate was over 99%. I mean, that's awesome. That's just awesome for our pre-K. Our consultants are doing a fabulous job. Our pre-K teachers are doing a fabulous job. And just think what that does for our little children. They don't enter kindergarten and first grade with a gap. They have their literacy, their numeracy, their numbers, their letters. I was in a meeting just the other day. The teacher didn't even know I was in the meeting. She was one of our former Georgia Teachers of the Year that is an early learning person. She stood up and was talking about it. She was a 2nd grade teacher. She said, I always knew when I had a child that had been in Georgia pre-K. I was sitting in the back of the room going, yes, yes. So anyhow, we're very excited about that. I think you know that I'm excited about it too. The 82,000, which is what we'll be up to in our 4-year-olds in the voluntary universal pre-K program, is about $12.5 million in lottery funds. The other adjustment, which is number 3, that's the adjustment in the teacher retirement for the certified public schools that have lead teachers in pre-K. We do the same for them that the school system does for all of their other teachers. In summary, I'd just like to have a couple summarization points. Number 1 is that only 1% of our budget is state funding. And the governor's document shows you that there's a 16% reduction in FY 2009 adjusted and FY 2010 in state funds. So that's 16% on our 1%. So that's a lot of money for us. 73% of our budget is lottery and 26% is federal. The only increase in our budget is from the lottery. A 3.7 increase, and that's due, of course, to our 3,000 slots. And the reason we have those 3,000 slots is the market demand is out there and the enrollment growth is out there. We did not receive with that $12.5 million, though, any dollars for our administrative or operating increases. We're working on how we're going to We're working on how we're going to handle that particular issue. But I do know with these 3,000 slots, we will be able to move the needle in a positive way in education for the state of Georgia. Thank you, sir.
Director, we have no questions. You've done a tremendous job, and we appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, we got the new Noel Holcomb coming up. We got the regular old Noel Holcomb and the new Noel Holcomb. Chris, welcome. Glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
You brought your ACE budget staff with you.
We did. I can read, but I don't know if I can answer questions. So they're here to help do that, Mr. Chairman.
We're glad to have you. Congratulations.
Thanks, sir. And for those of you that don't know, I'm Chris Clark, and I'm the Commissioner-select at the Department of Natural Resources. I'll give you the overview of the DNR budget, and Commissioner Holcomb is here to help answer any questions. We'll then have Director Couch do the overview for the EPD budget, and then, Mr. Chairman, I'll put my GFA hat back on and come up and do the GFA presentation. So I'll wear you out over the next minutes here. Give you a couple of the budget that we're giving you today looks a little different than what the board voted out back in August that I think some of you've seen. You won't see in here closures on historic sites. You won't see closures on our parks. You won't see park privatization. We've tried to keep our facilities open and our folks in their jobs. And I'll tell you as we walk through this budget a couple of points here. The budget that we're dealing with state appropriations for DNR is about $130 million. 78% of that are in personnel. And so when we talk today about cuts, we're really getting down to the bone and we're really getting close to the folks here. Our principles as we went through this was to try to keep our facilities open and safe for the public, to consider the economic impact of potential closures and our actions on local communities, to minimize layoffs, especially with our law enforcement and our public safety officials, try to make sure that we had the funds there for our federal programs, to leverage those, to look at eliminating any of those mid-management areas or any of those non-essential functions, and to look at any one-time funding. I will tell you we have tried to do our part already. DNR in 2008 returned about $3 million to the state treasury, and so far this year through reductions in travel and contracts and equipment and vehicle purchases, we've eliminated about $1.4 million so far this year. Based on the governor's recommendations for 2009, DNR has an 18% budget cut. Our FY10 budget cut is the same as around $22 million. That's about 18%. We're on page 171 in the governor's budget document. Most of our cuts are the same in 09 as they are in 10, with a couple of exceptions, which I'll point out as we walk through this today. There are some common cuts in here that you'll see, I think, in everybody's budget. Won't spend a lot of time with those, but state employee salary increase cuts, cuts to the health benefit plan. We've obviously tried to cut operations, motor vehicle purchases. We're eliminating all of our motor vehicle purchases for 2010, and many of our contract funds. So if you look at the reductions in 2009 for salary increases, state benefits, operating expenses, motor vehicles, and contracts, that's about a little over $9 million. You'll see the same level of cuts in 2010 to the tune of about $9 million as well. There is, and I think you'll see this in most state budgets, Mr. Chairman, there'll be an increased allocation for technology, and of course I think Director Patrick Moore will talk to you about that. That's, I think, some reallocation of funds for his outsourcing, and I won't get into that. But if you'll look at page 172, and we'll start with coastal resources, I'll just highlight some of the major items here. We propose eliminating funds for the removal of sunken vessels. That's $180,000 in 09 and again in 10. We don't have any of those sunken vessels that are current obstructions or threat of obstructions. If we do find those, we'll work with local law enforcement over the next year to try to remove any of those. We're deferring state funds for artificial reef construction in 09 and 10 to the tune of $46,000 in 09 and $49,000 in 10. We will continue to build some artificial reefs, but we'll be using the federal funds that we've got. If you look then, and Dr. Couch will come back to environmental protection, if you'll look down at historic preservation, three cuts there that I'd like to highlight. We are eliminating a contract with the University of Georgia for a certified local government coordinator. That will save us $42,000 in 09 and 10. We have a small grant program in historic preservation now. Many of you that have downtown development authorities are aware of it. It's our Georgia Heritage Grant Program. We do programs for renovations and planning for courthouses, other things. We're proposing to defer those funds in 09 and 10 and then hopefully start that program back up in 2011. We're also reducing our contract funds to the regional development centers. We do contracts every year to all of those RDCs for folks that help with historic preservation. We're still going to have money going to them, but it'll be at a reduced level, and part of that is thanks to the reorganization of the RDCs under DCA, so we'll be able to find $28,000 worth of savings in 2009 and $32,000 worth of savings in 2010. Further down the page, you'll see historic, our parks, recreation, historic sites. We propose removing several single project funds to complete the surveys at High Falls State Park. Will result in savings of $148,000 in 2009 and 10. We have funds in there of $125,000 to reduce for the construction of a public recreation facility at Bear Creek Reservoir. That's over in the Athens area. That'll save us $125,000 both in 2009 and 10. We'll also reduce funds to manage and remove aquatic vegetation at Little Okmulgee State Park. That'll save us $25,000 in 2009 and again in 2010. Next line item there, we propose reducing funds for the maintenance and repair at our state parks. Right now we have about $3 million in general appropriations, and this is where we're going to go in and fix the cabins and fix roofs or build new construction at our parks. We're going to reduce that, or recommend reducing that, by $452,000 in 2009, and reducing all of those funds, all $3 million worth of those funds in 2010. However, I draw your attention to the bond package. The governor has, since we removed those funds from the 2010, all of those maintenance projects, he's added $5 million worth for maintenance and repairs and new construction at state parks, like new cabins. So you'll see $5 million of additional funds in the bond package there. And those will be things we'll be able to move quickly that we've got in the queue already. As we continue to look down there, we recommend closing the aquarium at Magnolia Springs State Park. That's the Bogan Aquarium over there. That should save us $51,000 in 2009 and again in 2010. And for those of you that remember, we were given that facility in 1996 from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, but continue to operate the park, but we won't have the aquarium there. 2 years ago, we opened a new historic site regional office. It's how we manage all of our parks out there, through regional offices. We recommend closing that regional office, that mid-management level that we did. We'll absorb those employees into critical hire positions that we've got within the organization. But that'll save us $186,000 in 2009 and $526,000 in FY10. So we won't lose any employees. We'll lose some positions there, but we'll put those folks into some critical areas that we desperately need their assistance in. Line 11 there, in the parks area in 2009, we're going to defer opening of the Swanee River Eco Lodge in Fargo. That should save us $175,000 in 2009 and another $175,000 in 10. But Senator, let me just say, I know you're interested, Senator, so let me make this comment. As we look at all of our lodges and all of our operations, we're going to see if there's some alternative ways down there, if maybe there's a private sector individual or a partnership that we can enter into. We don't want that facility to stay closed. We know it's never going to make its money, but we're committed to looking at it, but we do have deferring the opening of that for 2009 and 10. Another area I know that we'll go into more detail in the subcommittee meetings, but we're recommending that we suspend operations of 8 of our 14 swimming pools. That will save us $124,000 in FY10. That's not in the 2009 budget, that's in the 10 budget. One of the reasons that we're recommending doing this is there's a new federal regulation that's come out, and you'll be dealing with this at the local level with any of your local pools too. But there's about somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,000 per pool worth of drain upgrades that we have to do. And we don't have that budgeted right now, and so it was going to be difficult for us to open those. We do have several facilities where we have concessionaires. We're going to negotiate with them to see if they'll pay for those drain upgrades so we can try to keep those pools open. But we are looking at suspending operation of 8 of our swimming pools in order to do those upgrades and also to save the money. And again, when we do the subcommittee, I'll be happy to go into more detail with that or answer that later. Another kind of mid-management area that we've got is in our lodge administration office. You know, we operate several lodges at our state parks. We're going to reduce and close that lodge administration office and eliminate one position that's currently vacant now. That should save us in 2010 around $350,000. I think the biggest item in here that you might have questions about is we're recommending reducing all state funds for golf course operations and the golf course regional office that we operate. That will do that between now and the first quarter of FY10. Should save us somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.4 million. Now, I'll be very clear. We're not talking about closing. It's not our intent or our desire to close those golf courses. At 2 of our golf courses, we already have private sector folks that operate those golf courses for us. And we come very close to breaking even. We still lose a little money, but we're working on those contracts. So what we want to do is at those other golf courses we've got is to enter in the same type of agreements, find those private sector partners out there that can operate those efficiently, operate them at affordable rates, but save the state money. We're losing right now just over $2 million a year at those golf courses on our state parks. If there's a golf course out there that we can't find a private sector to come in and operate it, then we'll work with the communities to try to help them come in and operate it or develop a partnership. And as a very last resort, we would look at closures or naturalization or suspension of those projects. I'll commit to you this. I know some of these are economic drivers in communities. We're doing an economic impact study now. We're working with the day school at Georgia State to look at the best way to operate those and to give us some guidance. This will be completely open, transparent, and I commit to you that we'll work with your communities and make sure that they're partners with us and know what we're doing every step of the way. If you look on down the page, I'll go on to wildlife resources, and another area with some significant cuts here. Again, what we didn't want to do is to lay off or lose any of our public safety, our law enforcement, any of our folks if we didn't have to. Last year, the General Assembly put an additional 10 positions into our wildlife management area for fisheries, wildlife, and game management. Because of the hiring freeze, we haven't hired any of those positions, and so we're recommending eliminating those 10 vacant positions in 09 and 10. That will save us $450,000 both years. Again, those are new positions that you put into the budget last year. We've not filled those. We do have some other vacant positions there in our Conservation Ranger program. There are 10 vacant positions, and so instead of having to lay off any of our law enforcement agency folks, that we're recommending that we eliminate those vacant positions. That will save us $478,000 in 09 and again in 2010. And just so you know, in our law enforcement section, those men and women that are out there every day, 90% of their budget is personnel. There are not a lot of offices. Their offices are their vehicles out there. And so we don't really have a lot of areas to cut there. And I know it'll probably be a question, so I'll go ahead and tell you. In 2000, we had 252 law enforcement officers out there. Today we have 209. Really, the formula says that we should have somewhere around 230. So our guys are really operating at a bare minimum right now. We don't want to cut them, but we think we found the solution here by cutting some of these vacant positions. If you look on down at line 5 in FY09, and it's the same in FY10, because of the outsourcing that we're doing on our boater registration, we'll be able to, and we had planned for some time to eliminate 7 positions there as we go to that automated license position. We're working with those employees right now to find other facilities. The next line item there, line item 7, we had in an earlier budget release talked about closing the Lake Burton Coldwater Trout Hatchery. We've been able to find a way to keep that facility and our hatcheries open. Those are huge economic drivers in Georgia, and we know that. We want to keep them open, but we do recommend eliminating one position that's already vacant up there now. And again, we won't have to lay off anybody, but we've got a vacant position. That'll save us $47,000 in 09 and 10. We also recommend removing some one-time funding that was put in the budget for $25,000 for a campground and a trail at the Berry College Wildlife Management Area. 2 other quick cuts here in wildlife management. We recommend there on line 10 that we reduce funds for our wildlife management area leases. What we'll do here is some of these areas we've got now that are federal lands that we manage We'll take our folks off of some of those lands. You'll still be able to hunt and fish on them, but we won't have some of the expense there of maintenance. We've got some leases every year on some of our hunting area that we just lose those leases every year, so we'll find some savings there. And then lastly, in some parts of the state, we've gone in recent years with our land conservation program and have been able to buy additional land that's now available where we've got leases, and so we'll be able to release some of those leases and find some savings, but we won't diminish the hunting opportunities or fishing opportunities for your constituents in those areas. I'll go ahead and tell you, I know the question will be, where are those? I can't tell you where those are yet. We're still working through that, but those are the savings we think that we can realize in 09 and again in 10. And the tune of $391,000 in FY09 and $497,000 in FY10. And then I think the last item there, item 11, is to reduce some operating expenses at the Charlie Elliott Wildlife Center over in Social Circle. That'll save us $49,000, and that's in FY10. We won't have any of those cuts in 09. Lastly, just in the budget part, in the bond package, as I mentioned earlier, the governor's recommended $5 million for maintenance and repairs, new construction at our state parks. He's also recommended $14 million for design and build of the Don Carter State Park up on Lake Lanier. I believe that's in Hall County. In Hall County. That's a project we've been working on for the last few years, and it's ready to go. We just needed the funds, so we'll be able to create a few jobs there from construction and be able to move that project forward. Again, Mr. Chairman, the governor's budget for 09 is 18% cut in DNR. That's over $22 million, and the same number for FY10. I know that some of you might ask about fees, and I'll tell you that our board will look at in the coming months our fee structure. But even if we raise those fees once we go through the public hearing process, it's still going to be amended 10 or even 11 before we start really seeing any of the benefits there. We do have a bill recommending increases to out-of-state fishing and hunting license this year as well, though, and we'll be happy to talk about that as we go through the process.
All right. You want to go ahead and get your questions out of the way, and then we'll hear Dr. Couch.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, got a few.
Okay.
Senator Hooks.
Chris, I think it would be helpful if you, as this budget, and we've talked about this before, as this budget moves through the various and sundry subcommittees and full committees of the House and Senate, if you could have and point out to the members of the General Assembly, many of us already know it, the actual dollars that your game and fish, wildlife, parks are actually generating back. I mean, when you look at something in black and white, you don't get the full picture of the licenses and fees that these sportsmen and the recreation folks of this state have voluntarily generated and go back into the general funds of this state.
Yes, sir. We'll get that information.
If you could give that information, it'd be most helpful.
Yes, sir.
And I assume on page 174, item 9 at the bottom, is that replaced with federal funds, or is that your hunting and fishing license?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. That's a good question. Item 9 there on page 174, replace state funds with other funds in game management. We're going to use funds from our quail tag. We'll be able to do that in FY09 and 10 to make up this $538,000, but the tag sales are decreasing, and so we don't think those will be available in 11 and 12, but we felt like while we had the ability and our sales were good, we ought to utilize those dollars. Thank you for pointing that one out.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Got a question on our trust funds. Solid waste, hazardous waste, continue to pull that money out of those things and putting it somewhere else. And I'm just wondering if we're destroying the intent of what those trust funds were set up for.
Actually, Dr. Couch is going to address the trust funds in just a moment when she does her budget.
Well, I noticed the customers continue to pay $1 a tire, and yet we're reducing that. I don't know what the demand is out there, but it concerns me that we're not using that for what it was intended for.
Yes, sir.
Senator Tolson.
Mr. Chairman, Chris, I'll go back to really wanting to look at our fee structures across the board in our state parks and all. I'm glad to see that we're finally working on our folks coming in from out of state. I think we've been giving them, we want them to come because they bring a lot of money into this state, hunting and fishing, but we don't want to give it to them. So we appreciate y'all looking at that and making the proper adjustments, not just trying to balance it on their back, but making the proper adjustment because they do bring in a lot of money to this state. We are the #1 state in the nation for hunters coming in from out of state, and we want to make fishing that same way. Right. But also looking at our state park structure and our what we charge there. I mean, I actually ran into somebody down at one of the parks, and they were having a meeting, and they were questioning about privatizing all that. And I said, well, he said, well, we love to come here. I said, well, I'm glad you do. He said, yes, just so reasonable. I said, well, that might be one of the problems. I said, if we charged a little more, would you still come? He said, sure. We meet here all the time. Their group meets there all the time. So I think that we are a little too reasonable on some of these things, and we need to just get to a market rate where we know we're getting giving them a good value for, but also getting the money in to help run the operation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Chris,
thank you, Senator.
A couple of things. Senator Hooks, I thought, brought up a good point. I think it'd be helpful to see a pie chart that shows the total contribution to maybe the parts of your budget that have other fees, fees and federal funds and dedicated funds. It'd be interesting to see that pie chart because it would lower the percentage of the state funds that are being put into some of these activities. I think that'd be very interesting to see. I think it'd make a good point.
Yes, sir.
Second thing, I've asked Noel, I think at our committee meeting we had a while back about as you look to try to reduce the government expenditures on your golf courses, why you would not consider using prison labor as part of your maintenance activities and greens care and so forth. I know you'd certainly rather have employees, but if it came down to choice of keeping one open and utilizing that type of labor or closing it, it would seem to me to be a pretty easy decision. But
yes, sir.
It won't work in every case, but in those cases where you're in close proximity to an institution. Plus, it would be also teaching a skill that probably there's a pretty good market for out on the open market.
Yes, sir. We'll look at that.
I believe that's all the questions. We thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Oh, who did I miss? No, that was wrong.
Lynn Smith over here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson. Smith, I'm sorry. I didn't see you light. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Well, Chris. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it on? Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate Noah Holcomb on his future retirement. He's done a wonderful job and brought a passion for our state, and I think we're all on the right track, commenting on what great natural resources we have in Georgia, and the torch is passed to you, and you're going to do a great job as well.
Thank you.
Thank you again for looking into the fee structures and such as that. I have people from outside our state tell me what a great state we have and how many great resources we have, and they tend to market and capitalize on their resources better than us. So when times get better, I hope we can just outmatch them there. Now I've got to ask a practical question that goes to our wildlife resource management when there are open hunts on state lands and property. Ran into a situation in my county recently where it was essentially understaffed. We didn't have the staff people there. It was a new area for hunting, and several of the hunters created paths through private property in their eagerness to get to whatever spot they were looking for. Had a few incidences. So on behalf of all the numerous people who've contacted me about that, you've given me a good answer. If you could just say that as well.
Well, and I'll just say that we've committed to take a look at that and to make sure that when we have future hunts there that we'll manage it better. But we have reached out to the sheriff and the community down there, and our law enforcement officials down there have talked to them, and so I think we'll have a much better plan as we go forward.
Thank you very much. That was your first baptism of fire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm going to be going over the EPD portion of the DNR budget. In fiscal year 2008, the final appropriation for environmental protection, that is the protection of clean air, clean land, and water in the state, invested by the state was $50.3 million. The fiscal 09 budget and fiscal 10 budget of the governor's recommended spending reduces the per capita investment in the state of Georgia from the basis in 2008 of 5.4 cents per capita to $3.07 rather per capita in the 2008 amended budget. The reductions in 2008 and 2010 amount to reductions that are in the fiscal 2008 amended budget, a reduction compared to fiscal 08 of 34%. The reduction in the fiscal 10 budget that I'll detail for you is a reduction of 24%, resulting in a per capita spending in the state of Georgia of a little less than $4 per person per year. The challenge in developing this budget in times of austerity is the challenge of assuring that we are continuing to provide essential and basic services during a time of necessary austerity spending. I'd like to turn your attention to page 172, to the lower one-third of that page, and I'll be reviewing for you the recommended reductions in different elements of the Environmental Protection Division budget. I'll then turn to a discussion of the recommended reductions in the Solid Waste Trust Fund activities as well as the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund activities. I'll start on item 4. The items above that have been spoken to earlier and are part of overall state adjustments for all agencies. One of the things that we have focused on and have been implementing already at the outset of fiscal 2009 was austerity in reducing operating expenses. That is largely resulting in the reduction in travel costs associated with managerial and administrative travel. A lot of our work requires travel throughout the state of Georgia, and as a result, most of the work we do requires visits and field visits throughout the state. The 2009 budget for environmental protection, and because a large fraction of our budget is personnel, in order to meet the levels of targeted reductions, requires the elimination of 22 positions that are currently vacant. These are positions that have been held frozen for this fiscal year already, and we're not projecting with our current attrition rate the need to conduct any furloughs or layoffs, but we'll be having close attention to our vacancy and vacancy rate. The types of activities that will be affected by the 22 vacancy reduction occur throughout the state of Georgia. Most of the investment of state dollars that are not coming and sourced from fees associated with the solid waste and hazardous waste trust funds are supporting predominantly activities in two major areas. One is in our field operations, our field district operations throughout the state of Georgia that are the boots on the ground providing the day-to-day service to Georgians. Those are disproportionately funded by state resources. The second major area is in the area of water programs. In the area of water programs, we have some program areas that we have looked very hard for improving efficiencies in and can capture and sweep some of that up into the 22 position vacancies. The reduction of funds for the Clean Air campaign. In previous years, the state has invested in order to match a 4-for-1 match from federal dollars available from federal transportation congestion mitigation grant money, that the match provided by the state of Georgia that had a very favorable leverage 4-to-1 was $800,000. In the level of austerity we're facing and the choice among the kinds of contracts that and outside support we might need, we identified the need to consider reductions in the Clean Air campaign match, resulting in a reduction of $180,000 that's also carried into the 2010 budget that you'll see. Item number 7 is the result of some activity we started very late in fiscal year 09 and continue to work on through this year. Our emergency response team is one that started well over 15 or 18 years ago at a time when the emergency response in the state of Georgia, many communities did not have a well-organized network of first responders. Today, in every community, we have well-organized first responders that are done through the local fire departments and local emergency response. EPD today is not the first responder in emergencies, but rather is brought in for specialized technical resources. It is not our intent in any way whatsoever to undermine our ability to provide timely, highly responsive, and competent emergency services. What we evaluated and what we determined is that a number of the calls that our emergency response team, in fact, went out on were not emergencies and could be handled most effectively by our district offices. So we have reorganized our team. We have reduced the amount of personnel by 2 vacancies that are in line with the redirection of services that are not, in fact, emergencies to be handled by other components within EPD, making the emergency response network truly focused on the current status of first responding, the first responder network, as well as our role within that. Item number 8 is one of the areas that we have identified where we'll be replacing state funds with federal funds in the area of land protection. In the cycle of austerity and budget cuts that went into place during the 2003-2004 cycle of budget tightening, at that time, which predated me, but nevertheless one that I became informed about, we had already at that time began a major shift to identify areas where we can identify the use of federal funding in lieu of what had been state investment. And in most of the areas that we've explored, we have pretty much shoved as much as possible off the state funding sources onto federal program dollars. However, where we can identify those, we take advantage of them today. I'll turn to page 173, which at the top indicates the governor's recommendation regarding the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund. There's a lot of money in Hazardous Waste Trust Fund. Every year we collect somewhere between, it varies, but I'll say close to $15 million. The funds that are needed to clean up the hazardous sites in the state that are abandoned can in fact be substantial, into the multiple millions of dollars in many cases. Consequently, as we're looking to the application of the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, one of the areas that the governor is recommending is that we defer some of these high-ticket cleanups. We have 4 in particular where the cleanup activities would be deferred. They are the Cedartown Battery, Cedartown and Polk County, Berrien Products Cleanup in Nashville, Berrien County, Peach Metals Industries in Bryan County, and Stevenson Chemical Company, which would be effective and not started as planned in the fiscal 10 budget. To the extent that we would be deferring cleanups of abandoned sites, generating the savings that you see in the upwards of about $4.8 million, we would also propose to eliminate 3 environmental engineering positions. These positions would provide services that are in relationship to the reduction in abandoned site cleanup. We feel that we can eliminate 3 of the engineering positions as well. Let me tell you what we're not eliminating and what the governor's priorities are and our priorities. Both in fiscal 09 and fiscal 10, you will see that as we work through the detail with the subcommittees, the priorities are the full reimbursement of local government reimbursement requests for the site cleanups that the local governments are required to do. As a consequence, in the FY09 budget, the remaining spending that would be provided from the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund is in the amount of $2.28 million that will fully compensate the allowable costs for reimbursement to local governments. In addition, we are continuing program operations in order to provide the services, oversight, and necessary engineering consultation and approval so that we can support the state's brownfield real estate-related redevelopment that does continue but albeit at a somewhat reduced rate. Nevertheless, while the state operates through its own activities, abandoned site cleanup for sites that are truly abandoned, please remember that we have currently about 350 sites that are ongoing in cleanup by private responsible parties who have been identified. And the amount of costs for those 350 sites are in the billions of dollars and require a high degree of oversight and to ensure that the cleanup is being done in a timely, cost-effective, and high-quality manner. I will move then to the Solid Waste Trust Fund. The Solid Waste Trust Fund representation in the governor's budget is on page 174. The proposal is to reduce Solid Waste Trust Fund in an amount of right at $3.9 million. The reductions in the Solid Waste Trust Fund are essentially oriented to, again, in a time of austerity, be focused on areas that are not absolutely critical to assure the protection of public health, safety, and so forth. The types of activities, therefore, that have been part of the approved spending plan, approved by the governor, the Board of Natural Resources, as well as developed in cooperation with multiple state agencies that have been partners in the execution of some of the programs that have been curtailed, are programs such as the Governor's Litter Initiative, which will be eliminated. In addition, we would be deferring full cleanup of a large abandoned tire site. We are retaining funding and requesting that funding be retained for a partial work on the Upson Tire County abandoned tire site, which is one that is extremely large in site, one of the largest in the state, and for us is an area of concern that we continue to stabilize and make some improvement on even during the time of austerity, so that we minimize the opportunity for that to be a fire hazard, which would have great consequences, certainly locally, but also regionally, as such a pile would burn out of control. We're also eliminating 3 positions that formerly had been paid for under the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund, the Solid Waste Trust Fund. What is remaining also in the fund is an emphasis on continuing the service that we do in program operations. We are required to permit and regulate tire haulers. We continue, maybe at a slightly reduced rate, to buy, sell, and dispose of tires. We continue to have enforcement issues, and we need positions in place to continue to work on enforcement. Even in a time of austerity, the illegal dumping of tires does occur, and we're fearful may continue to increase. The other area that is retained are positions that are funded out of the Solid Waste Trust Fund, positions within the Department of Community Affairs that support the individuals there that work hand in glove with local jurisdictions in the preparation, review, and approval of local solid waste management plans. I'd like to now turn to the FY 2010 budget. It would appear on page 270 of the governor's budget recommendation. Much of the strategy for 2010 is very similar to what I have overviewed for you for fiscal year 2009. Again, the strategy is a continued reduction in positions, reduction of operating expenses. We would propose to continue the reduction in the Clean Air Campaign funding, the roll forward into 2010 of the continued change in the programs related to emergency response, so forth and so on. Item 9 is new. It's not shown in 2010, but another area where we've been looking very hard to scan and screen and look for ways to be more efficient in conducting the activities that we do in EPD. Many of you will know that EPD operates a system by where we assist close to 8,000 local water utilities in the state by receiving and conducting testing on water in our EPD water laboratory. We've had an external contract for some years with the University of Georgia. We evaluated that contract and determined that it could be done at a much more favorable price by bringing those services inside and doing them with our EPD laboratory. As a result, the services continue, but we're able to recapture and provide a reduction in the amount of $235,000. That is a savings in the 2010 budget that is swept up into the reduction that the governor is recommending. Hazardous Waste Trust Fund in 2010, in addition to the three projects we would defer beginning in 2009, we would not start the planned Stevenson cleanup in 2010. And solid waste is similar. There's not much notably different in 2009 in terms of what is cut and what priorities remain. Again, the priorities that are remaining in the application of solid waste trust fund dollars are the bare essentials to make sure that the activities we conduct in permitting, tire inspections, enforcement, scrap tire removal, and so forth are conducted. And it's important also to note that the Solid Waste Trust Fund is applied to assure that we're working on the in surface mining activities in the state as well. That is the overview for the EPD portion of the overall DNR budget, and I would be pleased to take any questions if desired.
Chairperson Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Couch. I'm going to ask you a question about something I didn't see in the budget, and I think it also might be directed to the next presentation from GFA. But there's a lot of concern. Will we be funding the statewide water plan phase 2, and how are we going to do that?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think there's a lot of interest in that, and I'm very pleased about the high degree of interest in assuring that we can move forward in completing the implementation of the state water plan and bringing that plan into action. Similar to the governor's funding of the first year of the implementation of the plan, the 2009 phase, his plan is also to rely and leverage to the maximum extent possible federal resources through our revolving fund and funding coming from GFA. It is not his proposal, therefore, at this point in time that new appropriations are needed for that purpose. The amount of budget that I have presented to him needed for the FY 2010 set of activities is in the amount of $11.27 million. We meet routinely throughout the course of the year and refine those budget numbers moving forward. But the governor has evaluated the application of GFA-related funding. Please remember that there is an investment from direct appropriations in our base of $500,000 that will continue to be applied. And there are a couple of other areas within EPD where we're leveraging the existing resources of EPD primarily to enhance the ability for the state water plan, particularly in those areas that are related to understanding how much waste assimilation capacity is out there. the legislature and the governor in previous years have invested funds that are coming from our TMDL, or total maximum daily load analysis, which are extremely compatible with the outcomes that are being conducted under the assembled capacity. And so those things are being brought into line so we don't have redundancy. So from all of those sources together, I can tell you that the governor is fully funding the request, and we continue to work, and we will, on looking for ways to be efficient as we move forward into the remainder of 2009 and 2010.
Thank you. So for the citizens of our state, they're to understand that we are moving forward, fully engaged in the phase number 2 of the statewide water plan.
Absolutely. We're not looking back. We're looking forward. This plan is going to action, and I think we're imminently we'll imminently be hearing about the Water Council appointments.
Thank you. Sir Allison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couch, thank you for all the work y'all have done on this. Look, you've really worked hard at trying to meet the goals that we have to meet. I do have one question. In the 2009 budget, you have like elimination of 22 jobs, and then in 210, basically the same line item is 18 jobs.
Right.
Is that a combination of 40, or is that?
No, it's the same 22 moving forward. We're hoping that we can recapture 4 of those and reduce the 22 to 18 by offsetting, bringing back into the personnel services 4 positions to reach the target. Because we're saving on this external water contract with UGA, we're freeing up some resources. We'd like them applied in order to reduce the amount of the vacancy that we have to carry into 2010. So it's not 22 plus 18.
Okay. Are there any other areas like that? I mean, that we have contracts with the University of Georgia that we can do ourselves, or that we're doing that maybe it would be less expensive that we don't do anymore and have contracted out, that we're just totally out of the business of doing that function? Are there any other false roles that we can eliminate, one or the other?
There's none that come to mind. We've been looking very hard at that even before, the situation that we're all facing occurred. We've had another example where we've done that recently, and it's been in the area of our air programs, where we brought an external contract in, determined it could be done much cheaper. But that didn't affect state funding. But I can assure you I continue to look for that.
Thank you.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this somewhat gets back to the same question, and it may be a question as much for Chair Appropriations as it is for you, but we have the elimination of vacant positions and the amount of savings that is. And in one case, I think we're eliminating 3 vacant positions from your agency, and that's got a savings of about $180,000. My question is, how many other vacant positions are out there that if we had a list, through Department of Natural Resources, they're obviously, you said 22 and then moving to 18, and that 18 doesn't include the ones on your various lists. How many vacant positions do we have out there that if we put those funds back into the budget, it would help fill that hole that we've got with homeowners property tax relief grants?
Well, we're offering up all the vacancies that we have.
You're offering all of your vacancies?
Yes. The ones that we aren't offering up are ones that are associated with our lapse factor that are routinely not filled in order to have that lapse to assure that we aren't overspending our personal services budget. But in essence, you're getting all of our vacancies. Okay.
Chairman, do you know if every other agency is showing us all of their vacancies as well? If not, I would think that would be something that we as the Appropriations Committee should ask for, because if they're vacant positions, we don't need to be reserving those funds in the current budget cycle, would be my opinion. Thank you. Thank you for your honesty with the answer.
Representative
Williams. All would do that.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Couch, have you got any idea when the Water Council members are going to be named? A lot of anticipation out there to who's going to be on it. Has the governor announced when he's going to make those selections?
I do not know for sure. I know that the governor has worked very diligently on this. I would expect that those announcements are imminent, but I can't presume to know precisely when that will occur.
Well, they've got their work cut out. Don't they have to have those plans finalized in 2010?
Oh, yes. My eagerness is shared by many because I know many people want to contribute to hit the ground running, and I think we're very close to the starting gate.
Refresh my memory. I'm not all that what happened in House Bill 230. Once these plans are submitted to EPD, they're finalized, and is there any legislative action that takes place after these plans are adopted?
There may be. It depends on the nature of what the plans contain. I wouldn't be surprised to see that one of the resulting aspects of many, if not some of these plans are areas that would be desired for consideration to transform into a legislative agenda. But in some cases, it might be rulemaking. In some cases, what needs to be done to implement the plan may purely be administratively available under current authorities, but I wouldn't rule out that the plans could have an emerging legislative agenda.
Last question, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Couch, my question has to do with the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund. When I buy new tires from my car, I pay an extra $1 for each tire, and I assume that was going to dispose of the tires in a environmentally friendly way. Is that money not being used for the purpose for which it was intended?
The fee that you are talking about that is paid when you buy tires is $1 a tire. That funds the Solid Waste Trust Fund, not the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund. The fees that come into the Hazardous Waste Trust Fund come from fees paid by those that generate hazardous waste. So there's a different source of fee funding. The $4 per tire goes into, and we account for it as a trust fund, but those dollars go into the general fund. The spending plan we put forth every year is one that is we prepare that plan and we present it in relationship to the legislative intent as well as the approved authorities of the Solid Waste Trust Fund.
So it doesn't all go for the purpose for which it was intended, I guess.
The Solid Waste Trust Fund was recently reauthorized for 3 more years. Okay, and in the discussion of the authorized purposes of the Solid Waste Trust Fund, the application of those fees can go certainly and principally goes to making sure that scrap tires are cleaned up and going to the right place and assuring to the extent possible that they're recycled because it has a good economic benefit in addition to environment. But there are other things allowed for in there that aren't directly scrap tire related. Those that contributed to the reauthorization, those that are in the industry were consulted regarding the application of the fee. And, it is an area where we had consensus for the purposes of the application that go into the general areas of solid waste management in general and not purely scrap tire. Now, that was reauthorized for 3 years. I think that we'll once again have that discussion when it's up for reauthorization.
Dr. Couch, I think you've exhausted all the questions. We thank you so much for coming today and
appreciate it
for your hard work in protecting our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chris, you want to come back and touch on JEPA? Good question. I bet not.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to introduce the governor's recommendation to the GFA board to replace me, Mr. Phil Foyle, who's been deputy commissioner at DCA, and unfortunately he didn't do it early enough for him to do this budget presentation today, so he gets off this time, but he'll be ready. He'll be ready later on.
He can come to the committee meetings.
He can. Let me just follow up on this from Dr. Couch's comment about funding the state plan. Last year we were able to use all federal funds to fund that. We've recommended to the governor that we'll be able to use some federal funds this year, and what we can't do, we'll use some of the funds from our revolving loan fund. That's the Georgia fund that y'all are familiar with. We don't have a lot of money in that fund, but we think if we space it out over the year, we'll be able to handle it. However, if we do get significant funds from the stimulus package out of Washington, we think we'll be able to leverage even more federal funds, try to take care of that way. So we'll keep you updated as we go through that process. If you want to turn and look at page 97 in the FY10 budget, there's a little 4 or 5 lines there. GFA is a small agency. We do a lot of projects. For those of you unfamiliar, we do your local water and sewer loans. We've loaned out to local communities about $2.4 billion over the last 20-some-odd years. Last year, we loaned your local communities $280 million, and this year about $275 million. That's saving your local taxpayers about $30 million a year in interest payments. We also have a state utility. We have the state energy program at GFA, and we've been able to save state agencies about $21 million over the last couple of years as we manage. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of giving you the overview before I get into that, but just to kind of frame up for you some of the things that GFA does. But if you look again in the FY10 budget, page 97, that's the Department of Community Affairs budget. GFA is an attached agency in there. I think we're the second little group there. We don't have a lot of line items in the state budget. If you take away our grant funds, we only have about $1 million worth of state appropriations, so it's difficult to cut. What we've recommended there, the first thing is to maintain funding for local land conservation grants. In FY09, the governor recommended, and you put in $10 million for land conservation grants. $5 million of that was for projects for the statewide significance, and $5 million were for projects for local government so they can build parks and do projects like that. In the 09 budget, you'll see that we've suspended all $10 million of that, so we've not been able to do any grants to any communities this year. And I think the chart that Shane's put up just shows you kind of a backlog of the local projects that have been applied for, and we've got no money this year. So the governor's recommended that we keep $5 million in the 10 budget to help local communities do some of these projects. And you can see there that we've got a lot of demand out there. This is a good time for communities with depressed land prices to buy property, and we've got a lot of interest in it, unfortunately, and I think it was the right thing to do is to suspend the $10 million in the FY09 budget, but we would like to help some of these communities in 2010. Item number 2 there is reduce funds for our water sewer grant program. This is a $500,000 program that we help communities primarily take citizens off of septic tanks and put them on sewer. We also use it from some emergency water projects during the drought. Chairman Hill and others were very gracious and helped us last year during the drought, put some additional funds into that. In the 09 budget, we recommend reducing that by $100,000, and in the FY10 budget here, you see that we recommend reducing those funds by $350,000. The demand in that project has really gone down a lot this year, so we think we'll be able to still help a few communities with some small loans, but we have to find somewhere to cut, and that's our recommendation there. You'll see in the line item 3, reduce funds for the Georgia Rural Water Association. This is technically a pass-through. $250,000 has been their base over the last few years that y'all funded them, but in the last year you increased that to $350,000, and I know they'd like that, $350,000, but we've worked with them, and we'd like to recommend reducing that by $100,000 so they go back to their base. And they do a great job, I'll tell you. They help your communities out there, particularly your small communities, with engineering and other support that they normally wouldn't do on their own, so they really are a huge asset. And the last item there in 2010 is reducing our state energy utility program by $253,000. This is a program that we use to manage all of the state's energy contracts. We've got projects out there to do sub-metering so we can better manage state facilities, and by reducing these funds, we'll still manage all of those state contracts, still help you find those savings to the tune of around $9 million a year we think we can achieve. But we'll just do a few fewer programs in the coming year, fewer training programs and some fewer metering programs. If you'll turn to page 413 in the 2010 budget, that's all the way in the back under the general obligation bonds. I'd call, again, that's page 413. Just call your attention quickly to the bond, general obligation bonds that we've requested. Last year, I stood up here and we talked about reservoirs, and we talked about the need in the middle of the drought. I don't know that you could have had the economic downturn hit from a water point of view at a worse time. We were finally starting to see communities come forward and ask for money, ask for grant funds, ask for loans to build new water supply and to build new reservoirs. And I think we got a chart up here. These are all the communities out there that had come to us and requested funds before we had to pull the plug and said that $40 million worth of grant funds that y'all had allocated were not going to be available. So we've already turned that in. That was actually in the amended 08. All of those $40 million funds were returned to the Treasury to help with the 08 budget. We tried to move many of these projects over to loans. You gave us $33 million in loans last year just for reservoirs, and so we've already probably done loans to the tune of about $11 million, and we're working with all of these communities and others right now to try to help them with loans. We probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of $75 million worth of projects just for water supply and reservoir projects that have come to us and said they're interested in working with us. We've recommended and requested here bond proceeds next year to the tune of $45 million. That's $37 million that'll go into that Georgia fund. Those funds can be used by your local communities for sewer infrastructure or for reservoirs and water supply projects. And then another $8 million there that are our federal match, and that should return to us $35 million in federal funds that likewise we turn around and loan back out to your communities at low interest rates. I know a lot of people want to know about the stimulus package. We've been working with the governor's office in Washington now since August when it was first talked about, a stimulus package. We've identified over $140 million worth of projects that are shovel-ready, water or sewer projects in Georgia that are not part of these reservoir projects. Well, why wouldn't you submit these reservoir projects? The federal government doesn't allow us to use their funds to build reservoirs, and we've talked to our congressional delegation about trying to make those funds so we can use them in that area. But $140 million worth of projects in your community outside of the $34 or so million that are up here now. And so we've been working on that and continue to work on it, and hopefully we'll have additional funds for local projects as we go through. But we do ask for your consideration for this bond package in this next budget.
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
See, only one question. Representative Manning, do you have your line on?
Yes, sir, please, Mr. Chairman. Would the Lake Altoona project then be funded through this particular bond program, or would it be funded through the general fund if it were to be funded?
I'm not. Which Lake Altoona project? I'm sorry, I'm not.
The reservoir, I think it was eliminated, $100,000.
I'm not. I'll have to look into that, Representative. I'm not aware of a. Greg, do you?
I think I've asked the wrong person.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
I think that's what Carl's politely trying to tell me.
I'll work on that for you, though, but I'm not aware of it.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're down to probably two agencies. I don't think public defenders is going to be here, but Superior Court judges, Judge Goss. I appreciate your patience. I apologize for the delay. We might have overloaded our wagon this afternoon, but we started out a day short because of the inauguration, so we're doing the best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Steve Goss from Albany. I'm the president of Council of Superior Court Judges. Our financial officer, Charles Miller, is handing out a summary sheet, which in very our request for adjustments to the governor's recommended budget, both for FY09 and FY10. Mr. Chairman, the FY09 budget, a few comments I'd like to make. First, I would note that Superior Court, like many of the courts, we do not have any programs. So the budget cuts have been very difficult for us to try to achieve. But for FY09, as I'm about to go over with you, I believe that we can submit to you a 10% cut. A few things I want to mention about FY09. First thing, our reduction as far as what's shown in the governor's recommended cuts would be a total reduction of 9.43%. However, when we submitted back in late August, at that time we did not know that if we would have legal authority to cut the COLA. Subsequent to that time, of course, it was rescinded. So we have an additional $669,000 that can be offered as cuts that are not included in the governor's recommended budget. That would take us up over 10%, would be nearly 10.5%, and there are 3 line items that we're asking the General Assembly to ask for us to have some money back. You will not have to find this extra money. The money's already there. What we're doing is saying, here's another $669,000 you can cut, but let us keep about $300,000 of it. So it's not that you've got to go find it from somewhere else. I would note that in our council office across the street, our budget for the council office, the cut that we're showing reducing funding for personal services of $85,000, that already includes the COLA reduction. So we've already calculated that in. Likewise, for the administrative districts, the 10 DCAs, the COLA has already been calculated in. However, the $669,000 that we have beyond the governor's recommended cuts are for the judge's COLA. We have, subsequently, that has been cut out. There are 3 items that we desperately need, and if you would release this money back to us, you will still have a 10% cut for FY09. The 3 items are as follows. We need, if you'll look on the one-page sheet we handed out, we need $80,000 for travel funds. We have canceled all out-of-state travel. We have drastically curtailed training and in-state travel. Basically, what we're paying now is what we're statutorily required to pay, which is to pay the circuit riders to go from County A to County B to County C to hold court. We will run out of money, we estimate, in April. We are short $80,000. That line item has chronically been underfunded in our budget. Every time the gas reimbursement rate went up last year, the number was running away from us. But we need $80,000 restored to that line item so that we can pay that statutorily required mileage. We're also asking for a release of $15,557 for us to have an emergency equipment fund. We have zeroed out all of our equipment statewide. So somebody's computer crashes, we have no way to replace it. And we're just asking for that small amount of money literally as an emergency fund. Finally, we're asking for $212,100 to be restored for senior judge usage for active judges to have emergencies, illness, etc. Back in August, when Representative Martin and Senator Smith advised us how bleak this thing was looking like, because we have so few places to turn to for money within our budget, we have not used senior judges since Labor Day. And of course, our dockets are swelling and the jails are swelling, but we understand the situation the state budget's in. However, as you know, Mr. Chairman, we've had this recent situation in the Piedmont Circuit, Winder, Jefferson, and Commerce, where we have a 3-judge circuit that is actually supposed to have 4 judges. One of our judges just got out of the hospital after major abdominal surgery, is not due back until April The second judge had major thoracic surgery and is now on chemo. And the only judge working in that circuit has been on the job for 20 days. So, you know, we've been covering, some of us have been taking a day here or a day there to try to fill in, but we've had to go back to using senior judges because there's just no other place to turn. There are no magistrates in that circuit that are legally trained, so that's not an option for us to fall back on. The $212,000, to let me explain to you how we came to that number. A, that's the number that gets us back to 10%. But B, we project, based on the medical information we've been provided in the last few days from these judges, we project that it's going to cost us about $60,000 to fund senior judge usage in that circuit through June 30th. The other money, the $152,000, would be an emergency fund because this points out how vulnerable we are. We have somebody sick, we have no place to turn. $152,000 times $511 a day per diem comes out to a day and a half for the year of sick days for judges. You know, if a judge has to have surgery, a judge has to be out for medical test, we at least have some money for somebody to fill into court. That's not going to deal with the backlog. That's not going to deal with having to put off some civil cases. But it will give us something to fall back on when we have these kind of emergencies like cropped up. And I would note that that amount of money is slightly less than 10% of what our annual budget is normally for that line item. So those are the three things we're asking for FY09. And again, I would point out that those three items can be funded out of the additional $669,000 of COLA cuts that are not in the governor's recommended budget and would allow us to turn back to the legislature about roughly $350,000 in additional cuts, which would take us to 10%. Would you want me to go into 10, or do you want me to answer any 9 questions?
I'd go ahead and go on through 10.
Okay. For FY10, let me say that when we submitted in late August, of course, as I mentioned to you, we did not have a financial officer at that time due to a health crisis. And we have been able to get our arms around the numbers a little bit better since then. One thing that I want to point out, the governor's recommended budget includes $1.15 million for the 3 new judgeships that passed last year that are to take effect July 1 of 09, Atlanta, Brunswick, and Alcovey. And we put the money in the budget submission. It's in the governor's budget, but I would point out that is new money. That has to be new money. We can't pay for 3 additional judgeships out of our existing base, or we'll run out of payroll money before the end of the year. So I do point that out, that is going to have to be considered not in the percentage cuts, because it's truly new money for new positions that passed by this body last year. On the proposed cuts that are in the governor's budget, there was one glaring error that was on our part. We discovered this in October, but we were not allowed at that time to amend, and it has got to be put back. And if you'll notice on this one-pager toward the bottom, it shows an add back of $3,610,000. That is legally required retirement payments, state contributions for retirement payments. $2 million of that is for retired Superior Court judges, largely, frankly, surviving spouses under the old emeritus system. It is the system that predates the current judicial retirement system. My understanding is we still have 27 people, some of those are widows, that payments are still being made under that old system. And that's $2 million of the 3.6. The other $1.6 million is a pass-through. There is some legislation being dropped this session to move some of that out of our budget. That is the state's contribution for the state court judges, juvenile court judges, and state court solicitors. It's always been passed through our budget. We have worked with representatives of those agencies and those departments, and are dropping some legislation in future years, hopefully, to put their portion of the retirement in their own budgets. But that money has to legally be paid, and it's got to be put back in FY10. Now, we can help offset some of that because we can offer some additional cuts that we've noted. We can offer cuts of $16,204 for the council office COLA. That was not in the governor's recommended budget. $24,360 for the COLA cuts for the administrative districts. The $669,099 for the judges' COLA. We can also offer up $1,575,409 for cuts in the senior judge fund. That would still give us about $550,000, $560,000 for the reasons I outlined in FY9. It would still be a 75 to 80% line item cut, but at least gives us some flexibility if we have judges sick or have to be out of work for any period of time. We can offer additional cuts of $169,513 on travel. What we need for travel is the $80,000, an additional $80,000 we had asked, and the governor had put in his budget $249,513, but we can cut $169,000 of that. And finally, we can offer up of our original budget item of $714,000 for equipment. We can offer up cuts of $512,125 to give us some equipment money of $202,000. That's $1,000 per elected judge to replace computers or other equipment. So that should bring us, exclusive of the $1.15 million for the 3 new judgeships, to an 8% cut for FY10.
Okay. Let's see. We got a couple of questions here.
So, and one other thing I would mention, basically, we can offer you back $361,442 in additional cuts for FY09, but we need an additional $643,376 put back in for FY10.
Okay, Representative Scott, I think you were first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Goss, the $212,000 for the senior judges, what did you say that per diem was?
$511.
$511. Just in the per diem, is that taxable to the judge or is it tax-free?
No, sir, it's income. Am I correct?
It is taxed as income. Okay.
No, it's taxable.
It's taxed as income.
Yes.
That's what it varies. All right.
It is income. I mean, it is taxable as income.
Well, per diems in some cases are and in some cases aren't. That's why I asked the question. How do you think the senior judges would respond to a per diem of $300 a day instead of $511 a day?
I don't know, Senator Crosby. What do you think? He used to be one.
Judge Crosby, I imagine you're going to have a new definition of cheap before you get home, if you thought 511 was.
Representative Scott, I have not inquired. I mean, to the
it's
point.
A serious question. I mean, I believe we need the senior judges.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you're looking at an outright elimination of senior judges.
Well, we haven't used any since Labor Day, but the system is starting to already bulge.
Absolutely, and I've got one that's going to have to sit and hear a murder trial in my district because
Yes,
the two that are currently there, I don't think by law can hear it. But I'm not looking to kick retired judges or hurt them. I'm asking how would they respond in these economic times. I mean, they've got a full retirement. If they can do $300 a day in a per diem, and they get the what type of response do you think we'd have out of that?
I can't answer that question for you. I've not polled them. I mean, basically because when Senator Smith and Representative Martin said how bad it was and we have so little money in our budget that we can touch, we just had to turn it off because we didn't know how much the cuts were going to be. And once the money was spent, it was gone.
Well, I understand that, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you identifying these others, and certainly respect. I mean, your net is a request of a $300,000 increase when you do the 09 and the 010.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that things have to be funded, and just looking for a way.
Yes, sir, but I would point out again, we have 3 new judgeships.
I understand.
That's in that number that, the statute's passed, and we felt like from the leadership of the council we had to put money in the budget.
Right, but from our standpoint of balancing the budget, that's not what's not in the governor's recommendation is money that we have to go take from somewhere else.
Yes, sir, I understand that. But again, understand, just to clarify, the FY09, the money we're asking you is FY09, you're not going to have to take anywhere else. We're offering you some back.
I understand that.
Okay.
But the net of both is an increase over what's in the governor's budgets. Correct?
Sir?
The net of both.
That's correct. The net of what we would give back in 9 and what we would need additionally in 10 would be about $280,000. About $280,000.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Neal and then Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Congressman. Perhaps a misunderstanding here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but in 09 the middle you're requesting an additional $80,000 in travel expenses. Matt, if I remember, you're going to run out of travel money about April.
Yes,
and
sir.
So that's
what our
next
projections
3 months.
are. Yes, sir.
Yet in 10, you're only asking for $80,000 for the entire 12 months.
No, sir. We're asking for $80,000 of additionally. It would be the same amount additionally both years.
Okay, because it appears that you're reducing from $249 down to $80,000, a reduction of $169, which appears that you're only asking for $80,000 for the entire year.
No, sir. We originally submitted an additional $249 for the entire year, but because we've cut some training and some travel and continuing ed, we were able to only ask for an additional $80 instead of asking for an additional $250,000.
All right, that explains it. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Senator Smith.
All started on this as soon as the numbers took their downturn earlier in the fiscal year, and we do appreciate what you're doing. I have just a couple of questions. One of them is, in factoring in the percentage cut to your budget, you are including the removal of an enhancement to the Council of Superior Court Clerks, which represented $1.35 million for the JDX project. You all have long argued that that really shouldn't be under your budget necessarily, and that putting it there caused it to look overinflated when it was added. But now it appears that it gives certainly the perception that it is part of what the reduction you're taking out. If you eliminate that enhancement that's been held or removed from the 09 budget, what's the percentage that the Superior Courts are actually taking from their budget?
Well, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I would point this out. If you say, okay, you're cutting the clerk's money, which is under our budget, by the same extension, we have $1.6 million of solicitors, state court judges, and juvenile court judges' retirement money that's in our budget that we're counting as part of ours that's not ours. So I would say back to you, Senator, those two numbers would wash out against each other.
All right. So
in other words, if you're not going to count the clerk's money as a cut to ours, in all fairness, I would submit that you would have to recognize that the state court solicitors, the juvenile court judges, and the state court judges' pass-through money is not ours either, nor should it be held against us.
Well, do those three categories have any net increase in appropriations this year in the 09 amended?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
No,
so what I'd like to know is we're looking for cuts for each agency, and y'all are, and I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't, but you're certainly including the $1.35 million of JDX money as part of your cut that I think you called 10%. If you took that out of the equation, what are you actually cutting from the Superior Court?
It would be over 8 because our total budget is roughly $60 million. So,
okay. have you all internally looked at plans to cut additional money if required? Do you all have some contingent plans to find additional cuts if there is less money available to you?
Senator, I don't know where we would turn and meet our constitutional mandate. I mean, we've cut everything there is to cut.
Have you looked at the non-mandated staff positions that you all have added when you add a new judge that the statute doesn't require? A few years ago, the Superior Court started a policy of adding law clerks in certain circuits, and they started with a handful, and they've grown them, and now the practice over the last few years has been to add them each time there's a judge added, and that's not mandated by statute. Have you all taken a look at whether or not there's money to be saved with those non-statutory positions?
We have. There's only, I believe, 12? No, I'm wrong. There's about 18, and I may be off one. There's one for every circuit that's required by state statute. There's 49 circuits, plus there's one required by circuit for Butts County because the death chamber's there. So that's 50 provided by statute. What has happened over the years is when y'all have provided for a new judgeship, you've also provided funding for a clerk to go to that circuit. We have looked at it, and I can get the number for you, or our staff can get it for you, but the cost saving was so minimal because there's so few of them. They make $38,000 a year. So
I think most legislators would be surprised to know they are adding non-mandated staff positions when they add those judgeships, because really when we ask what does the new judgeship cost, we're told the cost is about $500,000 per judge on an annualized basis. And normally when that presentation is made to us, at least over the last few years, it is not included. It is not broken down to include non-statutory positions that we're adding as a matter of policy rather than requirement. So I think I'm not sure everybody knows that we're adding those positions. It's just been adopted as a policy over the years coming from the Superior Courts. Let me ask you just one follow-up question though on the $3.6 million that you have presented to us as a mistake in the budget.
Yes, sir.
What is the impact of that not being funded if the money is not found and replaced back into the budget for FY10? What happens as a result of that? Then we have 27 people who are due retirement funds by the state that won't get paid, and the state will not have made the contribution it's required by law to make retirement payments to state court judges, juvenile court judges, and state court solicitors. So if the requirement is there to pay it and it's not contemplated in the budget for whatever reason, will the state pay that money and take it out as a debit from the reserve fund? I do not know. But it won't be in your budget. Well, right now we're legally required to pay it, and if that money has to come out, then we're not able to pay the judges' salaries, which by state constitution cannot be cut. I think we may need some guidance from you on where to find that money because it was. Well, again, I would point out that 3.6 we've already outlined on this sheet, over $2.5 million of it. Where you can find it, it's right here. But yes, there is going to the $643,000. That's the difference in the numbers. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Representative Neal, did you have a question earlier?
My question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Who we got? Well, we got some other names. I don't mind calling on him, but he's not on my list until I get through these names here, who are members of the committee. So, I see Representative Powell. Martin, you want to ask? Oh, go ahead.
Well, just if I could, Judge, little math here. I think the court clerks represent. No, I'm sorry. The court clerks represent 1.2% of your case. You'll still have 8.19. Give or take, yeah.
Yes, sir. Close to 9%.
Cut with that, without that. Just to be clear on the 10 budget, you do have a net increase in your request over the governor's budget of about $643,000.
Yes, sir.
With the cuts you've identified and the I think inarguably sort of a mistake in not requesting the 3.6, and that is funding the 3 additional judges, which I think, I know we pass those by statute, but I think that's something that the committee has to look, and both the House and the Senate have to look in a time when we're furloughing people, can we afford these, or do we need to amend the statute and back those up a year? But I just want to kind of spread that over the meeting, that they have included that $1.1 million.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And I think Chairman Smith brings up an interesting point. If in that are some non-statutory positions that go with those, we may want to, if those get funded, to defer those in this round.
Understand. I mean, just to clarify so that everyone's clear, we have 202 elected judges, 202 secretaries, one each, 70 law clerks among 202 judges. So basically about one law clerk for every 3 judges.
Okay, Representative.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge?
Yes, sir.
The 3 new judgeships created by 1163.
Yes, sir.
Have they already been appointed, or does
No,
that
sir.
go into effect in the 010 budget?
They will not go into effect, as I understand it, as I recall, until July 1. So they have not been, there's been no appointment for that.
Which districts are those?
Alcovey, which would be Walton County and Newton County. The Brunswick Circuit, which is, obviously Brunswick and Jessup and some other counties in that part of the state, and then Atlanta.
Given the dire straits of this budget, and given how y'all's budget's looking for things, what if these were put on hold until another future budget cycle, and that money be used to fill in some of these other gaps, like senior judges and something that might be a benefit statewide? Was that considered?
Sir?
Was that considered, putting those on hold?
We've not considered it, because right now the state statute that's on the book says that those 3 judgeships will be created July 1, 2009, and it does not say a subject to availability of funds. So as the leadership of the council, I felt I had an obligation to put the money in the proposed budget.
That's all right. Senator Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have the Alcovey Circuit in my district. I live in Newton County and represent about half of Walton County. And I was going to ask you about the money on the $643,000 that you're over on from the governor's request here, if that included the $1.1 million for the 3 circuits.
That's right.
It does. That does include that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I just to editorialize for a second, I guess, as you say, as you alluded to, it's a legislative question as to whether or not we fund those, not a judicial question. And so, I understand the budget's tight, but we'll talk about, these are 2 of the fastest growing counties in the whole country, Newton and Walton. And the question has not really been whether we've put another judge there, but whether or not we'd even split the 2 counties into new circuits. And so this is something that the legislature will have to address, and certainly you're right. As long as it's on the books, it's something that you'll have to do, but that's our question, so I appreciate your work on that.
Yes, sir.
Senator Wiles, and then Senator Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Judge, thank you for coming down. One of the questions I have is in the new cost of a Superior Court judge is not just in your budget, is it? There's in the district attorney's budget, we have to add an assistant district attorney also.
That's right. By statute, when a Superior Court judgeship is added to a circuit, there has to be an assistant district attorney added to the circuit also. So yes, there is a financial impact on other agencies. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Crosby, you want to make a comment?
Yes, just one comment. Certainly want to thank the judge for coming to be here today. And Judge Dawson, I believe, is here to be you, president of the council.
Judge Westmoreland's here and Judge Goslin.
How many senior judges do we have that are available to do senior work?
How many? There are 75 senior judges, but as you know, Senator Crosby, some of those 75 do not work anymore because of age and health. Probably closer, I would say, to about 60.
And it may very well be that some of those would be willing to work for less than 5 11.
I have not, like I said, I've not polled the body, so I'm not trying to dodge a question. I don't know what the answer to the question is. Yes, sir.
Judge, you've exhausted the question. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Chuck, did you get your question?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, district attorneys, prosecuting attorneys. This may be it. This may be it. Well, from that email, I'm not sure. Is everybody here? The whole thing happened outside of me. I don't know if you're ready. If Matt wants to speak, yes, sir. Go right ahead. Sorry.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Kelly from the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, standing in for Tommy Floyd, who is our chairman of the Prosecuting Attorneys Council, but he's in the middle of a death penalty trial, and I'm a fellow member on the council. For the record, the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, which Judge Goss couldn't name all our counties, we're one of the longest circuits in the state. We go from St. Mary's, Georgia, all the way up to Hazelhurst, Georgia, about a 150-mile district. Camden County, Glenn County, Wayne County, Applin County, and Jeff Davis County. So by the time I get to Jeff Davis, I'm about halfway to Atlanta, so I can stay in my circuit for about half the way. In our 09 budget, amended budget, in that, I first would, when the economy took a turn down, as district attorneys, we have two main items in our budget. We have district attorneys and then the council. The district attorneys is the big item, and it really is broken down into only two parts. It's broken down into the salaries of district attorneys, assistant district attorneys, and staff, and travel. 98% of our district attorney's budget is salary. That's it. Unfortunately, years and years and years ago, the legislature, when it created the district attorneys, we get one assistant DA per judge. We've heard talk about that. And so we get one investigator and two secretaries. So Fulton County gets one investigator. Alapaha or Brunswick Circuit or any other circuit in the state, which it could be a small circuit, gets one investigator. And the state basically, again, my point is on district attorneys just provides salary and a little bit of travel money in order to operate. The counties have to, there are probably 15 or 16 circuits. There's 49 circuits in this state, and there's about 15 or 16 that have no county support. So when we're dealing with those circuits versus Fulton County, which is probably 95% county supported versus 5% state supported. So we have this hybrid system that's pretty unbalanced. It's important because when we saw that these economic turndowns as the council, we said, we can't wait until January to start taking some kind of corrective action. We got to do something. We got to do it immediately. We have hiring freezes. We didn't fill 4 positions in the council. We deferred all other increases, deferred the COLAs, all that kind of stuff. But we also knew that we have no programs. We have no big project that we can take out. We have no projects. We have just personnel, one assistant DA per judge, one investigator, and 2 secretaries. So that are all statutorily created. So the only thing that we could do was to furlough. And so we initiated in September furloughs. So as district attorneys around the state paid personnel have been furloughed 1 day a month since September. In order to take a 6% cut, we'll have to have 13 furlough days. So in order to get 13, I guess starting in March, we'll have to go 2 furlough days a month. This is devastating for probably a couple dozen circuits around the state because they receive no county funding. So they just basically, there's several circuits that just have to shut down. You have a murder, the police need to get hold of the district attorney's office. They say, well, furlough day. And so if we have to go to 8% cuts, it would be 19 furlough days. And then if we go to 10% cuts, you're going to 25 furlough days, which would really be devastating to half of Georgia in the court system. But right now, our budget, amended budget accounts for 13. We certainly would like to not have to furlough 13 days. I don't know of any other state agency. There may be some that are furloughing 13 days. But I think public safety is pretty important, and we're taking a pretty big hit morale-wise on that. As to the 2010 budget, the only new money in there is for these 3 new assistant district attorneys, which are statutorily required, a little bit of money for increased rents, and then, of course, we put back in the deferred increases from 09. But certainly, I think our biggest concern right now is, and most everybody here, is 09, and would certainly field any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a couple of questions for you. Is it your testimony that there are no other options available to you than furloughs, or that's the option you all have chosen because of the constraints you have?
There's no options that would be available to us as under like the district attorney's budget, because there's only two line items. There's travel and salary. So what do? You either cut your salary or cut travel. We cut travel down to bare bones. I don't know. It's only 2% of the budget anyway. So, and you got to have some money. That makes no sense when you have a circuit that's 150 miles. You can't tell an employee, all right, you're going to go have court 90 miles at court in Hazelhurst, but we're not going to pay you for going there. So we've cut that down to the bare minimum. I personally have taken old junk cars and not my county has. We found old cars, and I had one of my assistants that broke down on the highway the other day because it's got 230,000 miles on an old Crown Vic, and use those old Crown Vics to run them, because then we're paying only gas, and that's how I've been able to cut my state travel budget from like 36,000 down to 20,000 or so per year. But those are when you only have salary. All our positions are statutory created, so
let me
there's no other options.
Let me follow up, if I may. Taken across both of the programs, if we find that we need more than a 6% cut from the district attorneys, your only answer to us is going to be an increased number of days to furlough. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be your testimony to us today that there are no non-statutory mandated positions that you have available for consolidation, to eliminate, to reduce? There are none. Every position you have is statutorily required.
DAs are funded by, we have the constitutional elected DA. You get one assistant DA per judge plus 2, and you have the assistant DAs, and you have 2 secretaries, 1 investigator. Now, the legislature, the only thing that would perhaps not be, well, I guess the legislature created 10 years ago, about 1996, I think they created a state-paid victim advocate for each DA's office. But the legislature's only funded 17 of those 49 positions. So we have 17 state-paid victim advocates, and those are, and they're not as mandatory, I guess, as the 1 assistant DA per judge, but they are.
So just so I'm clear, you have no optional positions at all across any of your either program other than the 17 victim advocates. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then my last question to you is, in the FY10 budget, why were there only enhancements requested and no reductions proposed? Am I wrong about that?
Why were there only?
We have enhancements that have been requested but no reductions taken. Am I correct about that?
That's correct.
Why were only enhancements submitted for the FY10 budget and no reductions taken?
I think with the I think everybody was just optimistic in 2010 to go ahead and put in the obviously the 3 new assistant DAs if they were to give the 3 judges, and then, of course, to provide the enhancements that would have normally had been there. You know, we have, as ADAs, generally speaking, you know, you have the increases that we try to give our employees every year, you know, but...
You say everybody was optimistic, you mean on your
There's
council?
statutorily, we have statutory increases that we have to give people.
Everybody that was optimistic, you're talking about your council was
Yes.
optimistic?
I mean, I think that was, you know, we understand that 2010 is going to be modified. I mean, I think we were, you know, that's why I spent most of my time here on 09, because, you know, if 09 is, with DAs, we're just different. I don't know any way to say it. I mean, I don't know any other state agencies where you have a program which is nothing but salary. I'm sure there's something out there, but...
And there were no reductions proposed for FY10, correct?
There are what?
There were no reductions proposed at all for FY10 in your budget?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I just, if I could, I want to make sure that I heard the question. I think that Chairman Smith asked. He asked, and I want to go back to that. Are you talking about PAC and DAs when you ask there are no there are positions that are non-statutory? Both programs.
Oh, I didn't understand that. That would be incorrect.
Right. I don't think he understood that question.
I thought that you were referring to just the district attorneys themselves. That's obviously, yeah. With the prosecuting attorneys council has taken a bigger hit. We have taken a bigger hit on the prosecuting attorneys council than we actually have on the DAs, because we obviously that is for 09 the council is what, $5 million or so, and here it is FY 2009 is 6.9 million. It was going to be recommended down to 5.4, and that's with not filling 4 attorneys positions and doing all the other. They're doing all the furloughs too, and so you know, if obviously I don't know. I guess you would say that the council is not. I mean, if you wipe out the council, then who does the? We have some of them. You have state requires you to train the prosecutors. They have to have so much training. We certainly can train them cheaper than anything else, any other way. You know, they also, of course, do our travel reimbursements. They do our payroll, and so training and payroll are 2 main functions of PAC. You know, and somebody's got to do them.
And I just wanted to make sure. I thought there was a disconnect because I heard you
sorry
say
about that. I
the
apologize.
2 programs. I didn't think he understood.
The 2 programs I was talking. Yeah, the 2 programs I thought you were referred to was is in district attorneys just having district attorney and salaries and travel. I apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you address this, but on line 6 in the supplemental, you're requesting an additional $602,583. What is that for?
That basically is built into our furloughs. It's not. We have to basically had to have that to balance out, but that 602 is built into the furlough days.
Meaning what?
Meaning that it's there, but it's not there. I mean, I don't.
We're making those funds up through our furlough days.
So we've got to have those funds to balance out, but we're making them up through furlough days.
Okay, so your furlough days are going to total up to the 602,000?
No, more than that.
$2.24 on the top, and I was looking at the bottom. But the 602 is not. I don't understand why it's an addition there. I mean, Chuck, can you?
Mr. Chairman Scott, and I asked Charlotte to come up and correct me if I'm wrong here, but is this not back under the 2003 numbers that, yeah, and we're going to talk about that in subcommittee because that's something that we have not agreed upon in the past. And, you know, we'll go through it in subcommittee. I invite you to that subcommittee if you have a specific interest.
So it's based on an old 2003 number?
My understanding is it's based on the budget we had a couple of years ago where it was out of PAC and into DAs. And remember when we had the DAs that were not going to be able to make the payroll toward the end. And it's a situation I'm not fully clear on where that number came from. I know where it came from. I'm not fully clear on if I'm supportive of it at this point or not. We'll talk with the folks about it.
I trust your judgment on it. I guess my question gets back to one that's been asked before. I mean, as I sit here and we're taking away homeowners property tax relief grants, we're cutting education, and I would respectfully submit to you, whether it's health care or education, the majority of any budget is salary. It may not be as high a percentage as it is in your department, but it's salary. But when y'all put your numbers in, I mean, that's the number we have to, that comes to us from the governors. It makes it that much harder for every other adjustment that we make.
Well, we've been complaining about, I've been complaining about that for about 10 years that I've been coming up here, that it makes very little sense to have the hybrid system that we have with prosecution in the state. It just makes no sense that Fulton County gets one investigator and 2 secretaries, and Steve Kelly gets 1 investigator and 2 secretaries, because now when you get into a system where you've got to cut, you know, and all your funding is the salaries of individuals, and surely we do have, you know, council is, of course, is majority salaries too. But when you're 98% salaries on the DA side, it's tough. I mean, because we're talking about, you know, shutting down lots of DA's offices already right now 1 day a month in the smaller areas, you know.
Okay, other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Max, we're going to call on you to speak briefly for public defenders. Apparently, you don't have the counsel who was due to be here is not here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I realize I stand between y'all and dinner, and I've sat where y'all sit, and I do understand that. I won't take but a minute, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that in addressing the specific numbers in 09 and 010, our council is meeting on Friday to address those numbers based on the latest and most current information, basically the end of the year information that we've been able to put together. Our struggle, and just as each of y'all are struggling, I know, I sat where y'all sat back in the early 90s when some of y'all represent the parish, and some of you, and the chairman were here in the Miller administration when we made some painful cuts back then. And we're struggling, the council is, and the agency's struggling. Our biggest struggles, our service delivery for this system is working. We're getting, some of our employees are getting very heavy caseloads that is going to be a struggle for certain circuits. Our biggest struggle continues to be our conflict cases and how to fund those conflict cases, being where there are multiple defendants, and we're having to, and private attorneys are involved, and we're going outside the system. That is still one of our biggest struggles on how to fund those, both in the capital cases and in the non-capital cases. In the capital cases, a year ago, we were bumping 28 to 30 conflict cases, and thanks to a lot of our circuit public defenders' hard work, our capital defenders, and the district attorneys, we're down now to 9 conflict cases in the capital defender program. But those 9 are some major expenses for the 09 budget year. And we're meeting with some judges to work on scheduling of trials to see if we can make sure that we have the funds available as needed for experts. Our experts are expensive in these capital cases along with attorney's fees. Mr. Chairman, one other thing that we did back, and one of the things that is coming back and really biting this agency, is there were conflict cases that were completed in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008 budget years that were never billed to the agency. I sent a letter to 890 some odd private attorneys back in October and said, by November the 15th, please have me any invoices for any completed cases that you have that are not paid. And we got an onslaught of bills in. But this agency had no idea how many cases were out there that had not been billed and what our liabilities were. And we're struggling with that. We have reduced payments to attorneys in conflict cases, some of those, and that is causing some problems for our circuit public defenders in rural areas because we're now having attorneys that don't want to take cases. We're working with it, and the council is going to address this on Friday, and in your respective subcommittees, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, and I know the representative from Chairman Mr. Harbin was not able to be here right now. I tasked him about being able, with Representative Martin and Senator Smith, to be able to address these specifics in their subcommittees, and if there's anything I can explain or any questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll be more than happy to.
Representative Martin, then Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mac, for being here. A couple of things, and I just kind of want to bring to light here for the record. Do you have knowledge, direct knowledge, that this august body has tried to find a way to sue the governor and the legislature over the budgeting process?
Mr. Chairman, the council directed me to send to the Attorney General and ask that question for I think what you're talking about is for removing the agency from the judicial branch into the executive branch. Is that?
Well, I just had heard, and it's strange because I think my only communication recently or in all with the council has been through the Fulton County Report or Digest or whatever that legal
Fulton Daily Report.
Fulton Daily Report, and I'm just asking you. If they have an issue with the way in which their budget is prepared, it would seem to be reasonable to contact Chairman Harbin or Chairman Hill or Chairman Smith or myself rather than to play it out in that device. But in that way, I had just through the walls of the building here had been made aware that they were contemplating some legal action. I don't know if it was to move it back into the judicial branch, but that perhaps is it over the budgeting process. I just find it odd that they seem to have such a problem with the budgeting process and yet an inability to communicate, directly or even via the written word with any of us that are involved in it.
Mr. Chairman, the Attorney General weighed in last week. I don't remember the date. It was about 10 days ago. There was an official opinion issued, an 8-page official opinion about that from the Attorney General's office. I'll be more than glad to provide you and all members of the committee with a copy of that. And basically it said that all actions, just as in Purdue versus Baker, that all actions had to be not in the name of an agency against the state, but it had to be the call of the Attorney General of whether an action can be brought or not. And I'll be glad to talk to you in detail about it. It's 8 pages. I'll be glad to get you copies of that.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll get that to you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Crawford, for walking us through your budget presentation. And I also would echo Chairman Martin's sentiments. I think if your council, and I know that you are not the council, I recognize that, I think if the council would spend less time submitting opinion editorials to the Daily Report attacking the legislature and the governor, and less time requesting permission from the Attorney General to sue the people of the state of Georgia, and more time partnering with us, we could actually create an effective system. But I know they've chosen the route of being an adversary with us, and I think that is a destructive rather than a constructive process. I have a couple of questions for you. As far as the overall percentage cut to the agency, what is that cut as a percentage per program?
Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. In the 2009, what we have done when the 6% directive of the cuts and the holdbacks came from OPB and the governor, what we did was we looked at both. We have 2 programs, Program 1 and Program 2. And Program 2 is where our capital defenders are, our circuit public defenders are in Capital 2, Program 2. And what we have done, Mr. Chairman, is we have tried to take our vacant positions. We have got a good many of vacant positions in the mitigation division of the capital program. We have tried to take as much and absorb as much in central office and to try to keep the core mission of the agency, which is the circuit public defenders, to keep them funded as much as possible. And actually that has only resulted in about a 2% out of the 6%, but then we have taken a much larger, I think it's 13% in the other program to try to keep the core services of the agency running as effectively as possible. Now, I cannot tell you percentage-wise in the 2010 projected budget what that is, but it's because that decision is yet to be made by the council given the governor's projection.
You all have made an argument that your public defender's caseload is pretty tremendous.
Yes, sir.
In fact, arguing even that it's too high. The number of public defenders authorized and funded is a matter of statute, is it not?
Yes, sir. Just almost exactly how you fund the district attorneys, one for each judge and on down the line. Yes, sir.
And if we have information that one of your circuit public defenders is foregoing the hiring of who they're supposed to pass along that money as raises to the other public defenders in the office, would you believe that that is legally authorized?
Mr. Chairman, I've asked that same question to audits. Audits has raised that question with us. Our audit for the previous year is still not complete, and I imagine that is going to be a question that is raised.
How can you argue that your public defenders have too high a caseload if some of the offices are foregoing the hiring of people to share that caseload burden and instead creating raises for themselves with the funding?
I understand your question, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know how to answer your question until we can find the answer from audits also.
But you'll get back with us on that?
Yes, sir, I certainly will.
All right, and then one final area I'd like to ask you about, and that is, and I recognize that you have acknowledged this was a mistake and should not have been done, but last year you all came to us with an emergency request for an appropriation. We were told the system would shut down because there were over 9,000 pipeline conflict cases that had to be funded. And subsequent evaluation of your books revealed that that number was inflated by more than 100%. Am I correct about that?
Yes, sir, you're correct.
And my question is, I have looked in this budget for the reduction, the cut, that would represent the overestimation of cases for which we made that emergency appropriation, and I cannot find it. How much money are you giving back that you accepted based upon an inaccurate number of pipeline cases that did not in fact exist?
Mr. Chairman, if I could explain that.
If you'll first tell me how much you're giving back and then explain it.
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to. There's none in that budget. And if I could explain that, Mr. Chairman, this is one of the struggles that the agency is facing. And Mr. Chairman, if I could explain to the committee just a little bit further your question, if that's all right. I think what Chairman Smith is telling you is last year we came and said there's 9,200 that we're handling right now, 9,200 conflict cases. When the session was over, I kept scratching my head that I cannot see how there are 9,200 conflict cases out there. So what we did was we have what's known as a JCATS data system. Our JCATS system was showing 9,200 open cases that are basically the pipeline conflict cases. And I kept thinking that cannot be right. So what I did, I asked the circuit public defenders, the 43 circuit public defenders, if they would be kind enough to go and audit these cases. They had been told by this agency that once they conflicted out a case that they never could look at that case again. They did not have access to the JCATS data for determining whether these cases were open. They never touched them again. So what they did, and I have to commend them, they stepped up to the plate, they went to the courthouses and actually did hands-on 100% physical audits they went to each of your counties and pulled cases that we were showing as an open case in our data system, in the JCAT system. And when the numbers were totaled, we had about 4,500 actual cases. We had almost 4,700 or 4,500. They were right there, 100, as the chairman has said, 100% inflated numbers. And we went through and closed those cases in our data system. And I came to the chairman and explained to Senator Smith that I felt like I owed it to him. This was in, I think, the 1st of May by the time we got it put together, that we had basically misrepresented to you how many cases we had based on our data system. But what we're finding as we are, and there is no money being returned in this budget, because what we're finding is that the bills on a lot of these cases that we are getting from 05, 06, 07, where we're getting bills that are much higher than what I anticipated on these conflict cases. Basically, the bills that are coming in have eaten up the money that was appropriated for the 9,200 cases. And we're actually going to be short if you fully paid every one of these conflict bills. We're not going to have it. There has been, when an attorney is hired, they're paid $60 an hour in court, $45 out of court, and the next time we really see the case, or have been in the past, is we get a bill maybe for $1,800, $2,000, $2,800. And the same cases, and the question is, how do you determine what is constitutionally required to represent that defendant given those circumstances? And that is where the struggle has been in determining what those cases should cost.
I appreciate your explanation, and
I'm sorry.
I would only suggest to you that if we are going to be admittedly hoodwinked under coercion of a system shutting down based upon a number that's really sort of fraudulent, even if innocently fraudulent, then the transparent way to come back to us the next year is to acknowledge that and show the cut based upon funding something that never existed in the first place, and then make the request for something that was not anticipated, so that we can, instead of playing a shell game and not knowing where those numbers and where the money's being hidden, we can know what we're spending the money for and know that it's legitimate appropriation. So I would suggest to you that the transparent way to do that would be to accurately reflect the reduction of something that never should have been funded in the first place, and then make the request for what you're actually funding instead of hiding.
I think that's probably will be addressed on Friday, Mr. Chairman, and I will be back to you with it. Thank you. And I hope I explained it accurately to you.
Senator Wiles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mac. I'm sitting here listening, and as many of the other people have spoken, looking at one of your members of your council's comments on us and what he thinks about the Legislative Oversight Committee, that we have no right to inquire, and now we just listened to you admit that y'all were 100% off on your estimate. I hope that message gets back, that maybe the oversight, maybe we hadn't been, we've been asking questions, y'all haven't been giving us the correct answers. Here's a fairly simple question. In my law practice, if I don't bill my clients promptly, I don't get paid. Do we need to enact a statute as opposed to the council obviously has no procedure that requires people to bill after 3 or 4 years? Maybe we need to enact a statute of limitations that says you don't get your bill in 60 days, 90 days, we're just not going to pay you. Because certainly it's impossible to budget something if someone's not billing you for it. Do you have a suggestion on that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I do. And that question, the answer to that is, if you go, I have proposed to the council it's called a voucher system, and it's basically plagiarized from South Carolina. South Carolina started their indigency program after us. They looked at some of our mistakes, and part of that is that if you don't bill within 45 days of the completion of the case, and completion being defined as sentencing, basically plea or not guilty, you have 45 days, you waive that. Now, I do need to give some of the attorneys across the state to thank them, because some of them I have gotten bills saying, look, I did not realize that I had not billed you. Here's the number of hours I've used, and you owe me nothing because I'm the one that didn't bill it promptly. So we have gotten some attorneys have stepped up and said that. But right now there is nothing in statute or rule that requires that, but we're trying very hard, the council is, to get that in place where, yes, sir, it's mighty hard not to know what your liabilities are when I and the council come and ask you and to try to represent to you the true numbers. Now, as a follow-up to that, if you would allow me, to Senator Smith's question, we have what we think is going to be accurate data for you on the number of conflict cases. We're working and struggling mighty hard to get accurate data as to in the JCAT system. And I think Senator Smith and some of you that are on the Legislative Oversight Committee, we have tried to come to you and to present that and to present it in a positive manner to try to overcome this handicap we have and to try to work with y'all.
Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up. Why do you not get a monthly report from your conflict counsel telling you how many hours they've billed? My clients, many of my clients require, whether I'm asking to be paid or not, they require stats for it. And you're telling me you go 3 years before you know how much you're going to owe? We need to change that. Don't you agree?
Don't disagree with that. We need to know somehow. I had an hour-and-a-half conversation with my counterpart in Kentucky last week, and it was very interesting that in Kentucky what they do is they go in the marketplace by regions of the state. And see, that's one big thing here. The different regions of the state, the marketplace dictates to them what they are paying, so to speak. They go into the marketplace and go to a private attorney and say, look, if we give you 10 cases, what will you charge us on a flat fee for those 10 cases? And they pay quarterly. They make quarterly payments to those attorneys, and those attorneys have to agree to complete the case or refund the money back, that any monies that are spent. I jokingly say, and some of y'all have heard, that what works in Decatur does not work in Decatur County. And that is so true that the way the courts in a certain area of the state work, there's so much differential in the courts, because I know in my home county, I was talking to a conflict attorney the other day that said, I'm back, and we only have court twice a year. We only have criminal court 2 weeks, twice a year. He said, I'm back for my 7th time on this one case that I'm billing you all 7 times I've had to appear, and said, I'm also appointed in a conflict case in another circuit, and said, we got it resolved on the 2nd appearance in court. And there's these differentials that, and Senator Wiles, I don't disagree with you. There needs to be a way to track this, to know what our liabilities are, not necessarily at every moment, but at least quarterly, if not monthly, because a lot of times we've even seen bills where every time they bill us, we're charged for preparing the bill. So we're trying hard to iron this out and to get a handle on it.
If I can follow up, if that's necessary, why hasn't the council implemented that? That's common sense. Why do we have to have a law to legislate common sense?
Mr. Chairman, the council, I hope, is going to address it Friday with a voucher system. I mean, I have given it to the Legislative Oversight Committee has seen copies of it, and the council has been given copies, and hopefully we'll get it done, Mr. Chairman. We're trying. I appreciate your patience with me. I knew there were problems, and we still got some problems, but we have made a lot of inroads. And one thing, Mr. Chairman, and I may be meddling in your business, one question, and I have mentioned this to some of you individually, just like with Westlaw. I went to Westlaw and said, look, I want a new price. I want it for 5 years, and I want it locked in. And they rebid it, and we saved $90,000 a year, and we locked it in with no increases over the 5-year period. Mr. Chairman, one thing I thought, why doesn't the state have a master plan, a master contract on Westlaw that the Superior Court judges, probate judges, everybody who needs it, why do we have how many contracts the state has with Westlaw by individual agencies? Why can't we I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think there's ways to look at some of these things, and we're trying to look at under everything to try to find it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I will be back in touch and get you this information. Thank y'all.